Chapter 1860 Random Bidding. At this moment, in room number 2 of Jiazi, Ziwuji stared at the direction of Gongsun Liang with a gloomy expression, holding one hand on the handle of the chair, which was made of sandalwood and had been crushed to powder. Ji-jun, who was standing beside him, also had an extremely ugly face. Second young master, this old man definitely did it on purpose. Ji-jun shouted angrily. I'm not a fool, how could I not know this? Ziwuji gritted his teeth. I said, why would someone like him suddenly show up at Tongtian auction house? The old man is really carefree. Ji-jun said with a gloomy face. This old man must be afraid that you will grow up, son, so he obstructs you so insidiously. One day, my master will make him pay the price. Ziwuji secretly ruthless. The sky-high price of 500 million has exceeded his expectations. Although he is the second son of Zixing, he has no power and keeps a low profile, so he does not have much financial resources. All the resources in Zixing are directed towards his elder brother. Zidong is here. If it wasn't for the fact that Zilong and Zidongli's whereabouts were unknown in the past 2 years, he would not have emerged but would have chosen to continue to hide. If you want to fight against Gongsun Liang, you can't do without strong strength, so this Void King pill is very important to him. If he can use the power of the pill to break through to the Void King realm in a short time, there will be an extra capital. Shu Wang pill, even he can't get it easily. After pondering for a while, Ziwuji did not back down, but gritted his teeth and said, 600 million. 600 million holy crystals is already his bottom line. It is also the largest amount he can take out now. If Gongsun Liang raises the price, he can only reluctantly give up. As expected, Gongsun Liang didn't mean to sell his face, but yelled leisurely, 1 billion. It seemed that what he said in that tone was not a billion, but 100,000, a million was so casual. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed, even Li Nuo, who was always smiling on the auction stage, couldn't help but frown, feeling a little bad in his heart. 10 billion, the warriors in the audience exclaimed, isn't it? Did I hear correctly? The great elder called out 1 billion just now. I also thought I heard it wrong, how could it be such a high price? That's right, although the Shu Wang pill is expensive, it is impossible to sell it for $1 billion. Last time Rongyuan auction house sold a Shu Wang pill, and it was only 580 million. As expected of the great elder, with strong financial resources, 1 billion is nothing. There are different opinions below, but there are also people with keen minds who have noticed something is wrong. Gongsun Liang raised the price so boldly, obviously he was trying to avoid the people in Jiazi number 2 room, but even if he did not, he would not take hundreds of millions of saint crystals seriously, right? Gongsun Liang, are you making trouble on purpose? In Jiazi number 2 room, Ji-jun couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't help shouting angrily. Boom, the arena was boiling again, and everyone looked into the number 2 room of Jiazi in shock, not knowing who was so bold as to call the great elder by his name directly. An auction that was originally unremarkable has become treacherous due to the successive changes, and a dangerous atmosphere is permeating the entire auction site. On the stage, Li Nuo's palms were sweating, and there was a faint look of uneasiness in his beautiful eyes. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Gongsun Liang did not get angry. Instead, he said with a smile, Ji-jun, what do you mean by that? This elder has taken a fancy to this Void King pill, so what's wrong with exporting it to bid? You know what's wrong. Ji-jun snorted coldly, even if you are the great elder of Purple Star, you can't take out 1 billion holy crystals casually. Well, since you have already bid, I'd like to see what are you going to pay for it. Miss Li Nuo, this old man suspects that Gongsun Liang made a random quotation, and he has no ability to cash in 1 billion holy crystals. If you don't believe me, you can go and verify it. Li Nuo showed hesitation, asking her to verify whether Gongsun Liang can give 1 billion holy crystals, isn't that courting death? Gongsun Liang's price has already been quoted, no matter whether he can pay or not, this panacea is already his. Even if Tongtian auction house suffers a loss, they can only knock down their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. Joke, you can question the reputation of the great elder, Ji-jun, you are looking for your own death. In room number 1 of Jiazi, Gongsun Liang didn't speak, but another person yelled. Yang Kai's expression moved, and he immediately recognized that this person was Zhang Changfeng, the 8th elder who had been to the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce before. Justice is in the hearts of the people. If the elder can really pay the 1 billion holy crystals, Ji will have nothing to say. Ji-jun did not give up. Ji-jun, you are presumptuous. Zhang Chengfeng yelled angrily, and there was a strong fluctuation of Saint Yuan in Jiazi No. 1 room, and there was a posture of fighting when there was a disagreement. The warriors in the hall panicked for a while, with a look of horror on their faces. If the two sides really fight, then they will suffer. Even the aftermath of the battle between the Void King realm powerhouses is not something they can bear. Why does the 8th elder have the same knowledge as him? Gongsun Liang chuckled. Since he wants to verify, the old man will let him verify it. Miss Li Nuo, bring that panacea here. Yes. Hearing this, Li Nuo stepped forward and walked slowly towards the No. 1 room of Jiazi. Not long after, she entered the room, with a smile on her face, put the jade bottle in her hand in front of Gongsun Liang's eyes, and said, Elder, this is the panacea you took. Gongsun Liang nodded slightly, without even looking at Li Nuo. On the side, Zhang Chengfeng put on a cold face, took out a ring and handed it to Li Nuo, and said loudly, Miss Li Nuo, please be careful, is this a billion? Li Nuo took the ring with a serious face, swept his spiritual thoughts inside, his face changed slightly, and then he said with a smile, the quantity is confirmed, and the money and goods are equal. The elder is an honest person, and he didn't bid randomly. The transaction was carried out in your room, who knows if it's true or not? Ji Jun sneered again and again. Zhang Chengfeng sneered. Ji Jun, Miss Li Nuo verified it herself, can it be fake? As the owner of the auction house, she will never do business that suffers. Miss Li Nuo is only at the 3rd level of void return, how dare she resist your lustful power? Okay, Mr. Ji, there's no need to say any more. In room No. 2 of Jiazi, Ziwu said flatly. Ji Jun's face remained angry, but he obediently stopped talking. Ziwu chuckled, and said to room No. 1, Congratulations, great elder, for winning the panacea. Gongsun Liang replied. Second young master, you are being polite. The auctioned items are for the rich. However, this panacea has no effect on the old man, but it is not without benefit to the second young master. If the second young master wants it, the old man how about giving it to you? In room No. 2, Ziwu frowned, then quickly relaxed it, and said with a smile, the great elder was joking, Wuji dare not accept such a precious thing. The two talked in a few words, as if they were making a routine, and the tense atmosphere before was no longer seen. Until this time, no one knew that the person in No. 2 room of Jiazi was Ziwu, the second son of Zixing. Thinking about the two competing for bids and the rumors before, I immediately understood that the discord between the second young master and the first elder was not groundless. After understanding this point, many people immediately showed worried expressions. For most warriors, it doesn't matter who Zixing is in charge of, but what they should care about is not to be affected by the confrontation between the two. The auction of a Void King pill came to an end. In the end, no one knew whether Li Nuo had received 1 billion holy crystals, it became a complete mystery. The next auction was the land deed that Hua Yumeng handed over to Tongtian auction house. Only those merchants are interested in the title deed, so the strong men in the Jiazi house did not make a move, but the warriors in the B and C houses competed fiercely. If the shops on Tenglong Avenue are bought and well planned and operated, it will be enough to increase the strength of a chamber of commerce. How can many merchants miss such a good opportunity? So the price competition is quite fierce. The base price of 100 million Saint crystals rose steadily, and it was finally sold at a price of 260 million. In room No. 5 of Jiazi, Hua Yumeng was so happy that she almost fainted. Although Li Nuo had settled with her before, she never expected that these land deeds could be sold for such a high price. 1 million holy crystals is an incomparably huge number for the 5-party Chamber of Commerce, let alone hundreds of millions. With 260 million, the development and growth of the 5-party Chamber of Commerce is not a dream at all, and it will also allow Sha Jingwu, Yao Qing and the others to purchase cultivation resources with confidence and strengthen their own strength. With strength, it can also enhance the development of the Chamber of Commerce. This is a snowball effect. And all of this was brought about by the man beside him. Hua Yumeng stared blankly at Yang Kai, with a grateful look on her face. My lord, you can take 90% of these saint crystals and leave 10% for us. Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai timidly, even if it was 10%, it would be more than 20 million. Yang Kai glanced at her, he smiled and said, this is the saint crystal sold by the land deed for you, why should I take 90%? Having said that, how could others give us the title deed without you, my lord? Yang Kai waved his hand. Sheng Jing is meaningless to me, and what I need cannot be bought by Sheng Jing. But, that's it, Yang Kai interrupted her with a smile. My lord, Hua Yumeng murmured, but she was choked up and unable to speak. Her emotion was beyond words. Even if Yang Kai asked her to make a promise with her body at this moment, she would not frown. The next thing to be auctioned is the last auction item. On the stage, Li Nuo said loudly, "It's just that Shu Qi and several appraisers in Tongtian auction house have poor eyesight, and they still haven't figured out what the auction item is." "What is it?" "Ah, dare to put it up for auction without understanding it? Your Tongtian auction house is too childish, isn't it?" "Yeah, don't think that ordinary warriors like us are easy to deceive. Our holy crystals are not blown by strong winds." "What are you arguing about? Since this thing is the last to appear, it must be of great value, perhaps even more precious than that Void King pellet." "Let's see." A group of warriors suddenly yelled. "To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 1861. Li Nuo turned a deaf ear to the yelling of those warriors in the audience, and gestured sideways, and immediately a maid brought up the auction item. This time, they did not pretend to be mysterious and covered it with a red cloth. When everyone took a closer look, they found that it looked like a piece of ore. About the size of a baby's head, the whole body is round and radiant, exuding a light blue color. Judging from the posture of the maid holding it, this auction item is not heavy, so it is not too difficult to hold it up. The noise of commotion gradually subsided, and everyone's eyes were drawn to it, looking at it curiously. In the private rooms, countless divine thoughts also sprang out, scanning the auction item continuously. But no one saw the clue. Even Yang Kai frowned, with a suspicious look on his face. You must know that with his current consciousness, there are very few things in this world that he cannot spy on, but he can't see this thing. It can be seen that even if the last auction item is not a priceless item, it is also absolutely nowhere near that. This made Yang Kai a little interested. On the high platform, Li Nuo lightly parted her vermilion lips, and said softly, "My Tongtian auction house also got this thing by accident, and I have been researching its use since I got it. Unfortunately, my Tongtian auction house's talents are withered, and I haven't been able to study it thoroughly. I came to the conclusion that it is a high-quality refining material. Today, the place is full of high-ranking people. Maybe there is an adult who can discern the pearl and know its use. I hope that if any adult can take this thing, also, please don't hesitate to teach me, so that I can solve my doubts." "Don't talk nonsense, how can I shoot this thing?" Immediately, someone shouted impatiently. Li Nuo smiled slightly. "The last auction item, an unknown refining material, has a reserve price, 30 million. In the hall, after a brief silence, many warriors burst into laughter, apparently feeling that Li Nuoding's reserve price was a little too outrageous. Li Nuo didn't care, and still stood on the high platform with a smile on his face. As she said, Tongtian Auction House has studied this thing for a long time and still doesn't know what it does. Even Aunt Chun can't judge what it is, but even if she doesn't know what it is, it doesn't hinder its value. Li Nuo once compared it with some virtual king-level refining materials, and found that no matter what kind of virtual king-level material it is not as good as it. In other words, this is at least a void king-level refining material. It's good if things can be sold, but it doesn't matter if they can't. It's normal for auction items to fail. After a long while, no one bid on the last auction item. Seeing that it was really about to fail, Li Nuo glanced around and couldn't help showing a hint of disappointment. "Miss Li, can you show me that thing?" Suddenly, a steady voice sounded from a private room. Li Nuo followed the voice, and found that the speaker was the strong man in room number 5 of Jiazi. He smiled slightly and nodded, "There is nothing wrong with it, my lord, wait a moment." Saying so, she gestured to the maidservant, and the maidservant hurriedly walked towards the room where Yang Kai was. In room number 5 of Jiazi, Yang Kai frowned tightly, his eyes slightly dignified. Hua Yumeng asked in surprise, "My lord, do you know what this is?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly, "I'm not sure, I have to take a closer look." Hua Yumeng suddenly nodded. On the other side, Zhang Chengfeng's expression changed slightly in room number 1 of Jiazi, and he said sullenly, Elder, the person who spoke is that guy." Gongsun Liang raised his brows, narrowed his eyes and said, "I am the third Venerable of Purple Star." "That's right." Zhang Chengfeng nodded seriously. "A few days ago, Zhang was ordered by you to invite this person, but he was rudely rejected. Zhang specifically explained that it was the elder who invited him, but he didn't sell it at all. This person is too arrogant." Gongsun Liang stroked his beard, and said with a sneer, "A capable person can be arrogant. I wanted to find time to meet this person some other day, but I didn't expect to meet him here today. Since that's the case, then let's have a good conversation first. Well, the old man wants to see if this Venerable is really capable or just pretending to be a tiger. Zhang Chengfeng was startled when he heard the words, and there was a hint of gloating in his eyes, knowing that Gongsun Liang didn't care on the surface, but in his heart he still hated Yang Kai for not giving him face. In room number 5 of Jiazi, Yang Kai took the auction item, looked at it solemnly, and gathered his own spiritual mind, peeping into it. Hua Yumeng and the maid did not dare to disturb her. Initially, there was no abnormality, but at a certain moment, Yang Kai's complexion couldn't help changing, his eyes widened suddenly, as if he was attacked by someone, the surging power of consciousness burst out, and turned into a monster in front of him, a barrier. Pop. There was a slight sound, and the defense of the divine consciousness was instantly broken through. Just as Yang Kai looked shocked and was about to resist again, all of a sudden everything calmed down again. There was no sound in the entire auction house, and 99% of the warriors turned pale and trembled slightly. At the moment when Yang Kai's divine sense erupted just now, it was like a dormant dragon protruding its head from the dragon cave, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Fortunately, all these come and go quickly, otherwise someone must go crazy. In the private room, Yang Kai's eyes revealed a light of surprise, and after a flash, he immediately exchanged the auction item to the maid with a calm face, and said lightly, "Okay, you go down." Yes, the maid took the auction item and left in a hurry without daring to take a breath. The old man also wants to observe it. I wonder if Miss Li Nuo can help me. Gongsun Liang's voice came from Jiazi number 1 room. He was really curious, and didn't know why Yang Kai suddenly burst out with such a powerful wave of spiritual sense just now. Whether it was Yang Kai himself or the last auction item, Gongsun Liang had a strong interest. The great elder wants to see it, of course he can. Li Nuo pursed his lips and smiled. The maid turned around and brought the last auction item to Gongsun Liang. Gongsun Liang spent much longer observing time than Yang Kai, but he was slightly different from Yang Kai in that he didn't make any troubles like Yang Kai's, which made the fearful warriors in the hall heave a sigh of relief and thought to himself, the elder is indeed a great elder, which is beyond the reach of ordinary strong men. With Yang Kai and Gongsun Liang taking the lead, the powerhouses in the private rooms all made similar requests. The last auction item was tossed and turned in the hands of the strong men, and it was not returned to the auction stage until after a stick of incense. Li Nuo said with a smile, "I don't know what my lords can see. If anyone can tell me what material this is, I will be very grateful. If I win this item later, I can make the decision and give it to that person. Adults get a 10% discount. Miss Li Nuo, I'm old and not talented, and I can only see that this thing is extremely hard, and it is undoubtedly a king-level refining material." In the B-size private room, an old voice came immediately. "You need to say this, the old man can also see that it is a piece of void king-level material, but I don't know what it is. Is this a piece of Fenggang silver? It is rumored that Fenggang silver is the breath of the ancient Holy Spirit, the real phoenix, which is made of smelted minerals. It is extremely hard, and the energy of the fire attribute is restrained. The old man sees that there is a faint trace of hot breath flowing out of this thing. It is very similar to the rumored Fenggang yin. Old man Shu, are you blind? Fenggang silver is fiery red, and the light blue color of this thing is obviously different. How can we pull it together?" The person who spoke before was suddenly speechless, obviously feeling that his speculation was too arbitrary. Li Nuo stood on the stage with a slight smile, "My lords, don't be impatient. Let's auction this item first, then talk about it." She also saw that this group of people might not recognize what the last auction item was, and it would be a waste of time to let them make noise. "Miss Li Nuo is in charge. Old man N bids 30 million yuan. Said the old man who had just mentioned Fenggang yin in the private room of the B brand. "No matter what this thing is, it is a void king level material, and it is such a big piece, if it is auctioned off and refined into a secret treasure, it will definitely be worth it. The Zhuang level secret treasure can be regarded as a family heirloom, and many sects don't even have a Zhuang level secret treasure. 31 million, 33 million, I don't know why, after the last auction item was checked by everyone, it suddenly became a bestseller. Although the auction price did not rise high, it always avoided the crisis of passing the auction. Soon, the price was raised to 42 million. By this time, many people have gradually withdrawn. Perhaps in these people's minds, it is not worthwhile to spend so much Saint Crystal to buy such an unknown thing. There are only 3 or 5 people left to chat with. If there is no accident, the final transaction price of this thing should be around 50 million. This is indeed the case, and after another price-raising competition, the price was stabilized at 51 million. At this time, no one raised the price. A hint of disappointment flashed in Li Nuo's eyes, and just as he was about to ask, a quotation came from room number 5 of Jiazi, 60 million. Yang Kai shot. Li Nuo raised his eyes and looked towards room number 5 of Jiazi, a trace of astonishment flashed in his beautiful eyes. Just now Yang Kai has been standing still. She thought that Yang Kai had no interest in the auction item, but now she knows that he did not want to bid with the previous people because of his status, and he waited until the end to make a final decision. This is also a trick commonly used by powerful warriors, and it has been tried and tested. Did he see what the material was? Li Nuo was suspicious. After all, Yang Kai was the first to check the auction items just now, and he made such a big commotion while checking. If Yang Kai paid such a high price without seeing anything, Li Nuo would not believe it. But she is not easy to ask in detail, just waiting for the birth of the final price. As soon as Yang Kai made a bid, the others suddenly lost their temper. Not to mention that this price is beyond the bottom line of all of them, even Yang Kai's strength is so high that they are not dare to offend. So after the price of 60 million was quoted, no one followed the price. Li Nuo also spoke very fast and authentically. This lord has bid 60 million, is there any higher? If not, I will be counting down. To be continued. I love Xiaowati provided if you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1862 Good idea. Chapter 1862 Good idea. Coaxing my daughter to go to school, I almost knelt down, the little guy is so reluctant. For Yang Kai, Li Nuo still has a good impression, not only because Yang Kai gave her a kind of approachable feeling when she first met, but also because of the message that night. Li Nuo could tell right away that the one who secretly transmitted the sound to him was Yang Kai. So she had already naturalized Yang Kai as her own in her heart. Seeing Yang Kai's bid now, why would he hesitate? He was only going to make a quick decision and confirm the price. At the same time, I was very annoyed. If I had known that Yang Kai was interested in this thing, I wouldn't have to take it up for auction, I could just give it to him, but even so, it doesn't matter, I will return all the Saint Crystal later, I will always. You can't let your own people suffer. Various thoughts drifted through his mind, and Li Nuo kept saying, the first time for 60 million. 70 million. Before Li Nuo finished speaking, a new price was born. Li Nuo raised his head and looked aside in astonishment, and found that the person who made the offer was actually the elder husband Sun Liang, and couldn't help frowning. In room number 5 of Jiazi, Yang Kai also raised his eyebrows, quite surprised, but soon, he quoted a new price, 100 million. Hiss. The warriors in the hall shook again. In the past, there were very few auction items that exceeded 100 million yuan in auctions, but today in Tongtian Auction House, the last 3 auction items all reached this standard, billion price. This unknown refining material has also broken through the 100 million mark, and this is just the beginning. All of a sudden, everyone's spirits were cheered up. The confrontation between the two Void King realm powerhouses, whether it was a competition of strength or financial resources, was very thrilling. How could they miss such a good show? As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Gongsun Liang said without blushing, 200 million. Everyone was dumbfounded and their hearts were shocked. Gongsun Liang only participated in the competition of 2 auction items today, but the way of increasing the price of each competition was so arrogant and unrestrained, it seemed that he didn't take his opponents seriously at all. This is no longer a normal auction, but using financial resources to suppress people. Thinking of this, many people showed thoughtful expressions, wondering how the adult in room number 5 of Jiazi offended the first elder, and even provoked the first elder to deal with him just like the second young master. Hee, great elder is really rich, I admire him. In the private room, Yang Kai smiled lightly and did not lower his voice, so his words made everyone in the hall hear the truth. This friend is too famous. There are only 200 million holy crystals in the area. As a friend, he still cares. When we reach the realm of you and me, holy crystals are useless. Gongsun Liang replied indifferently. What the great elder said is true. Yang Kai agreed. Since that's the case, then. Yang Kai's voice paused slightly, causing all the warriors in the hall to turn sideways and raise their ears as if to hear more clearly. 500 million. As soon as this remark came out, the hall boiled again, everyone's eyes widened, and they looked around blankly, as if they had heard something incredible. The great elder's price increase is ruthless enough, this person is even more ruthless than the great elder. What is the background of this person, who dares to be so blatantly right with the great elder? Doesn't he know how to write the word, death? On the high platform, Li Nuo's beautiful eyes were full of uneasiness, secretly annoyed why he would put this last thing up for auction. Now it's all right, the adult who provoked him became hostile to the great elder, and he didn't know how long it would take. How will it end? If this matter is not handled properly, it will be a disaster. While worrying in my heart, I quietly sent a voice transmission to Aunt Chun, who was hiding in the dark, telling her to wait for the opportunity. In room number 1 of Jiazi, Gongsun Liang's voice came out slowly. Friend, are you sure you want to pay 500 million? Yang Kai chuckled. What? The great elder is willing to spend 1 billion saint crystals to buy a useless Void King pill, so what's wrong with me spending 500 million to buy this refining material? Gongsun Liang snorted coldly. Yang Kai claimed to be my seat in front of him, which made him feel extremely unhappy, and the last time Zhang Chengfeng was invited to invite Yang Kai, but the other party didn't show any face, so his tone turned cold. There is nothing wrong with it, just I'm afraid that you will be quick to bid, and you won't be able to pay later. That doesn't bother the great elder. Yang Kai chuckled. The 1 billion saint crystals that the great elder can pay, so can I. He meant something, and Gongsun Liang was even more unhappy, and said without hesitation, 600 million. 1 billion, Yang Kai did not retreat at all. In a few words, the price spelled out has already caught up with the previous Void King pill, which is not only shocking but also quite funny. In this world, is there anything worth $1 billion? The Shu Wang pill is not worth it, the unknown refining material is not worth it, only the face is worth so much. A cold light flashed in Gongsun Liang's eyes, and just as he was about to increase the price again, Ziwuji's chuckle suddenly came from Jiazi. No. You just spent 1 billion holy crystals, do you still have the ability to increase the price? Ziwuji couldn't be happier at the moment. Just now he was overwhelmed by Gongsun Liang. Shu Wang pill didn't have his share, so he was naturally depressed. Seeing Yang Kai jumping out to confront Gongsun Liang, how could he stand on the sidelines? Immediately stood up to help Yang Kai. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. Ziwuji thought very clearly in his heart. Moreover, Yang Kai was also the person he wanted to win over. How could he let him fight alone? It was the time when the sale was good, so he spoke without any scruples. Whether the old man can pay, the second son doesn't have to worry about it. Gongsun Liang said with a gloomy expression and a cold tone. Wuji naturally has no right to interfere with the personal affairs of the great elder, but now my father and elder brother are not in Zixing, and the great elder is in command of Zixing. It is not only the great elder who is related to his words and deeds, but the integrity of my whole Zixing and reputation. Before you, the old man took the Zhuang pill, no one saw whether you paid the 1 billion holy crystals. Of course, Wuji is convinced of the character of the great elder, so he will not have any doubts, but this hall there are thousands of fighters among them. It is hard to guarantee that some guys will not be cautious about the heart of a gentleman, and now I am afraid that you are still suspecting that you are bullying others and forcibly taking the Void King pellet. Presumptuous. Zhang Chengfeng roared angrily. Ms. Li Nuo is very clear about whether the 1 billion saint crystals were paid just now. This matter has been verified by Ms. Li Nuo herself. What does the second son mean by talking about this now? What the eighth elder said is true. Then let's just assume that the 1 billion holy crystals have been paid. Ziwuji chuckled. Whatever it is. Zhang Chengfeng's face darkened. It's just that everything is inseparable. Ziwuji ignored Zhang Chengfeng's clamor and continued. Since the great elder represents Zixing, we can't always be suspected by others, otherwise, Zixing has no reputation at all. The great elder is under one person, above 10,000 people, all his words and deeds are my purple star's example, he probably wouldn't want such a thing to happen. In room number 1 of Jiazi, Gongsun Liang squinted his eyes halfway, and after Ziwuji finished speaking, he said calmly, then according to the second young master, what should I do to win people's trust, and I ask the second young master to teach me. Don't dare to be, dare not be, the great elder is serious. Ziwuji hurriedly humbled, it's just that the matter has come to an end, if you want to bid again, you have to get something real. Haha, how about this, you two if there is another quotation, I will send the corresponding saint crystal to the stage, so that I can stop that you's mouth, so as not to tarnish my purple star reputation again. Gongsun Liang was annoyed when he heard Ziwuji's words. He winked at Zhang Chengfeng, and the latter understood it, and immediately shouted, joke, how can there be such an auction method in this world? This is a good idea. Yang Kai interrupted Zhang Chengfeng with a smile, and at the same time, a divine sense suppressed Zhang Chengfeng, making Zhang Chengfeng unable to speak again. I have no objection, since you want to bid, you can't make random bids well, I'm also afraid of being taken advantage of by others, Mr. Wuji really has a keen mind. This lord is too much. Wuji was elated, and while answering, he quietly sent a sound transmission to Yang Kai. My lord, there are 600 million saint crystals here in Wuji, if you need it, Wuji will definitely help you with all your strength. No need, second young master's kindness, Yang appreciates it. Yang Kai echoed and said, I don't know what the great elder thinks. Gongsun Liang was annoyed in his heart, but now it was hard to get off the tiger, so he had no choice but to say, okay, I will follow your advice. He is the great elder of Zixing, comparing financial resources with him in Zixing City, this is simply overestimating one's abilities. Since the two adults have agreed, then this concubine will be daring. Li Nuo secretly exhaled. Although the atmosphere in the auction house was still extremely dignified, at least there was no sign of a fight. She looked at Yang Kai said in the direction of where he was, this lord just bid 1 billion. Well, I don't have so many saint crystals. Yang Kai replied. You dare to bid without so many holy crystals, haha, is this the random bid you just said? Zhang Changfeng laughed. Eighth elder, they only said they didn't have so many saint crystals, and they didn't say they couldn't afford to pay. Doesn't that lord have any other valuables? Wuji immediately responded. Second young master is right. Yang Kai nodded lightly, I don't have so many saint crystals, but I can use other things instead of saint crystals, Miss Li Nuo, I wonder if this violates your bank's regulations. No, my Tongtian auction house can accept other items of corresponding value. Li Nuo said seriously. Okay, then take a look at this. Yang Kai said, throwing a jade bottle casually, and under the control of Sheng Yuan, it flew towards the stage with precision. Countless eyes stared at the jade bottle, wondering what kind of elixir it contained, which could be worth 1 billion holy crystals. Li Nuo took it suspiciously, opened the bottle cap and glanced at it. The next moment, his face changed, and he exclaimed, this is the Void King Pill. To be continued. If you like this work, welcome to come, vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 1863 How many Void King Pills are there? What? Void King Pill? No way, this lord actually has the Void King pellet in his hand. As soon as Li Nuo's words fell, the warriors in the hall exploded with a buzzing sound. They all stretched their necks and looked up the stage. Their eyes seemed to be piercing through the jade bottle to see what was in the bottle. It's not the Void King Pill. Li Nuo knew that what he said was unsubstantiated, so he quickly opened the jade bottle, and a round pill came out from inside. In an instant, the aroma filled the air. When the Shu Wang pill was taken out before, everyone had already smelled the unique fragrance of the pill, and if they smell it again now, it can be concluded that it is definitely the Shu Wang pill, because the two times of Danshang almost same. If there is any difference, it is that the Danxiang seems to be stronger this time. Look, this grain of Void King pellet seems to be a lot bigger than the one just now. Could it be that the quality is better than the one just now? What a joke, how can the quality of a panacea be judged by its size? It's just, judging from the color and plumpness of this pill, it seems that it is indeed better than the one just now. Isn't that a meaning? That's right. A group of warriors below were shouting endlessly. In Jazi number 2 room, Ziwuji's eyeballs were almost protruding, staring fixedly at the Void King pellet on the stage, almost laughing wildly from the bottom of his heart. The Shu Wang pill that was auctioned before was strongly contested by Gong Sunliang. He was helpless and very annoyed. Just when he thought he had missed a good opportunity, Yang Kai unexpectedly took out another Shu Wang pill, and the quality was even worse than the one just now. Be excellent. How could Ziwuji not be surprised by this? No matter what, he must find a way to get this Void King pill into his pocket. As long as he has this panacea to help him, and after a few days of preparation, he can try to break through the Void King realm. Once it succeeds, it will really have the capital to compete with Gongsun Liang. I wonder how much this panacea is worth. Yang Kai's voice floated out from the private room. Li Nuo rolled his eyeballs, and said with a light smile, because a Shu Wang pill was auctioned for 1 billion yuan before, so this Shu Wang pill is worth this amount in the eyes of my concubine. She is obviously assisting Yang Kai. A glint of gloom flashed in Gongsun Liang's eyes, and he said coldly, Miss Li Nuo, you have to think about it clearly. The old man is willing to spend 1 billion for a Void King pill, but it doesn't mean that this thing is really worth the price. If you buy it if it is set at 1 billion, the old man will not agree. Li Nuodai frowned, and just when she was about to say something, Ziwuji's voice suddenly came out. Don't worry, Elder, Wuji bought this panacea for 1 billion yuan. Although he doesn't have a billion saint crystals, in his capacity, it's no problem to make an IOU with Li Nuo. Li Nuo nodded slightly, looked towards Gongsun Liang with a slight smile, and said, if that's the case, does Elder still have any questions? Humph. Gongsun Liang snorted coldly, stopped talking, and was silent for a while. He said in a deep voice, 1 billion. Quote, I would also like to ask the Grand Master to present the corresponding value of holy crystals or items on the stage to show fairness. Ziwu shouted loudly, unwilling to let go. Gongsun Liang remained silent. A moment later, a space ring flew out of Jiazi No. 1 room, and shot directly at the platform. Li Nuzhong grabbed it and began to investigate with a solemn expression. Ziwuji smiled again and said, Miss Li Nuo, you have to look carefully, after all, the number is huge, and it won't be able to be counted in a short time. As soon as this remark came out, many people couldn't help showing thoughtful expressions, thinking that they were right. How could such a huge number be counted in one go? But just now when Li Nuo went to room number 1 of Jiazi to count the holy crystals, he just confirmed it in an instant. Could it be that there is nothing tricky about it? It's not true that the great elder didn't pay those holy crystals, right? If so, it would be too bullying. This time, Li Nuo counted for a long time, and after burning a stick of incense, he smiled and said, the quantity has been confirmed, it is indeed 1.1 billion holy crystals. Old Master Dacheng is really amazing, I admire you. Yang Kai answered with a smile. If you don't have the ability to increase the price, this auction item will be taken by the old man. Gongsun Liang replied lightly. Yang Kai chuckled and flicked his hand. A beam of light shot out from the private room where he was, lightly falling in front of Li Nuo. Still a jade bottle, another panacea. Could it still be the Void King pellet? It's not impossible. Zhuang pill can only be refined by a Zhuang alchemist, and the main material is extremely scarce. It is already a rare item to be able to appear on weekdays. How could it be sold in an auction? Appearing one after another. There must be some other panacea in this jade bottle. It makes sense, but this lord has an extraordinary background. Presumably the value of the panacea that he took out this time should not be lower than the Zhuang pill. Everyone was discussing in one go, all curious about the elixir contained in the jade bottle, not knowing what kind of elixir Yang Kai took out this time. Li Nuo opened the jade bottle, glanced suspiciously, his delicate body shook, his face revealed a look of shock, then he raised his head and said, Shuang pill. Ah, isn't it, is it really Shuang pill? How many Void King pellets does this lord have in his hand? My lord, do you want a follower? A certain is a warrior at the peak of the Void Return 3rd layer. If you don't give up, you are willing to follow your lord, be a bull or a horse, and never complain. Fuck, Chen Lao Si, with your level, do you want to follow this lord? I think you want the Void King pill. With your aptitude, even if you have the Void King pill, it is impossible to advance to the Void King realm. Don't waste the spirit pill in the end. My lord, let's take a look at Sun's aptitude. Sun is already at the peak of the Void Return 3rd layer, the Saint Yuan is condensed and strong, and the potential field is about to reach its peak. My lord, let Sun serve you. Second Sun, if you dare to tear down Chen's platform, Chen will fight with you. You two idiots, how can you be attracted to you as an adult? My lord, my concubine has a special physique. Although it is not as good as the legendary furnace body, it is somewhat similar. Don't you want to try it? Concubine. Although the body is only at the 2nd level of returning to the void, but sooner or later it will be promoted to the Void King. If the adults do not give up, I am willing to be a slave and a handmaid. You bitch, who is ridden by thousands of people, dares to come out and show your face, and you don't want to lose face. My lord, choose me. I haven't been touched by a man yet, and I'm clean. I know the art of the boudoir, and I promise to make you so happy, my lord. The entire auction hall instantly became a vegetable market filled with lots of lots. Countless void-returning warriors yelled in the direction of room number 5 of Jiazi to show themselves, and there were even women who were shameless and seductive. Yang Kai took out 2 Void King pellets at once. Anyone could see that he was rich and powerful. If he could take out 2, there might not be more. Void King pellets are a must for any Void Return 3rd layer. There is a fatal temptation. If you can follow Yang Kai and get a Void King pellet, it's really worth it to be a cow. In the private room, Hua Yumeng's pretty face was ashen, looking at the group of dead flowers and willows below, scratching her head and posing. Her nose was almost crooked. But her beautiful eyes looking at Yang Kai are also shining brightly. Without him, she is also a 3rd layer Void Return boundary. On the stage, Li Nuo looked at the funny scene below with a wry smile, and she didn't know what to do. She had presided over many auctions, but there had never been such a situation in any auction. Her limelight was taken away by a bidder, but she didn't complain, she just felt weird. At the critical moment, Yang Kai coughed lightly, and said lightly, I appreciate your good intentions, but I have no intention of recruiting any followers, not to mention, Void King pill is something that is hard to come by, and I also got it by accident. Only 2 pills, nothing more. He really only has 2 pills, which were originally refined during alchemy on the Hanging Continent, and he wanted to take them when he was promoted to the Void King realm, but when he was finally promoted, he found that everything went well, so he didn't use the Void King anymore. The efficacy of Dan. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, many martial artists showed disappointment, except for a few people whose eyes were full of light, the others sat down again and stopped entanglement. Only then did Yang Kai rush to Li Nuo's direction and said, how much is this Void King pellet worth? Li Nuo said without hesitation, since the Void King pill just now is worth 1 billion, then this one is also worth it. Gongsun Liang said angrily, can you find another person who is willing to spend 1 billion to buy it? Li Nuo suddenly showed embarrassment. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Miss Li Nuo, don't be embarrassed, let's estimate it at a value of 500 million. Li Nuo showed gratitude, nodded his head and said, since your lord said so, then let it be 500 million. I don't know if the elder has any objections. Gongsun Liang snorted coldly, but did not speak. Everyone knows the value of Shu Wang pill, 5 or 6 million is normal, many people are clamoring for it, and it is estimated that 500 million is considered cheap. Yang Kai is so magnanimous, it seems that Gongsun Liang has a small belly. Li Nuo smiled slightly. The Lord of Jiazi No. 5 room offered 1.5 billion yuan, will the old man still want to increase the price? In room number 1 of Jiazi, Gongsun Liang's eyes flashed with struggle. Zhang Chengfeng said from the side, Elder Dachang, what is the mystery of this thing? You and that person have to spend so much money to bid for it. Gongsun Liang glanced at him and said with a sneer, it's nothing, it's just fighting spirit. Zhang Chengfeng was in a cold sweat, thinking that you two are really talented if you can fight against more than 1 billion holy crystals. After pondering for a while, he said, if that's the case, the boss of Dachangling doesn't have to fight with him anymore. This is Zixing, so is the elder Dachangi still afraid that he won't succeed? A cold light flashed in Gongsun Liang's eyes, and he nodded after a while and said, forget it, let's stop here. Although he still has the ability to continue bidding, but judging by Yang Kai's posture, he is not sure that he can compete with others. As Zhang Chengfeng said, this is Zixing, he really doesn't need to be afraid of anyone, just let that person keep it. What's the matter for a while? Saying this, he suddenly disappeared from the private room. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Woai Xiao Hua Ti. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1864 Void Thought Crystal. In room number 1 of Jiazi, Zhang Chengfeng looked helpless, knowing that Gongsun Liang left the mess to himself to clean up, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. On the stage, Li Nuo waited for a while, seeing that Gongsun Liang still had no intention of increasing the price, he happily started counting down, and after 3 times, the unknown refining material was won by Yang Kai. When someone sent the material to room number 5 of Jiazi, Yang Kai directly put it into the space ring, his brows were full of joy. Hua Yumeng looked very curious, and didn't know what the material was, which made Yang Kai so happy. An auction came to an end, and the warriors who came to participate left one after another, and it was almost time for others to leave, so Zhang Chengfeng went to look for Li Nuo with the cheek to retrieve the holy crystal that Gongsun Liang had mortgaged to her before. That's 1 billion holy crystals, so naturally we can't let them go. In room No. 2, Ziwuji paced restlessly, raising his head to look out from time to time, as if he was waiting for something. After a long time, the door of the room was opened wide, revealing Ji Jun's figure. Ziwuji's expression was startled, and he asked anxiously, Mr. Ji, how is the matter going? Ji Jun grinned, cupped his fists and said, to live up to the second young master's order, both things will be accomplished. Really? Ziwuji was overjoyed. That's great, when the great event is accomplished, Mr. Ji will be the first to do it. Ji Jun shook his head and said, second young master, it's serious. The old man has watched you grow up since he was a child, so why should he give credit for doing this for you? While talking, he took out a jade bottle and said, "Look, second young master, this is the Shu Wang pill that I just bought from Miss Li Nuo." Miss Li Nuo said, "Second young master has seen a rough road this time. She draws her sword to help, she admires the second young master very much, so this Void King pellet is calculated according to the price you bid before, and only needs 600 million holy crystals." Oh, a look of astonishment flashed in Ziwuji's eyes. Li Nuo has such courage. Zigen also had a suspicious expression on his face. No business is not evil, Li Nuo is a businessman, and he voluntarily gave up those 400 million saint crystals. I think there must be a reason for it. Maybe she knows that lord. Ziwuji thoughtfully said. Ji Lao means that she gave me such a big discount because of the face of me secretly helping that adult. Other than that, I can't think of any other reason. Zigen nodded seriously. That's right. Ziwuji pondered for a moment and agreed with Zigen's speculation. If this is the case, then we have to take good care of Tongtian auction house. Well, let's not talk about this. I asked you to do another thing, woolen cloth. The Lord has agreed. I have asked Miss Li Nuo to arrange a secret room for the second son and him. The second son will come with me. A look of joy flashed in Ziwuji's eyes, and he hurriedly left with Zigen. In the backyard of Tongtian auction house, in a secret room, all the restrictions were opened. Li Nuo and Hua Yumeng stood outside quietly. Not long after, Ziwuji and Zigen arrived. The two girls saluted quickly. Li Nuo smiled and said, "The Lord is inside, second young master, please." This time there is Miss Laolino. Ziwuji politely clasped his fists. Second young master is serious, it's nothing more than a little effort. No matter what, I will keep what happened today in my heart, and if I have a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Li Nuo smiled and didn't say any more. Then Ziwuji led Zigen and pushed the door in. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat alone on a chair, his eyes closed tightly, as if he was feeling something. Seeing this scene, Ziwuji immediately held his breath, and waved to Jijun, motioning him to go out. Zigen frowned, and said in a low voice, "Second young master." "Mr. Ji, I know it well." Ziwuji looked at Zigen sincerely. The latter had no choice but to back out. There were only Yang Kai and Ziwuji left in the room. Yang Kai didn't move, he didn't open his eyes, he didn't speak, Ziwuji didn't dare to disturb, he could only stand quietly and wait quietly. He mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was comprehending something, but in fact Yang Kai had already entered the mysterious small world at this moment. In mysterious small world, there was no one there, only Yang Kai's huge Dharma body, Huo Nao Luyan and stone puppet Xiao Xiao. The Dharma body is formed by refining the entire suspended continent. It is too huge, the space ring can't hold it at all, only the Emperor treasure space like mysterious Xiaoji can hold it. Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to it since the last time he brought the Dharma body in. When he saw it now, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that the size of his Dharma body seemed to have decreased a lot. I couldn't help but feel happy. It seems that with the passage of time, the Dharma body will gradually refine the impurities in the body. Although the volume becomes smaller, it will become stronger. This is the same as refining weapons. The innate supernatural powers of the stone puppet clan are enough to allow the Dharma body to complete these tasks, and it will become smaller and smaller in the future. Of course, it is impossible to restore it to Xiao Xiao's form, and Yang Kai doesn't have many ideas, as long as the volume of the body can be reduced by half. Today's Dharma body is certainly huge, giving the enemy a strong sense of oppression, but it is too large and inconvenient to move, which has advantages and disadvantages. Huo Nao Luyan is still devouring and refining the real sun fire. Every time she absorbs a ray of real sun fire, she will spend a lot of time refining it, and every time she refines a ray, her strength will increase a lot. Xiao Xiao is doing similar things now. It and the Firebird are Yang Kai's two major strengths. Yang Kai naturally can't favor one over the other, since the Firebird is used to refine the sun's true fire, Xiao Xiao naturally can't be left behind. However, what it does is a bit different from what Lu Yan does. Lu Yan absorbs the true fire of the sun and refines it into his body to increase his strength, while Xiao Xiao directly devours the true essence of the sun. This approach is more domineering and more harmful than the Firebird, but it has higher growth potential. When Yang Kai came here, the two major helpers were working hard to cultivate, and after so many years of consumption, the piece of sun true essence remained unchanged, as if it was still the same as when Yang Kai got it for the first time, exuding horribly hot. It is worthy of refining the stars to form a treasure, and the energy contained inside is simply difficult to estimate. Yang Kai threw the materials obtained from the previous auction into mysterious Xiaoji, and with a thought, he summoned Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan. The next moment, Lu Yan turned into a human form, appeared in front of Yang Kai, and said expressionlessly, "I have seen the master, what is the master's order?" "You too, devoured and refined the material on the outer layer of this thing." Yang Kai pointed to the material that took 2 Void King pills to photograph. "This is." Lu Yan stared intently at the mineral that was the size of a baby's head, and a look of astonishment soon appeared on his face. "Master, what is this thing? Why do I feel that it is of great help to me?" "The outer layer should definitely be Fenggang silver." Yang Kai smiled slightly. At the auction before, some warriors said that it looked like Fenggang silver, which was absolutely true. Fenggang silver was the breath of the ancient Holy Spirit, the real phoenix, which was made by melting minerals. It contained the breath of the ancient Holy Spirit, and it was extremely precious. Lu Yan's body is a weapon spirit, in the form of a fire bird, and the most noble bird in the world is naturally the Holy Spirit and true phoenix. She could feel that Fenggang silver was of great help to her, and this was also the reason. If she could devour and refine Fenggang silver, she might be able to get a glimpse of the real phoenix's demeanor. The outer layer. Lu Yan showed a thoughtful look, that is to say, there is another layer inside. That's right, don't mess around with the stuff inside, it's very useful to me. Yang Kai chuckled. Master, what's inside? Void Mind Crystal. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and spit out a few words. Void Thought Crystal. Lu Yan was shocked, is it the Void Thought Crystal that can only be condensed in the body by a Void King 3rd layer powerhouse? That's right. Yang Kai nodded heavily, although he is now at the 2nd level of the Void King, but he has just been promoted, and he is still in the groping stage for the existence of Void Mind Crystal, and there is no Void Mind Crystal in his body. Sign. But he had come into contact with a real Void Mind Crystal. It was entrusted by Lord Diking Shengqiyu to go to the Blood Prison for trials and obtain the Void Mind Crystal of the crazy Crocodile Demon King. But that is the Void Mind Crystal of the Yaozu, so in terms of form, it is an inner alchemy. But what exists in this piece of Fenggang silver is the human's Void Thought Crystal. It was precisely for this reason that he did not hesitate to compete with Gongsun Liang. I believe that even if Gongsun Liang didn't know that the thing inside was the Void Mind Crystal, he must know that it was of great value, so he kept raising the price. In that auction house, only he and Gongsun Liang had reached the 2nd level of the Void King, and only their spiritual sense could pass through the outer layer of Fenggang silver and see a trace of reality inside. Others don't have this ability, so of course they can't judge the true value of this Fenggang silver. The difference is that Yang Kai can be sure, but Gongsun Liang is confused. If he can also be sure, then he will never give up lightly. I am afraid that he will fight to the end with Yang Kai. It is unimaginable that things like Void Mind Crystal can improve and help Void King Realm warriors. Back then Lord Kaiyu asked Yang Kai to help him go to the Blood Prison to get the Void Mind Crystal of the crazy Crocodile Demon King, just to impact his own 3rd layer realm. Prepare. Today's Yang Kai is on the same level as the original Kaiyu Lord, so he naturally needs Void Mind Crystal. In the entire star field, how many Void King 3rd layers are there? These people are all old monsters who can't die of old age. Even if they reach the limit, no one knows where they died, let alone get their Void Thought Crystals. So this thing is simply a treasure that money can't buy. Yang Kai was able to get the Void Mind Crystal this time because of his luck. Compared with the Void Mind Crystal that existed inside, the value of the Fenggang silver was not worth mentioning, so Yang Kai generously let Lu Yan and Xiao Xiao swallowing and refining together. Fenggang Yin itself has a great effect on improving Xiao Xiao, and the true phoenix breath contained in Fenggang Yin is of great significance to the convective inflammation. Coupled with the true essence of the sun, I believe that the 2 major powers will help in the future. In terms of strength there will be another leap-like improvement. As for why this Void Mind Crystal was wrapped in Fenggang silver, Yang Kai didn't know. Perhaps in the long time ago, which Void King 3rd layer powerhouse was breathed out by the real phoenix's divine fire and burned to death, the Void Mind Crystal in his body might fuse with the nearby minerals. This is of course a guess, and it shouldn't be much worse. It is precisely because of the existence of the Void Mind Crystal that the color of this Phoenix Gang silver is different. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1865. What did you say? After dealing with the matters in mysterious small world, Yang Kai returned to his body, and slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at Ziwuji who was standing aside, Yang Kai said, "Second young master, sit down." Although he was dealing with the mysterious small world just now, he was aware of Ziwuji's arrival, so he was not surprised at all. Seeing his amiable face, Ziwuji was overjoyed, and quickly said, "In front of your lord, Wuji can just stand and talk." Yang Kai squinted at him, and said calmly, Master Wuji is also the second son of Zixing, with different status, I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to speak standing up. Only now Wuji clasped his fists, and said neither humble nor overbearing, since that's the case, the Venerable will forgive Wuji for being presumptuous. While speaking, she sat down opposite Yang Kai, took the initiative to pick up the teapot, and poured a cup for Yang Kai, looking extremely courteous. Yang Kai smiled and said, I would like to thank second young master for making a secret rescue earlier. Wuji was stunned, and quickly realized what Yang Kai was referring to, and hurriedly said, the Venerable is serious, Zhang Chao is just a clown, dare to offend the Venerable, he deserves death. Although Wuji ordered Deputy Commander Ku Zheng detained him, but the Great Elder was so powerful that he was finally let out by them, and he was not punished in the end. Yang Kai chuckled. Second young master also said that Zhang Chao is just a clown, how can I have the same knowledge as him? Wuji immediately clasped his fists and said, Your Majesty has a lot of people, Wuji admires you. Yang Kai waved his hand. Stop the gossip, second young master asked Li Nuo to make this arrangement in secret, what can I do for you? Wuji looked upright, and said, Wuji heard that my Zixing has produced a third Venerable, who is powerful. This is my Zixing's luck, and I admire him very much. Get to the point. Wuji's voice stopped abruptly, and after pondering for a long time, he suddenly got up and bowed to the ground. Wuji asks the Lord to help me control Zixing. His expression was resolute, and his voice was sonorous and powerful, but after he said these words, there were beads of sweat on his forehead. It was obvious that he was also extremely nervous, and he had a great struggle deep in his heart. After finishing speaking, but did not get any response, Wuji looked up quietly, and saw Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. That smile was very meaningful, although the other party's eyes did not have the slightest oppressive force, but pierced through him like a sharp sword. Everything can peep into the depths of one's heart. Wuji's heart suddenly felt an illusion that all the secrets had been seen through. He gritted his teeth suddenly, and shouted, Your Honor, please give me a helping hand. Bold. Yang Kai slapped the table, his tone extremely cold. Wuji was shocked all over, and looked at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai sneered and said, Second young master, I didn't expect you to be so rebellious. Since you know that this seat is the Zixing Venerable, you should know that the Venerable is one person under 10,000 people, and at some point it represents Sheng. Master Sheng, how dare you say such a thing in front of me, in order to subvert your father's rule and force me to take action against you? Wuji said, My lord, calm down. As the second son of Zixing, Wuji still understands the rules. It's just what? Yang Kai squinted at him, wrapping him in his own domain, as if he would kill if he dared to say similar words. The sweat on Wuji's forehead fell like raindrops, and he felt the breath of death for the first time. Under the pressure of Yang Kai's domain, he almost lost the ability to think, and fell to his knees on the ground. At the critical moment, he actually bit the tip of his tongue, cleared his mind for a moment, and said in a deep voice, if it was a normal time, Wuji would not dare to have such unreasonable thoughts. Zixing is controlled by my Z family for generations, and my father Zilong he is also one of the overlords who rule the world, and he is the most respected and admired person by Wuji. How dare Wuji disrespect him? But his father has fallen, his elder brother has disappeared without a trace, and the purple star cannot be without a leader. At this time, Wuji, if you don't stand up, who else can stand up? What did you just say? Yang Kai squinted his eyes, staring at Wuji tightly, and there was really a trace of murderous intent deep in his heart. He never expected that Wuji knew that Zilong had fallen. Although I don't know how he got it, but looking at the other party's demeanor and tone of voice, it is not speculation but full confidence. But other than Yang Kai and Guizhu, no one else knew about this matter. How did Wuji know? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out 10,000 times. Wuji seemed to have calmed down a lot, and his articulate words became clearer, and he looked directly into Yang Kai's eyes without fear, and said, Your Majesty, you don't have to lie to Wuji, as Wuji already knew about it a few days after his father's death. After finishing speaking, he laughed again. Your Majesty must be suspicious of how Wuji knew about it. This matter is also very simple to say. My father has a Yuanming lamp, the lamp is alive when people are alive, and the lamp is extinguished when people die. The existence of this lamp is universal. There is only one person who knows, and that is Wuji's mother. Even my elder brother Zidonglai doesn't know the existence of this Yuanming lamp. Yuanming lamp. Yang Kai raised his brows, although he had never heard of this thing, but he also knew that it was probably the same as the ice soul orb that Su Yan had condensed before. The orb was alive when people were alive, and the orb was broken when people died. That's right. Zi Wuji nodded solemnly. Although my father has many wives and concubines, Wuji's mother is the one he loves the most, so she has been keeping this Yuanming lamp. After the Yuanming lamp was broken, my mother took it. I told Wuji about it. Since Zilong cares about your mother so much, why doesn't he train you as his successor? Yang Kai sneered. Zi Wuji smiled wryly and said, Your Majesty came to Zixing not long ago, so I'm afraid I don't know the situation well. Zixing should be headed by his father, but under his father, the great elder is the most powerful person, and my eldest brother's mother happens to be the eldest elder's daughter. Well, I understand a little bit. Yang Kai nodded slightly. After all, it was Zilong's compromise. No wonder Zidonglai's bad-natured guy could become the young master of Zixing. Yang Kai thought that Zilong there are other reasons for being too doting on him. Your Majesty doesn't seem to be surprised at the news that his father has fallen. It seems that he already knew about it. Zi Wuji looked at Yang Kai and said softly. How can you see that? Yang Kai asked back. When my father took my eldest brother out before, he went to the legendary Lost Land. There is extremely dangerous, even my father is not sure that I can get out of my body. My father should have fallen there. And you, Venerable, suddenly appeared in Purple Star City some time later, and Wuji had never heard of your existence before. Wuji guessed that you should have met your father in the Lost Land, and you became the third Venerable of my Purple Star in the Lost Land. Maybe you were there when your father died, so today is not a surprise at all. Quote. The analysis is reasonable. Yang Kai nodded approvingly. The next moment, his face suddenly became cold, his brows and eyes flew out murderously. But if I kill Zilong, the situation like today can also appear. Mr. Wuji did not expect this level. Zi Wuji's complexion changed, but he was not too flustered, but calmly said, Wuji naturally thought about it, but it should be impossible. It's not that Wuji questioned the strength of the Venerable, since the Venerable can get his father's approval and hand over to give orders to the Venerable, the natural means are powerful, but if the Venerable wants to kill someone like my father, I am afraid that I will not be able to retreat completely, right? So the death of my father should not have much to do with the Venerable. There is nothing wrong with Zi Wuji's speculation, but he seriously underestimated Yang Kai's strength, and the situation at that time was not that Yang Kai and Zilong were fighting alone, and Guizhu and Dharma Body were attacking together. In addition to this, there is another more important reason, that is, my eldest brother is still alive. If my father is really killed by the Venerable, my eldest brother will definitely not survive. Your elder brother also has Yuanming Lantern? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Of course there are. Zi Wuji nodded. Yang Kai rejoiced for no reason. Fortunately, Zidonglai's soul was not destroyed, otherwise, if he came to Zixing this time, he would be caught in a trap. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became friendly, and he sighed. Master Wuji, you are very smart. If I were Zilong, I would definitely train you as my successor. Zi Wuji was overjoyed, and said humbly, Your Honor, Wuji is just trying to survive. Yang Kai sighed and said, You are right, Zilong indeed fell in the Lost Land. I also met Zilong there, and had a life and death experience with him. He invited me to join Zixing. I also agreed, but who would have thought that there was a divine bird, the 7 luminaries peacock, in that ghostly place? That evil animal is not a Void King third layer powerhouse, and your father was enveloped by the 7 luminaries divine light for a while, so he fell. I am deeply sorry. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Zi Wuji immediately burst into tears, extremely sad. Tears rolled down, like pearls with broken strings. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, admiring him in his heart. This Zi Wuji is definitely a talent, although he cried so much and looked like he was in pain, but it was because of this that he seemed a bit artificial. After all, he didn't just learn of the news of his father's death, but he had already spied it through the extinguishing of the Yuanming lamp. Now that he did this in front of Yang Kai, there was some element of acting, and Yang Kai wasn't sure what he was going to do. Do you believe the rhetoric you just made up? But whether he believes it or not, Yang Kai can only take one step at a time. After crying for quite a while, Zi Wuji restrained his voice, wiped away his tears, and said in a trembling voice, I made His Majesty laugh. It's human nature, the second young master mourns. Yang Kai consoled patiently. Honorable One, there is still one thing that I don't know about Wuji, and I hope that His Holiness will not hesitate to enlighten me. Zi Wuji quickly recovered, and seemed to have the intention of turning grief into strength. Speak, Yang Kai said lightly. My elder brother, Where is he now? Ziwuji asked in a low voice. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at woixiaowati. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1866 arranged. Question mark. Yang Kai looked at him and smiled slightly. What are you doing asking about this? Ziwuji said in a deep voice. The lost land is so dangerous, and even a figure like my father has fallen, so my eldest brother should not be safe and sound. It may be due to the honor that he survived. Only you, my lord, know. So what? Yang Kai twitched his mouth. What? Mr. Wuji wants me to hand over your elder brother to you. Ziwuji waved his hands in fear and said, don't dare. Wuji absolutely doesn't have such an idea. Eldest brother and Wuji are of the same family. Now that his father has died, how could Wuji have any other thoughts about elder brother? It's just that Wuji wants to ask, your lord, you came to Purple Star this time, but you were entrusted by your elder brother. Joke, what is my identity? Even if he is the Purple Star young master, he has no right to interfere with my actions. Yang Kai sneered. Ziwuji was overjoyed. This will be easy to handle. Since the Venerable has a lifelong friendship with my father, he must not have the heart to see Zixing's power fall into the hands of others. If this is the case, my father will know how to rest in peace. Also ask the Venerable to help me. Yang Kai remained silent, seemingly in deep thought. Ziwuji saw that there was something to be done, and hurriedly said, since the Lord has met my elder brother, he must know what kind of character he is. I don't know who is more suitable for the position of the Lord of the Purple Star in the eyes of the Lord. When saying this, Ziwuji no longer concealed his ambition, his eyes were shining brightly. Yang Kai said lightly, although Zidonglai's aptitude is good, but in terms of calmness and scheming, he is indeed not as good as you. He can become a strong man, but he will definitely not be able to become the overlord. Thank you for your praise. Ziwuji accepted it unceremoniously, and said in a deep voice, my lord, father and elder brother have been missing for nearly 2 years. Procrastination, the situation of Zixing is not good. Since the Venerable has accepted the Venerable order from his father, Wuji will regard you as one of his own, and if the Venerable helps, great things will be accomplished. Are you so sure? Yang Kai frowned. Ziwuji smiled confidently. In Zixing, my Z family is the orthodox. Wuji has been hiding his power for so many years, and now that he dares to jump out to fight against that old man, naturally he has nothing. What is missing now is just someone who can compete with that old man. It's just a key person to fight against. And the arrival of the Venerable just gave Wuji hope. Yang Kai looked at Ziwuji in surprise, and suddenly realized that he still underestimated this guy. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he had gathered a lot of powerful warriors to work for him. He is too lazy to worry about the power disputes on Zixing's side. After all, his purpose is only the Star Emperor's token, but the last time he went to the Zixing Palace to scare the snake, if he can use Ziwuji's hand to get that thing out this time, it would be great. It's also a good way. At this point, Yang Kai pretended to be deep in thought. Ziwuji didn't dare to interrupt rashly, he could only stand there anxiously and wait. After a long time, when Ziwuji and others were restless, Yang Kai suddenly said, young Master Wuji is so open and honest, and so smart, which makes me very pleased. I believe that if Zilong has knowledge, he can smile at Juquan. My lord, what do you mean? Ziwuji looked at Yang Kai in surprise and joy. If you want me to help you, it's not impossible. As a Venerable, I should contribute to Zixing. I am not a cold-blooded person, so I can't watch Zixing's foundation fall into the hands of others, but... What request does the Lord have? Just explain it. If Wuji can handle it well, he will definitely not refuse. Ziwuji was very kind, and continued without waiting for Yang Kai to finish speaking. Very good. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. I only have 2 requests. The first one is that I want to enter your Purple Star's treasury and take something from it. That is what your father promised me. Treasure house. Ziwuji was startled, and then smiled wryly. Your Majesty doesn't know something. Wuji also knows a thing or two about this Purple Star treasure house, and it is located in the most closely guarded place of the Purple Star Palace. Although Wuji can get close, there is no key. However, it cannot be opened, and Wuji has never entered the treasury, only father and elder brother have entered there. I have the key, Yang Kai said. I don't need to worry about this, second young master. Father's key is in the hands of the Venerable. Ziwuji was stunned. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Ziwuji's face changed slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking of, but he quickly restrained himself, nodded and said, If that's the case, then the matter is not difficult, as Wuji, as the second son, naturally has the right to approach the treasure house. Leave this matter to me. Very good. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. The second thing is to release those people from the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Wuji looked distressed, and said helplessly, my lord doesn't know, those people were not imprisoned by Wuji, but the Great Elder and the guards are all the Great Elder's cronies. Of course I know he did it. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Second young master is too busy to take care of himself now. How can he have the time to detain the people of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce? But I am very curious, why did the Great Elder do this? Wuji's face darkened, and he said, if Wuji's guess is correct, it's probably the old man's trick against me. Want to hear the details? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The Hangluo Chamber of Commerce is a colossus, stronger than my purple star, but not weaker. Wuji said in a low voice, among the people who came to the Purple Star this time, the leader seems to be the son of the president of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, and the Great Elder detained him. If the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce finds out, it will naturally take action. This matter can be big or small. If it is bigger, it is a conflict between two major forces, and it is very likely to cause a war between the two sides. If it is smaller, it's not worth mentioning, as long as those people don't have to worry about their lives. If the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce really gets the news and comes to ask for people, the Great Elder only needs to hand over a scapegoat, and the big things can be turned into small things. I believe that the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce will not be willing to have a confrontation with the Purple Star because of such a trivial matter. Of course, the scapegoat handed over must have a certain weight, and a cat or a dog will naturally not be able to appease the anger of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. The scapegoat is probably you. Yang Kai understood clearly. Besides me, who else in Zixing can take on this position? Wuji sneered, if Wuji is handed over, then Zixing will really have to change his surname. It turned out to be like this. Yang Kai finally figured out why Zixing would suddenly detain Shentu and the others. It was actually a method used by the Great Elder to deal with Wuji. It can only be said that this guy Shentu didn't read the almanac when he went out, so he fell headlong into this place. In the vortex of right and wrong. So, if His Holiness wants to save people, he has to deal with that old man first. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. My lord, do you know those people from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce? Wuji couldn't hold back his curiosity, and asked. Yang Kai glanced at him lightly. Wuji immediately laughed and said, Wuji is too talkative. Okay, now I want to know how the second young master will deal with the Great Elder. Don't tell me that you don't have a complete plan. Of course not. Wuji had an excited look on his face. Wuji has been preparing for a long time, just waiting for this day to come. Now with the help of His Holiness, great things will surely come true. Wuji's plan is like this. At that moment, Wuji confessed all his thoughts. Yang Kai listened calmly, secretly surprised in his heart. He did not expect that with Wuji's means and abilities, he would be able to endure until today before showing his true colors, and among the purple stars, the strong one he subdued, there are too many of them. This kid's ability to hide his strength and bide his time is very real. After listening to it, Yang Kai summed it up silently, feeling that this matter is really close to 10, and immediately looked at Wuji. If Zixing can be controlled by second young master, it will definitely be even more brilliant in the future. My lord is absurd. Wuji smiled humbly. Okay, it's getting late, let's go here today, and when that day comes, I will look for the second young master. Wuji sends His Excellency off respectfully. Wuji stood up and bowed to the ground. Walking out of the room, Yang Kai greeted Li Nuo, then took Hua Yumeng to the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce. In the wing room, Wuji couldn't hide the joy on his brows, and smiled silently. When Ji Jun came in and saw him like this, he was pleasantly surprised and said, My lord, have you settled with that lord? Wuji nodded. Ji Jun hit his left palm with his right fist, and said excitedly, Great, after so many days of shrinking, I can finally feel proud, but son, is that lord trustworthy? Hearing Ji Jun's question, Wuji also suppressed the joy on his face. It should be possible. This lord doesn't have a strong sense of belonging to my Zixing, so he won't be loyal to that side. As long as I can meet his requirements, it can be used by me. But even so, I have to be careful. Ji Lao, follow me back to the Purple Star Palace to see my mother. Ji Jun's expression froze. My lord, do you want to ask that adult to do it? Wuji said. That's right, I, Zixing, am more than one venerable. After returning to the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce with Hua Yumeng, Yang Kai began to retreat, and told those people in the Weifang Chamber of Commerce not to run around in the near future. In fact, there is no need for him to ask. When Hua Yumeng came back with more than 200 million holy crystals, Sha Jingwu and others were all shocked. In the past, they had only heard about such a huge amount of holy crystals in the conversations of others, and they didn't even dare to imagine that they could have it, but today it was actually placed in front of them. No one could believe it was real. After a full half a day, everyone accepted this reality, and even under the auspices of Hua Yumeng, they allocated 20 million saint crystals to purchase precious cultivation materials. In the next few days, all the people from the five-party Chamber of Commerce were practicing in closed doors. How could they have the leisure to go out and run around? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1867 Treasure House. Time flies. Half a month later, this day is also the day when Zixing worships ancestors in heaven. Every year on this day, under the leadership of the owner of the Purple Star, the top management of the Purple Star will worship the ancestors in groups to comfort the spirits of the ancestors in the sky. There is a huge ancestral hall in the Zixing Palace. Not only the ancestors of the Z family are enshrined in the ancestral hall, but also countless people with foreign surnames who have made great contributions to the development of Zixing. Enshrined here. This matter is a major event for Zixing, and no one dares to treat it carelessly. The Zixing executives have also prepared for this for a long time, and have considered everything in place. So on this day, all the senior Zixing officials will arrive at the Zixing Palace on time and gather in the direction of the Ancestral Hall. Almost all eyes and attention were focused on the Ancestral Hall, and the protection of other places was largely ignored. Yang Kai also came to Purple Star Palace at this time. After showing his venerable order at the gate of the palace, a guard respectfully ushered him in. Not long after walking, a person in front of him suddenly appeared and said to the guard, "Go down, the old man will be in charge next time." Yes. The guard bowed and retreated quickly. Yang Kai looked at that person, cupped his fist slightly. Elder Ji. This person is obviously Ji Jun, who has been following Ziwuji. Ji Jun smiled slightly and returned the courtesy. Ji Jun has met Venerable Yang. Please come with me. The second young master has already arranged everything, and now we just wait for the Venerable to come. Thank you. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and followed Ji Jun towards the expert. Ji Jun is undoubtedly very familiar with the Purple Star Palace, leading Yang Kai to turn left and right, and it took only half an hour to arrive in front of a secret hall in the center. Made of different materials, it is surrounded by restrictions and strict defenses. But at this moment, there is no one there, and the warriors guarding here have obviously been transferred away. Ji Jun stood in front of the secret hall, with an unconcealable fanatical look in his eyes. He took a deep breath before calming down, and said, "Master Yang, the second son said that this is where the Purple Star Treasure House is located. As long as you have special qualities, the key and a drop of blood from the disciples of the Z family can open the treasure house." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "I still need a drop of blood from the Z family's direct line. How come I haven't heard of such a thing?" Neither Zi Donglai nor Zi Wuji told him this secret. Zi Wuji concealed something from him, and Yang Kai could understand it. After all, the two were not close friends. The degree of candor. But this guy from Zidong didn't even say anything, which made Yang Kai very annoyed. Ji Jun chuckled. "Your Majesty, calm down, it's not a big deal. Mr. Wuji has already prepared a drop of his blood essence for His Majesty." While talking, he took out a transparent bottle, which contained a drop of dark red blood, and within the blood drop, there was still a hint of purple light, as if there was some mysterious power bred there, which seemed a little different. "It's rolling on the bottom of the bottle." Yang Kai stretched out his hand, but before Ji Jun realized what happened, Yang Kai grabbed that drop of blood essence, which made his face change drastically. He is also a Void King First Order anyway, but Yang Kai snatched the things in his hand and he didn't even have time to react, which shows that the strength of the two is very different. "Honorable One." Ji Jun stared at the drop of blood essence eagerly, his tone aching. "How to use this thing? Elder Ji, just tell me." Yang Kai ordered lightly, but his tone was mixed with a taste that could not be refuted. Ji Jun's face was ugly, but he didn't dare to be disobedient, and said, "Just smear this blood essence on the key." Yang Kai nodded, expressing his understanding, stretched out his hand and flicked the bottle cap open. The Saint Yuan surged, and the drop of blood essence flew out of the jade bottle, splashing directly on the key he took out. The golden key seemed to be alive, devouring Zi Wuji's blood essence, and there was even a sound of sucking. The next moment, the golden key turned into a dragon with two horns. With a faint purple halo, it danced twice in midair, and headed straight for the gate of the secret hall ahead. The heavy gate seems to have become an invisible thing, swaying a layer of ripples. Elder Ji, wait here for a while, I'll come as soon as I go. Yang Kai dropped a sentence, and with a flash of his body, he got into the secret hall. Wait, Ji Jun had received Ziwuji's instructions, so he dared to let Yang Kai enter the secret hall alone, and when he was about to follow up, the gate of the secret hall suddenly returned to normal. Ji Jun almost missed it. It's broken, it's broken. Ji Jun jumped his feet anxiously, scolding Yang Kai bloody in his heart. This is Zixing's treasury for countless years. There are not many things stored in it, but everything is very precious. There are many things that are the foundation of Zixing. Now Yang Kai entered it alone, God knows will you keep your promise and only take the same. It is precisely because of this concern that Ziwuji asked Ji Jun to follow him. One is to prevent Yang Kai from being greedy, and the other is to know what Yang Kai is going to take from it. But no one expected that Yang Kai's movements would be so fast. Even a Void King first layer like Ji Jun couldn't guard against it at all. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, Ji Jun had a dead father's expression on his face, thinking hard about how to report this to Ziwuji when he saw Ziwuji later, and at the same time secretly praying that Yang Kai would not be too greedy, just take whatever he wanted. In the secret hall, Yang Kai looked around and found that the area was not large, and there were not many things inside, but everything he saw made his eyes bright. Even with his vision, entering this purple star treasury is still amazing. There is no holy crystal here, but there are large and small jade bottles, all kinds of secret treasures, and books of secret skills. There is no need to deliberately observe, Yang Kai also knows that these things are all treasures. Yang Kai stood on the spot, grinned, and immediately stretched out his hand. The soul-fixing bowl suddenly appeared on the palm of his hand, a sharp look appeared in his eyes, and a soul thought rushed into the bowl. The next moment, there was a scream from inside the bowl, and Zidonglai's soul wobbled out, and he cried out in horror, "My lord, what happened?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, showing a mouthful of pure white fangs, and said with a smile, "Come on Zidong, just take a look, what is this place?" Zidonglai turned his head to look around, his face suddenly changed, and he whispered, "Zixing treasure house, how could you?" Before I finished speaking, I suddenly realized something, and quickly said with a smile on my face, "Congratulations, my lord, this is my purple star treasure house, hee hee. Stop pretending to be deaf and dumb with me." Yang Kai snorted coldly, "To enter this treasury, you actually need the blood essence of your Z family's direct line, why didn't you tell me about this kind of thing?" "My lord, please calm down, my lord, please calm down. Donglai originally wanted to wait until your lord was ready to make an announcement, but he never had the chance. It wasn't that Donglai deliberately concealed it. Don't be so clever." Yang Kai sneered, "Do you think I don't know what your plan is? Are you planning to use my hand to get rid of your second younger brother Ziwuji and use his blood?" Zidonglai's expression changed, and he was speechless. Obviously it was hit by Yang Kai. "Zidonglai, you pretended to be smart, but you were mistaken by your cleverness." Yang Kai chuckled. "My lord, spare my life, my lord, spare my life. Donglai will never dare again." Zidonglai's soul body curled up in the bowl, kowtowing for mercy. "Now you know that you want me to spare your life. What did you do?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and flicked Zidonglai's soul body. As soon as he pointed it out, Zidonglai's soul body felt as if it had been severely injured, as if the cloud and mist had been blown away, and could no longer be closed together. He screamed in panic, but his voice gradually weakened, and finally dissipated in the world. Killing Zidong came to Yang Kai without the slightest burden. This guy repeatedly made trouble for him when he was in the Lost Land, and even encouraged Shu Wei to kill him. If it wasn't for the usefulness of keeping him at that time, Yang Kai wouldn't have kept the soul-fixing bowl with him all the time. Knowing that this guy is hiding something from him now, how could Yang Kai allow him to live? Zidonglai's soul body was destroyed. Yang Kai put away the soul-fixing bowl. This thing is a very strange secret treasure, maybe when it will be effective. Until this time, Yang Kai had no time to check the storage in the treasure house. After checking the bottles of pills, Yang Kai was beaming with joy. There are not many pills placed in this treasury, there are only 8 kinds and 52 bottles, but every kind, every bottle is a king-level panacea. These spirit pills have a huge improvement effect on the cultivation of any Void King realm, and they are definitely the storage of Zixing for so many years. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite, and swept everything into his own space ring. The secret treasures of various shapes have not been let go. Of the secret treasures placed here, 5 are of Zhuang level quality, and the highest quality one is actually Zhuang level middle grade, and the other 4 are rare treasures even if they are Zhuang level low grade. Other than that, the rest are all virtual level top rank secret treasures. These void level top rank secret treasures are different from ordinary void level top ranks. Each of them has huge power. Even if it is not as good as Void King level, it is almost the same. There are also secret exercises that Zixing has collected over the years, and Yang Kai has not let them go. Now that the Lingxiao clan has a great career and tens of thousands of disciples, if these secret exercises are brought back, it will also allow disciples to have more choice. How can the secret codes of exercises in the treasure house be so bad? Practicing these things is enough to make the disciples of Lingxiaozong surpass others by a large margin in the beginning. This advantage will become more and more obvious as their strength improves in the future, and finally left a lot of other warriors behind. In addition to these things, there are many alchemy and refining materials, all of which are extremely precious. Yang Kai is also full of income. All of a sudden, he made a lot of money. He didn't feel guilty at all about this, although he told Ziwuji that he only took one thing, but Ziwuji can't control how many things he takes when he enters here. He has never had a good impression of Zixing, so of course he will be ruthless at this moment. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at 87,453,198. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1868 Earth Vein Crystal and Dragon Scale. The harvest was huge, but Yang Kai didn't find what he needed. However, he was not in a hurry, but turned his attention to a few boxes placed in the most inconspicuous corners. There are a total of 3 boxes over there, lined up in sequence. If there is no miscalculation, the Star Emperor token should be hidden in one of the boxes. The Star Emperor order is related to the key to him entering the Star Realm to seek higher martial arts, so Yang Kai is naturally very concerned. Now he has collected 6 pieces in his hand, counting the piece of Zixing, that is 7 pieces, and the remaining 2 pieces are also available. As long as they are collected, the passage can be opened. For Zixing, he is bound to win. When he came to the 3 boxes, Yang Kai sized them up for a while and confirmed that there were no restrictions around them, before reaching out to pick up the first box. When I opened the box, I saw that there was something in the shape of a spar inside. Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange look, and looked at it for a while. He found that he didn't know what it was. This spar was in a round shape, the texture was very pure, without flaws, it looked like a holy stone, crystal. But this is definitely not Saint Crystal. Because it is impossible for a piece of holy crystal to be prevented from being kept in the Purple Star Treasury. Yang Kai reached out to take the round spar out of the box. The expression on his face became even weirder. He found that this thing had no energy fluctuations at all, like a useless crystal. But when he released his divine sense to investigate, his face suddenly changed, and he whispered in shock, "So strong." At that moment, he actually felt an unimaginable energy fluctuation from this inconspicuous spar. The energy was so huge, like a vast and boundless sea. His divine thoughts poured into it, and he suddenly had a feeling that he couldn't see the end, which made him feel a little palpitation. Is this really Saint Crystal? Yang Kai was a little uncertain. He could feel that the energy contained in the crystal stone was free of impurities, and could be absorbed and refined by warriors to assist in cultivation. This function was just like Saint Crystal. But how can a holy crystal possess such powerful energy? He tried to operate the exercises to absorb the energy inside the spar, and the energy stored in it flowed along his palm and poured into his limbs and bones smoothly. Yang Kai suddenly felt refreshed. His whole body seemed to be surrounded by huge energy. Just a moment of absorption, Yang Kai found that what he absorbed was almost equal to the total storage of hundreds of Saint crystals. But this round spar has not changed at all, as if the energy contained inside is endless. Could it be Earth Vein Crystal? Yang Kai suddenly thought of a rumor he had heard before, and his eyes lit up. Earth veins are special energy aggregates formed by the accumulation of underground aura, which cannot be moved or transferred. Where there are earth veins, the aura of heaven and earth is generally stronger. Those big and small forces, family sects, like to build their main rudders on top of the earth veins. Only in this way can the disciples have a good cultivation environment. The more powerful the sect is, the more they like to occupy excellent ground. Ley lines are divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The lowest grade ley lines are not rare. They are everywhere in Lingshan and Dashuan. The slightly better ley lines are relatively rare, and the higher quality ley lines are even rarer. Where Ling Shaozong is located now, there is a good ground vein deep underground, so it is full of aura. Land veins are not only divided into grades, but also of different sizes. Some land veins cover a vast area, while others only stretch for 3 to 5 miles. There may be anything. According to the legend, there is also a kind of the most superb earth vein. All the energy of the world is condensed in one place, and after many years, it forms the shape of a spar. This is the earth vein crystal. The ley lines cannot be moved, but the ley lines can be carried with you. Carrying an earth vein crystal is equivalent to carrying the best earth vein crystal all the time. Warriors can use it to practice without using holy crystals, and the speed of cultivation will increase hundreds of times. Yang Kai has never encountered such a thing as earth vein crystal, only heard about it in rumors. But now, in this purple star treasury, there is an object that may be an earth vein crystal. This is a heaven-defying treasure. Although it can only be used by one person, it is not like ordinary earth veins that can be used by the entire family or sect. However, with this bead, warriors will not be able to cultivate quickly. Holding this earth vein crystal, Yang Kai's mouth suddenly cracked to the base of his ears. At his current level of cultivation, there are few things in the world that can tempt him, but this earth vein crystal is undoubtedly one of them. Putting the earth vein crystal into his space ring, Yang Kai didn't think about it, but picked up the second box. When I opened it, there was a special token lying in the box. The token was slowly exuding the power of God, and a striking Emperor was engraved on the front. What is it if it is not the token of the Star Emperor? Yang Kai put it away unceremoniously. So far, the 7th Star Emperor token has finally been obtained. Yang Kai turned his attention to the last box. Among the previous 2 boxes, one contained the earth vein crystal and the other contained the Star Emperor token, both of which were incomparably valuable items, so Yang Kai was naturally looking forward to the 3rd box. Opening the box, Yang Kai hadn't had time to see what was inside. Suddenly, his expression changed. He frantically urged his own cultivation technique, and suppressed the boiling blood all over his body. At the same time, a faint dragon chant sounded from his body. The keel sword Dikyui shot out uncontrollably and turned into a green dragon, suspended in front of him. On the huge dragon head, the 2 dragon eyes stared like copper bells, staring fixedly at the 3rd jade box. There is a complicated look in his eyes. Yang Kai's face was solemn, looking at the keel sword that had turned into a green dragon. He pinched a spell in his hand, and with a thought, he took it into his body, but the blood in his body was still flowing, and a voice kept ringing deep in his heart, as if something in the 3rd box is calling itself. Yang Kai cautiously looked into the box, and found that what was contained in the box was a palm-sized scale. The scales are like fish scales, but there are intricate patterns on them, and there is an ancient and wild aura that makes one's heart palpitate, flowing out of the scales. Dragon scale, Yang Kai exclaimed in shock. It turned out to be a dragon scale. He could never have imagined that what was contained in the 3rd box turned out to be a dragon scale, a real dragon scale. He bears the origin of the golden sacred dragon, he has practiced the demon transformation art of the monster race, and he has the dragon bone sword Dikyui refined from the dragon spine and dragon balls. In terms of understanding of real dragons in this world, no one can surpass Yang Kai. So when he saw this scale, Yang Kai saw that it was a real dragon scale. It is a scale that fell from the legendary ancient holy dragon. The rich dragon power on the scales is like a substance, and it strongly resonates with the origin of the golden holy dragon in Yang Kai's body, making his blood tumbling endlessly, unable to stabilize. The ancient holy spirits only existed in legends. Real dragons, real phoenixes, unicorns, and wild beasts all belong to a kind of ancient holy spirits. But whether they exist or not, no one knows, and no one has seen them. If Yang Kai hadn't obtained the origin of the Golden Saint Dragon and the Dragon Bone Sword, and had Yang Yan's own testimony, he would have been skeptical. The origin of his Golden Sacred Dragon was obtained from the Dragon Valley of Tongshuan Continent, and the Dragon Bone Sword was obtained from the Flowing Flame Sand Field, both of which have a long history. Now, in the treasure house of the Purple Star, he saw a piece of dragon again, scale. Yang Kai's eyes were full of light, and he was very excited in his heart. Such a piece of dragon scale, even the dragon bone sword, is just an excellent refining material and an excellent secret treasure to others, but it has an even more extraordinary meaning to Yang Kai. Without him, the first half of the demon transformation art given to him by Lord Chiyu is to use the origin of the golden holy dragon to evolve the body shape of a real dragon and become more powerful, but it is just an evolution. The second half, however, explained how to fuse the body parts of various ancient monster races to truly possess the supernatural powers of those monster races. For example, this piece of dragon scale, if Yang Kai can fuse it into his body, he can have the defense of a real dragon. Even the dragon bone sword Dikyui, Yang Kai can also fuse into the body, replacing his own spine with a real dragon spine. This is an unimaginable improvement. Once successful, Yang Kai's strength will skyrocket. It's just that he was not strong enough before, so he didn't dare to do that, and the dragon bone sword has always been used as a secret treasure, but now he has reached the second level of the Void King, and almost has the qualifications for fusion. If the dragon bone sword and dragon scale can be fully integrated, Yang Kai can display some of the supernatural powers of a real dragon. It's almost unimaginable. He thought that it would be difficult to see the body material of a real dragon in this life, but he didn't want to find a piece of dragon scale here. Taking a few deep breaths to calm down the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the dragon scale. Unexpectedly, before he succeeded, a frightening force surged from the dragon scale and bombarded Yang Kai. That power suddenly turned into an invisible barrier, freezing Yang Kai's hand in place, and there was a cracking sound from the bones of the hand, as if it would explode in the next moment, and it would be impossible to advance an inch. Yang Kai showed surprise, and snorted coldly, "Dragon transformation." After the words fell, the golden light burst out, and the rolling dragon energy burst out from his body. Yang Kai's outstretched hand suddenly became thicker, and the entire arm was covered with dragon scales condensed from the Saint Yuan, which looked lifelike. Just like the real thing, the palm of the hand has also become as sharp as a dragon's claw. The dragon's power permeates, and there are bursts of abnormal sounds. Although this is a real dragon scale, it has been dropped for countless years, and what Yang Kai has is the origin of the golden sacred dragon, which is not comparable to ordinary real dragons, so how can a mere dragon scale resist it? The power that blocked Yang Kai's actions was defeated steadily under the breath of Jin Shenglong's original power. There were dense explosions in the air. Yang Kai grasped the dragon scale in his hands very smoothly, put it in front of his eyes and observed it carefully for a moment, then picked up the box with a smile, put the dragon scale back, and threw it into the space ring. The dragon prestige dissipated, Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique was also withdrawn, and the purple star treasure house returned to normal, but looking around, this small treasure house is now empty, with nothing left. It looks extremely depressed. Outside the door, Ji-jun paced back and forth anxiously, looking at the door of the secret hall from time to time, but Yang Kai never appeared. That bastard is definitely blood-bathing the treasury. Ji-jun felt like a bright mirror in his heart, but he was powerless to stop it. He just felt his heart was bleeding. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1869 Spirit Card Broken. At the same time when Yang Kai bloodbathed the Purple Star Treasure House, there was also a good show of fighting openly and secretly in the ancestral hall of the Purple Star Palace. Since Ziwuji decided to have a showdown with Gongsun Liang today, he would no longer forbear and give in as before. Today, he looks aggressive and high-spirited. Gongsun Liang undoubtedly discovered this, but he didn't take it seriously, he just watched with cold eyes. Many Zixing high-level executives also faintly felt that the atmosphere was slightly different today, and secretly worried, but fortunately, everything was smooth as usual, and the ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven and earth was carried out safely. Half a day later, people poured into the ancestral hall, preparing for the last ancestor worship ceremony. The sacrificial offerings have been prepared, and Zixing's high-level officials are divided into 4 ranks and stand below, according to their status and strength. Everyone has a sense of pride and identity in their hearts, and they are proud of being in Zixing. After a long time, Gongsun Liangkai looked serious, and shouted loudly, "The ancestors and ancestors are above. Today Wu Wei's disciple Gongsun Liang is only offering sacrifices to the ancestors on behalf of Zixing. Exhaust, incense." Even if someone presented the 3 prepared ambergris, Gongsun Liang was about to take it, but at this moment, a low voice came, "Wait a minute, Great Elder." Gongsun Liang frowned, turned his head to look in the direction of the source of the voice, half-closed his eyes and said, "If the second son has something to say, and wait for the old man to burn the 3 sticks of incense, no one can interfere with the ancestor worship ceremony." Ziwuji smiled slightly. What the Great Elder said is true, but Wuji thinks that it is inappropriate to hand over the 3 sticks of incense to the Great Elder. This old man is the Great Elder of Zixing. What's wrong with offering 3 sticks of incense to our ancestors? Gongsun Liang said indifferently, his half-closed eyes revealed a real coercion, looking closely at Ziwuji. The latter was not afraid, and said without changing his expression, "In the past, this ceremony was presided over by my father and my elder brother. Now my father and my elder brother are not in Zixing. Wuji should take care of this matter. Second young master, do you want to offer these 3 sticks of incense? Exactly. Hee. The second son joked that both the master and the young master are not in Zixing. The old man is respected as the elder of Zixing, and he should share the worries between the master and the young master. Naturally, there is no need for the second son to worry about it. You should step back. Great elder, the blood of the Z family flows in Wuji's body, and Zixing is the foundation of my Z family, so Wuji is bound to do this. You insist on this? Gongsun Liang stared at Z Wuji indifferently. I hope the great elder will make it happen. Jin Wuji looked back at the past without being humble or overbearing. Gongsun Liang smiled. The sage in his body was secretly moving, wanting to test Z Wuji. Offering incense is just a procedure for worshipping ancestors, but it represents extraordinary significance. If you compromise today, it means you agree with Z Wuji with a high status. Gongsun Liang would not let this kind of thing happen. But what Gongsun Liang never expected was that as soon as the Shengyuan on his side was running, there was a sudden crackling sound from all around. In the next moment, countless exclamations came. Gongsun Liang's face darkened, and he glanced at Z Wuji's smug smile with a vague premonition. This spirit card is broken. What? My god, the spirit cards of all the ancestors are actually broken. All around suddenly came the yelling of Zixing's many high-level officials. Gongsun Liang turned his head and looked at his old face, which was extremely livid in an instant. Most of the tablets enshrined on the stage were shattered at this moment. Even if a few were not shattered, there were countless cracks, as if they were about to collapse. These tablets represent the ancestors of Zixing, the great figures who have made great contributions to Zixing in the past. The owner of each tablet was a well-known strong man during his lifetime, and they were all respected by hundreds of millions of warriors in Zixing. After their death, later generations enshrined the tablets here and were admired by all generations. They represent a spirit, a belief. No one dares to disrespect them. Even Zilong, the master of the contemporary Tight Star, has to be respectful when entering here. But now, these symbols, these beliefs, are all going to be turned into dust. Gongsun Liang's heart shook wildly. He turned his face and glared at Z Wuji. After all, there is also the ancestral tablet of his Gongsun family in it. Before he could speak, Z Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood, with a sad and desolate expression, pointing at Gongsun Liang, tremblingly said, Great elder, you are so vicious. Even if you are dissatisfied with Wuji and below, it's nothing more than a small punishment and a big commandment, but even the tablets of the ancestors are going to be shattered. You still have my purple star in your eyes. Gongsun Liang was startled, and immediately shouted angrily, Z Wuji, stop talking nonsense. I'm talking nonsense. Z Wuji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with a sneer, many adults in the ancestral hall can see clearly, so how can I let Wuji talk nonsense? Yes, Wuji did offend you just now, but you wouldn't do that, would you? Great elder, you are going too far. Every ancestor's tablet here has a soul memory stored there. If you destroy the tablet, it is tantamount to killing all the ancestors' soul objects, and truly let them be wiped out. How can you be worthy of them? Dang, even someone shouted after Z Wuji. Deceive the master and destroy the ancestors. Great elder, what are you going to do? Great elder, please wait for an explanation. Behind Z Wuji, a group of warriors stood up one after another and accused Gongsun Liang. Z Wuji looked sad and indignant, covering his chest with his hands, but the corners of his eyes were dancing with triumphant light. Gongsun Liang's face was as sinking as water. How could he not know that he had fallen into others' ways at this time? He really urged the Saint Yuan just now, but he just wanted to teach Z Wuji a little bit, so that he would not be so presumptuous, but who knew that it was the fluctuation of the Saint Yuan that made these tablets shatter? It is impossible to have such an effect with that level of Saint Yuan fluctuation. The only explanation is that these tablets have been tampered with long ago, and his Saint Yuan is just an introduction. Z Wuji, the old man underestimated you, you have such guts. Gongsun Liang didn't try to defend himself, but looked at Z Wuji in admiration. He dared to tamper with the ancestral tablet. Gongsun Liang didn't even think about such a thing, however, Z Wuji did it. For this alone, Gongsun Liang had to admire Z Wuji's determination and ruthlessness. What does the great elder mean by this? Wuji can't understand. Please give me a reasonable explanation for these tablets. Z Wuji bit the tablet and did not let go, vowing to tear his face with Gongsun Liang today. Explanation. Gongsun Liang kept sneering. His eyes swept over those strong men behind Z Wuji one by one, and all those who were swept by him changed their complexions drastically and looked away in horror. Although these people followed Ziwuji and were convinced by his mind and methods, the great elder was a great elder after all, dignified and revered, so they had sympathy for confronting Gongsun Liang so blatantly. Ziwuji noticed this, cursed inwardly that they were all trash, twisted his body, blocked Gongsun Liang's sight, and said in a low voice, "Great elder, don't you really put my Zixing ancestors in your eyes? You are so arrogant, what qualifications do you have to occupy the position of great elder? That's what you want to say, right?" Gongsun Liang smiled angrily, "Boy, you are indeed very good. If there is no Donglai, Zixing may not be able to go to the next level under your leadership in the future. It's a pity, you are destined to be nothing more than a clown. If you want to explain, boy, this old man will explain to you." As soon as the words fell, Gongsun Liang stepped forward and reached out to grab Ziwuji. He knew that today's matter was a trap set against him. No matter whether those tablets had been tampered with before, it was a fact that they were shattered by him, and there was no way to justify this. If you can't justify it, then don't justify it. The way to reason is not only with the mouth, but also with the fist. Seeing Gongsun Liangjung attacking him, Ziwuji was not surprised but happy. With a panicked expression on his face, he stepped back and shouted, "Gongsun Liang, do you really want to attack in the ancestral hall? This is the great disrespect of the ancestors, it is equivalent to betraying the purple star. Although you have committed a big mistake today, you are the supreme elder after all. If you can spend 10 years in the ancestral hall and repent with all your heart, you will not be forgiven. Why do you have to be so obsessed? In any case, let's put this big hat down first, so that Gongsun Liang can only go to the dark one way." "Presumptuous. The old man acts, why do you have to speak?" Gongsun Liang said coldly, not paying attention to Ziwuji at all. Just when he was about to grab Ziwuji, a ghostly figure suddenly rushed in from the outside, directly lying between him and Ziwuji. Gongsun Liang's expression changed, his grasp turned into a palm, and he pushed forward with one palm. The visitor also greeted him with a palm. The two palms touched without a sound, but the two figures retreated at the same time. Until now, in the space where the two palms were facing each other before, there was a sudden burst of energy, splashing into the void, the entire ancestral hall collapsed in an instant, and the Purple Star Palace was shaken for a while. Shish! Zixing and other strong men flew out of the ruins one after another, looking down like dead parents one by one, as if mourning her. This ancestral hall that stood on Zixing for tens of thousands of years, and was regarded as a symbol of a sacred place by all Zixi warriors, was destroyed today. Everyone felt uncomfortable in their hearts, and their faces were ugly. In the void, Ziwuji's face was bloodless, and he was terrified in his heart. Although everything was in his plan, the moment Gongsun Liang shot at him just now, he still had a feeling that the end was coming. He had no strength to resist at all in front of the Void King two-layer powerhouse. Strength, and only strength, is the real power. Ziwuji clenched his fists secretly, feeling ruthless in his heart. On the other side, Gongsun Liang narrowed his eyes and looked forward, looking at the figure standing in front of Ziwuji. This is a man who looks to be about 30 years old. The man is gentle and elegant, with a dignified appearance, and the vicissitudes of the world are revealed in the corners of his eyes, and he looks mature and stable. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Shaolin Air. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1870 The Second Venerable. At this moment, the man was holding a wine bottle in his hand, which was full of fine wine, and the fragrance was overflowing. After confronting Gongsun Liang with a move, the wine in the wine bottle did not spill a single drop. He looked at Gongsun Liang with a smile, and said, "Great elder, don't come here without any problems." A trace of solemnity flashed across Gongsun Liang's face. He looked at the man and said, "Li Maoming. You are indeed in Zixing City, it seems that you are the one standing behind the second young master to support him." The man named Li Maoming smiled when he heard the words, "The elder is serious." As the second nobleman of Zixing, Li can't stand by and watch such a big incident happen to Zixing. As for supporting the second son, this is not right, I was just entrusted by others. Gongsun Liang sneered, "I'm afraid that's the only person who can invite you. Li Maoming, after so many years, you haven't been able to come out. I really can't figure it out." A gloomy look flashed in Li Maoming's eyes. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Li doesn't understand either, let's not talk about this today. Why don't the elders go with Li to drink a few glasses of flower wine? How about we sit down and have a good chat? Family, why do you have to use knives and guns to make it so embarrassing?" While speaking, he actually held a wine bottle and gestured to Gongsun Liang, as if he really wanted to invite him to drink. The atmosphere that was originally on the verge of breaking out made Li Meiyoming so disturbed, it became a little peaceful. Some senior officials of Zixing looked at Li Meiyoming in the sky with suspicion, because although Zixing had two venerables before, no one knew who these two venerables were. But now it seems that Li Meiyoming is obviously one of them. It turned out to be him. I remembered. Someone suddenly showed a look of enlightenment and let out a low cry. Immediately someone nearby asked, "Brother Zhang, do you recognize this venerable?" "I've only heard it, never seen it, and this is the first time I've seen it." The warrior surnamed Zhang replied in a low voice. "Brother Zhang, tell me, what is the background of this Venerable Li? Why did the great elder say that it has been so many years and he hasn't come out yet?" Hearing this person's question, the martial artist surnamed Zhang suddenly regained his spirits, and whispered happily, "This is a secret that only few people know. Let me ask you, the second son's mother, have you ever heard of it? That was Zixing's #1 beauty back then, so thunderous, how could I not have heard of it? That's easy to explain. I heard that the woman Venerable Li admires is the second son's mother." Ah, the martial artist was taken aback, and said in amazement, "But, the second son's mother is not following the master." That's right, Venerable Li was also a good brother who fought with the Lord back then, but because of the second son's mother, hey, you also know that such things as love between men and women are just a matter of fate. Back then, Zixing the first beauty chose Lord, and this Venerable Li disappeared. Even the Lord did not know his whereabouts, so if anyone in this world can invite him, it is only second young master mother. So that's what's going on. With this Venerable in charge, doesn't it mean that the first elder has nothing to do with the second young master? The speaker was extremely excited. After all, he was also on Ziwuji's side. The stronger the side is, the safer he is. Perhaps, although the martial artist surnamed Zhang knew some secrets, he didn't have much confidence in his heart. "Li Meiyoming, if you can retreat now, I will have a drink with you someday." Gongsun Liang stared at Li Meiyoming, and said in a deep voice, "How about this old man's proposal? Being entrusted by others, it's not appropriate to be loyal." Li Meiyoming shook his head slowly, raised the wine bottle, drank it all in one gulp, threw the wine bottle down, and said in a languid way, "I'm drunk with a glass of wine." Quote. Gongsun Liang frowned slightly, pondered for a while before saying, "What if the old man asks you to repay the favor from back then?" As soon as this remark came out, Ziwuji, who had always been complacent, changed his face, looked at Li Meiyoming in horror, and said in surprise, "Venerable Li, do you owe this old man favor?" Li Meiyoming blinked his eyes, thought for a while, and then laughed dumbly, I really owe him a favor. If the elder doesn't say anything, Li will forget it." The corner of Gongsun Liang's mouth twitched slightly. Brother Li forgot, but the old man has not forgotten. That kind of favor is not small, and the old man paid a lot of price back then. Li Meiyoming's expression straightened, he clasped his fists and said, "Ms. Li will always remember the kindness of the great elder back then." "That's easy to say. The old man wants you to retreat now. From then on, you and I will not owe each other." Li Meiyoming didn't say anything yet. Ziwuji said urgently, "No, Venerable Li, don't forget what you promised that person." Li Meiyoming frowned, nodded and said, "Of course I remember, don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you." Ziwuji was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior Li." Gongsun Liang said angrily, "Brother Li, you are breaking your promise." Li Meiyoming had a headache and said, "Elder, there is a first-come first-served basis for everything. Li promised to protect the second young master first. You make it difficult for me to be a man." Gongsun Liang was very annoyed at first, but after carefully thinking about Li Meiyoming's words, his eyes lit up and said, "So, you are sure of the safety of the second son?" "Exactly." Li Meiyoming nodded solemnly. "After all, the blood of the Zi family flows in the second young master's body, so there can be no difference." "Okay." Gongsun Liang laughed. "Since that's the case, then you can protect him, the old man just doesn't move him." While speaking, Gongsun Liang waved his hand and said with a sneer, "Take down these people around second young master, be careful, don't hurt second young master." "Yes." Everyone responded after hearing the words, and immediately rushed towards Ziwuji, but none of them made a move against Ziwuji, but each chose the warrior who followed Ziwuji. Ziwuji's people were drawn into the battle before they could react, shouting endlessly. In an instant, a protracted battle erupted in the sky above the Purple Star Palace. The colorful rays of light from the Holy Yuan and the power of secret treasures emerged one after another, dazzling people's eyes, and the vitality of the world was turbulent for a while. Ziwuji's eyes widened, he looked at Li Meoming in a panic and said, Master Li, how can you act like this? Li Meoming glanced at him with a smile, and said, Second young master, I promise that person will keep you safe, so he will keep his word, but the life and death of other people is irrelevant to Li's business. Ziwuji was in a hurry, but he had nothing to say. He turned his head and looked, and found that the strong men he had wooed were all in a hard fight, and they were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. Li Meoming said again, Well, the overall situation here is settled, second young master, why don't I take you to have a few glasses of wine to calm down? If you want to drink, drink it yourself. Ziwuji was annoyed, how could he agree to his ridiculous request? In the sky, the battle situation suddenly fell into a stalemate. Since Ziwuji chose to have a showdown with Gongsun Liang today, the power in his hands is naturally not bad. Basically, he can compete with Gongsun Liang, so when the two sides fight, it is directly a situation of evenly matched forces, and it is impossible to see who is stronger or weaker. But, Gongsun Liang hasn't made a move yet. As a Void King 2-layer, once he joins the battle, it will definitely tilt the balance of victory. He came here for whatever he was afraid of. Before Ziwuji could finish his thoughts, Gongsun Liang rushed to the side of the third elder with a flash of his body. The third elder has a cultivation base of the first level of King Shu, and was the first group of people who took refuge in Ziwuji, and he was regarded as his right-hand man, to lose. Ziwuji's face darkened, and he growled, Varen Yang, please act. After his words fell, a figure flashed in midair, and Yang Kai appeared leisurely, directly beside Gongsun Liang, sighed slightly, and slapped Gongsun Liang with his palm. Yang Kai is also extremely depressed. He had gained a lot in the Purple Star Treasure House, and after the bloodbath there, he planned to get out directly. After all, his goal had already been achieved, and there was no need to get involved with Ziwuji's mess. The people from the Weifang Chamber of Commerce and Li Nuo from the Tongtian Auction House have already made preparations under his secret instructions, and they can leave the Purple Star with him as soon as he gets away. But who knew that Shentu and others were transferred away by Ziwuji? Yang Kai couldn't find the traces of Shentu and others for a while, so he could only quietly release the stone puppets and let the stone puppets look for the traces of Shentu and others. Hearing Ziwuji's shout now, he can only pretend to be a snake. As soon as Yang Kai appeared here, a gleam of light flashed in Li Meoming's eyes, and he stared at the past without squinting. His heart was shocked. Although he had already noticed that there was a Void King 2-layer strongman in the Purple Star Palace, but he failed to find out how Yang Kai appeared here. It seems that Venerable Yang can overcome the barrier of space. This thought arose, causing Li Meoming to show a dignified expression, and the previous relaxed and freehand expression disappeared, and he said in a low voice, Second young master, is this the third Venerable who is making a lot of noise today? Exactly. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Ziwuji finally calmed down a lot. How does Venerable Li feel about this Venerable Yang's strength? Very strong, Li Meoming said in a deep voice. Sheng Yuan is powerful, stronger than me and the Great Elder. Ziwuji smiled and said, in this way, the Great Elder should not be an opponent. Li Meoming slowly shook his head and said, the strength of a warrior cannot be judged by Saint Yuan alone, there are other factors, but if this person restrains the Great Elder will not be too easy. If Venerable Li can help out again, today's matter will definitely be a success. Ziwuji stared at Li Meoming with brilliance in his eyes. The latter laughed and shook his head. I only promise to keep you safe. These people present are all Zixing's brothers. How can I, Li Meoming, attack them? Ziwuji frowned, a trace of struggle and hesitation flashed in his eyes, and finally he said in a deep voice, if I help you pursue my mother and make you embrace the beauty, can I change your chance to make a move? What did you say? Li Meoming's face darkened, and he glared at Ziwuji angrily. Do you know that what you said just now was to tarnish your mother's reputation? If I hear similar words again, I will break your hands and feet. To be completed continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1871 Tit for Tat. Li Meoming has been laughing and joking since he showed up, but now after hearing Ziwuji's words, his expression is extremely serious and his eyes are cold. Ziwuji shivered involuntarily. He did not doubt the authenticity of the other party's words at all. He knew that if he was really so outspoken, the other party might really interrupt his hands and feet. However, he also learned from the other party's reaction that his mother's status in the other party's heart was so sacred and inviolable. He was overjoyed immediately. After pondering for a while, Ziwuji said, it's because Wuji didn't speak clearly. Venerable Li, calm down, it's like this. Wuji didn't say the following words, but stared at Li Meiyoming, his mouth squirmed, apparently secretly transmitting the sound. Li Meiyoming's face, which had always been calm and Gujing, suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "What did you say?" Zilong. It's absolutely true. Wuji nodded solemnly. My mother doesn't think about food and drink these days, and she can't sleep because of worries. Since Zun Li and my father and mother are old friends, can you find an opportunity to persuade my mother? Wuji is afraid that she will be too sad. In case something happens. Li Meiyoming Yingwei staggered slightly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. His complex eyes seemed to be recalling something, his expression was sad, and he remained silent for a long time. Wuji didn't urge him, but cast his eyes on the battlefield between Yang Kai and Gongsun Liang, and found that there was no winner or loser for a while, and they were anxiously together, so he couldn't help but feel settled. After a long time, Li Meiyoming let out a chuckle, and the laughter was so dry that he murmured, Zilong, you guy, you. After that, I couldn't speak out anyway, and my voice was choked up. Li Zun, you may wish to consider what Wuji said just now. Wuji is very worried about my mother's condition. Wuji said softly. Li Meiyoming took a breath, adjusted his emotions, glanced at Wuji, and said coldly, I will go to see her, but it has nothing to do with today's matter, and I will not treat this matter as a transaction. If you really have filial piety, you should be filial to your mother and stop using her as a bargaining chip. If I find something similar next time, I will definitely not be merciless. Wuji's complexion changed slightly, and he was annoyed in his heart, but on the surface he had no choice but to nod obediently. It was Wuji's fault that Venerable Li taught. Idiot, no wonder you lost to your father in the competition back then, and became a loser. You deserve to be alone to death all your life. Wuji cursed in his heart. During the time the two were talking, Yang Kai and Gongsun Liang had already exchanged hundreds of moves. The energy in the sky was surging, no one dared to get close to the 100-foot range near the two people's battle circle, and after hundreds of moves, there was still no winner. Gongsun Liang was impatient, he glared at Yang Kai, and roared, Varan Yang, what benefit did Wuji give you? It made you worth fighting for him. If you stop here, this old man can give you even greater benefits. Yang Kai replied solemnly, I am the Venerable Zixing, so why is there any benefit in defending the peace of Zixing? Gongsun Liang was about to burst into tears, even though he knew that Yang Kai was talking nonsense, there was nothing he could do about it. He turned ruthless, and said in a low voice, since that's the case, don't blame the old man for being cruel. While speaking, he pinched his hands to break the ups and downs of the saints in his body. Yang Kai frowned, mistakenly thinking that this old guy was going to use some profound secret technique, so he didn't dare to take it lightly and retreated in a hurry. Although with his strength, he would not put Gongsun Liang in his eyes, but the other party is a second-order Void King after all, and if he really fights for his life, Yang Kai will also be afraid. However, Gongsun Liang showed a sinister smile, his figure flickered, and the 1 turned into 2, and the 2 turned into 4. 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, Gongsun Liang's figure was everywhere in the sky, each of them came to life. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. This is undoubtedly a very powerful secret technique, whether it is used to fight the enemy or to escape. And under the prying of his divine sense, for a while, he couldn't tell which Gongsun Liang was the real body and which was the phantom, each of them was exactly the same. As soon as this move came out, not only Yang Kai's face was solemn, but Li Meiyoming, who had been standing in the distance watching the battle, also had a serious look, and a lavender light flashed in his eyes, scanning the countless phantoms one by one, as if he was looking for him. Come out. Gongsun Liang laughed loudly. Second young master, you forced this old man. I hope you can bear the consequences. After finishing speaking, all the phantoms ignored Yang Kai and shot towards the battlefield. Ah! A scream came out, and the martial artist who was fighting with one of the elders of Dachengkai suddenly flew upside down, and a palm print appeared on his chest. His chest collapsed. In midair, this person spat out countless blood, mixed with broken internal organs, and died before he landed. One after another screams came out one after another, each of them was a warrior belonging to Wuji's side, and they were all masters of the Void Return Mirror. In the battlefield, Gongsun Liang's silhouette was everywhere, those phantoms were real and fake, people couldn't tell clearly, each of them seemed to be real. After they made a move, they were able to kill Wuji's people quickly. In an instant, everyone was in danger, but all the warriors who were approached by Gongsun Liang showed panicked expressions, and tried their best to escape. but in front of the Void King two-layer powerhouse, how could they escape? In the blink of an eye, several more people were murdered, and each of them was the backbone of Ziwuji's subordinates. Blue veins popped out on Ziwuji's forehead, he clenched his fists tightly, turned his head to look in Yang Kai's direction, and shouted, "Venerable Yang, stop him quickly." Yang Kai touched his chin and stood in midair, shaking his head and said, "Second young master, this is difficult for others, I can't see any flaws in this move of the Elder Chong, how can I stop it?" These words are nothing more than hypocrisy. He was forced to get involved in this battle, and he didn't want to make any effort at all. It has nothing to do with Zixing and others, even if they die, he won't take it to heart. He just wanted to stall for time. Once the stone puppet rescues Shen Tu and others, he can leave this place immediately. But standing still and looking at it for a while, he has already seen some clues, he has understood the mystery of Gongsun Liang's move, if he uses the world-exterminating devil eye again, if he can break through the illusion, find out his real body not difficult. Hearing Yang Kai's irresponsible answer, Ziwuji's heart felt so depressed that he almost spit out blood. If the manpower on his side is really killed, then he doesn't have to fight anymore, since the people are gone, what is there to fight for? With a grim expression on his face for a while, Ziwuji roared, "Since that's the case, I ask Venerable Yang to retaliate with a tooth for a tooth and blood for blood." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and revealed a grin, "This is easy." As soon as the words fell, he stretched out his hand and ejected dozens of golden blood threads, which turned into dozens of sharp blades, and shot in all directions like arrows. Shish! The sound of piercing through the air was endless. Soon, there were several screams. 7 or 8 void-returning mirror warriors didn't check for a while, and were hit by the golden blood thread, and the protective saint element and secret treasure were broken in an instant, and the golden blood thread penetrated their vital points, directly taking away their vitality. With Yang Kai's current cultivation level, and suddenly making a move, how can these void-returning mirror warriors who are in a hard fight resist? The golden blood thread shuttled back and forth again, taking away the lives of a group of warriors again. In less than a dozen breaths, the number of people killed by Yang Kai was equal to that of Gongsun Liang. Gongsun Liang yelled loudly, "Void-returning mirror warriors are the backbone of any force, after all Void King realm is not so easy to promote. Often the strength of a faction depends not only on the number of Void King realm, but also it depends on the number of virtual mirrors. After today's battle, no matter who wins or loses, Zixing's vitality will definitely be severely damaged." This was the result that neither Gongsun Liang nor Ziwuji wanted to see, but it was an unavoidable result. The end of one era ushers in the arrival of another era, always accompanied by the sacrifice of blood and life. In the sky, all the void-returning mirrors and even the Void King first level were terrified. The situation at the moment was like Yang Kai and Gongsun Liang were in a killing contest, who could kill faster, who killed more people, and who unbearable, who will be the first to give in. In front of these two Void King realm two-layer powerhouses, no one can resist their despotic power. Standing by Ziwuji's side all the time, Li Meoming, who seemed not interested in anything in the world, also had a heavy face, realizing that if he didn't make a move, Zixing might really be doomed. He never expected that things would develop to this point. He intends to block it, but because of what he said just now, it is not easy to throw a stone at his foot. When the headache was overwhelming, Gongsun Liang suddenly heard a low growl. "Li Meoming, if you still remember the kindness of the past, you can go out with the old man and kill this kid first. You don't want Zixing to suffer heavy losses, do you?" Quote. Li Meoming frowned, and said hesitantly, "Li certainly doesn't want to see brotherhood, but the safety of the second son. This old man won't make you hard to be a man. This old man won't let the second son do anything. Even if this old man controls Zixing, he will still keep his prosperity and wealth for the rest of his life, safe and secure." Li Meoming's expression struggled. Ziwuji looked at Li Meoming in astonishment. "Master Li, you won't. Things have developed to this point, I can't help but not take action." Li Meoming sighed, "Don't worry, with me here, no one in this world can hurt you too, and I will defend you even if I die." After speaking, he moved and disappeared in place. Ziwuji was stunned in place, and after a long while, he began to curse angrily, scolding Gongsun Liang for being insidious and despicable, scolding Li Mao for being untrustworthy in his famous words, swearing a lot, speaking without any scruples, and no longer has the graceful posture of the past. He was also furious. Li Meoming was bound by Gongsun Liang's favor back then, and agreed to fight Yang Kai with him. In this way, Ziwuji was completely defeated in today's battle. Even though Li Meoming said he would protect him, Gongsun Liang also promised to protect him. He was prosperous all his life, but the throne standing above the billions of people in the Purple Star was not something he could hope to get his hands on. Unless Yongkai can defeat the two at the same time with 1 against 2. But is it possible? The 3 of them are all Void King 2-layer powerhouses, and their strength should be almost the same. It is impossible for one person to beat 2 of them. There was despair in Ziwuji's eyes. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Woi Xiao Hua Ti. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1872. Shish. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the phantoms of countless Dao Gongsun Liang shot back in one direction, revealing their true bodies again, staring at Yongkai coldly, without saying a word. Not far from him, Li Meiyoming's figure also appeared. The two formed horns, pinching Yongkai left and right. With a playful smile on Yongkai's face, he stretched out his hand, and the golden blood thread flying in the field returned, and he took it back into his body. Until this time, other people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the short period of 20 to 30 breaths just now, the total number of warriors who died under the hands of the 2 Void Kings at the 2nd level has exceeded 60. These 60 people are all strong men who have returned to the void with 2 or 3 layers of mirrors, and they are the mainstay of Zixing. Fortunately, the crisis is over at this moment, and while they have lingering fears, they can't help but feel a little bit sad. As if it was agreed, everyone stopped fighting and looked towards the 3 Void Kings in the sky. Everyone knew that the key to the victory of today's battle lies in these 3 people. It was meaningless for them to continue fighting, and since it was meaningless, they naturally didn't bother to see blood again. In an instant, the originally noisy battlefield calmed down, and countless eyes turned back and forth on Yongkai, Gongsun Liang and Li Meiyoming, their expressions dignified. The warriors who belonged to the 2nd young master's side were all ashen and defeated, as if their parents were dead. They were not blind, so they could naturally see that the situation was very bad for their own side. If Yongkai lost, then they would become the losers things never got better. What, do you want to bully the few with more? Yongkai looked around with a smile, but he didn't see how flustered. Gongsun Liang snorted coldly and didn't speak, as if he was very angry with Yongkai. Li Meiyoming pondered for a moment, and said politely, "Since your surname is Yang, Li will call you Brother Yang. Brother Yang, since you have accepted the order of the Venerable, then you are the Venerable of my Zixing, the person of my Zixing. I am afraid that you don't want to see the situation today." Yongkai chuckled and said casually, "Naturally." Li Meiyoming forced a laugh. "Brother Yang thinks so, that's great. Since Brother Yang has Purple Star in his heart, why don't you listen to Li's words? Brother Li, please tell me." Yongkai looked at him with a smile. "Today's matter, let's stop here. Otherwise, if we continue to fight, the one who will be hurt is destined to be Zixing as a whole. It will be of no benefit to anyone. Enemies should be resolved rather than knotted. What do you two do?" Li Meiyoming looked sincerely looking at Yongkai. Not far away, Ziwuji was worried, with a look of anxiety on his face. He was afraid that Yang would say something good. If that was the case, then he would suffer a crushing defeat. He couldn't help praying secretly in his heart, praying that Yongkai could do things from beginning to end. If so, he still had a chance. But what he didn't expect was, after hearing what Li Meiyoming said, Yongkai nodded without hesitation and said, "Brother Li said that Yang has this intention, and he wanted to admit defeat. After all, I can't beat you too, right?" Ziwuji's face froze, and a mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. At this moment he understood that he really had no chance of winning. He never thought that a Void King 2-layer powerhouse like Yongkai would be so spineless. Compared with him, Li Meiyoming is much more reliable. Yongkai agreed so readily that Li Meiyoming was also stunned for a moment. The earnest and persuasive words he had prepared were of no use at all, and he smiled. "Brother Yang really understands righteousness, Li admires it. Great elder, what do you think?" He turned his head to look at Gongsun Liang again. Gongsun Liang squinted at Yongkai, and said in a deep voice, "Stop making peace, there is nothing wrong with it." Li Meiyoming was overjoyed, but without waiting for him to say anything, Gongsun Liang said, "But this Venerable Yang killed so many people of this old man, we can't just let it go." Li Meiyoming frowned, with some displeasure on his face, wondering why Gongsun Liang was so ignorant. "Then how are you doing?" Yongkai raised his eyebrows, his eyes colliding with Gongsun Liang. "As a Venerable, but I don't take the life of my Zixing disciple seriously. What qualifications do I have to sit on this venerable position and be worshipped by thousands of people from Xiangyi?" Gongsun Liang snorted coldly, Please your excellency, return the order of the Venerable to Zixing. I, Zixing, do not need a Venerable like you. As soon as this remark came out, Li Meiyoming's face couldn't help changing slightly, and he gave Gongsun Liang a complicated look, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he sighed and couldn't say it. With his scheming, he naturally saw Gongsun Liang's true intentions. Today, even under his dealings, these two people gave up and made peace, but there must still be knots in each other's hearts, and Yang Kai is still on Ziwuji's side. If Gongsun Liang wants to completely control Zixing, Yang Kai, this unfavorable factors must be eliminated. Otherwise, Gongsun Liang will not be safe in the future. Because of this, Gongsun Liang made such a proposal. But this proposal is obviously very insulting. I just don't know if Venerable Yang can accept it. If he gets angry and makes a move, the matter may be difficult. Li Meiyoming was worried about Zhang Zhang, carefully observed Yang Kai's changes in expression, and prepared to jump out to smooth things over if something went wrong, so that everyone could discuss it. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai didn't show any sign of getting angry. Instead he smiled and said, "It turns out that this is the matter, just right. I don't want to be this venerable, since the great elder wants the venerable order, just take it." Quote. Saying so, he tossed it casually, and a token flew towards Gongsun Liang head-on. Gongsun Liang had quick eyes and quick hands, grabbed it, took a closer look, and found that it was indeed the order of the Venerable, and immediately froze in place. He didn't expect that the other party really didn't take the Venerable order seriously, and he gave it out as soon as he asked for it, which made him a little unbelievable. He didn't really want to deprive Venerable Yang Kai of his status, he just retreated to make it easier for him to make another request. Yang Kai's cooperation disrupted his plan at once. Gongsun Liang didn't know what to say. Hee, Brother Yang is really a free and easy person, Li admires it. Li Meiyoming looked at Yang Kai like a monster, and then looked at Gongsun Liang Dao. Great Elder, Brother Yang has returned the Venerable Order, what happened today? It's not over yet. Gongsun Liang waved his hand, interrupted Li Meiyoming's words, and looked at Yang Kai aggressively. Although the Venerable Order has been returned, the killing of so many people can't just be left alone. You're not done yet. Yang Kai couldn't help sneering. Venerable Purple Star made him really not rare at all. This trip to Purple Star was only for the Star Emperor Order, and now that he has succeeded, it is impossible for him to come here again. Here it is. The Order of the Venerable is useless to him, so Gongsun Liang wanted it, so he gave it up. Unexpectedly, the other party was still chattering and insisting, which made Yang Kai extremely annoyed. Gongsun Liang said, "It's only right and proper to kill people to pay for their lives. However, you are so powerful that this elder is not sure of taking your life. Why don't you pay me some property so that this elder can explain to the people below?" Hee. Yang Kai couldn't help grinning, and looked at Gongsun Liang with interest. Compensation for property. Well, what do you want me to compensate? Gongsun Liang looked solemn, looked at the handle, his lips twitched. Li Meiyoming put his ears on his face gloomily, wanted to eavesdrop but couldn't hear, and didn't know what Gongsun Liang asked, and suddenly felt very powerless. In his opinion, it would be best to just end today's matter like this. Since he has returned Gongsun Liang's favor, he doesn't need to fight Yang Kai. God knows what medicine Gongsun Liang took wrongly, and he is so greedy. He believed that the property that Gongsun Liang wanted Yang Kai to compensate must be extremely valuable, and if they failed to agree, there would be troubles again. While restless, he was also secretly vigilant. Sure enough, after Gongsun Liang's secret voice transmission, Yang Kai said, "So you want that thing, I understand." What Gongsun Liang wants is the void mind crystal he got at the auction half a month ago. The old guy must have seen the extraordinariness of the mysterious auction item at the time. He probably hadn't thought much about it these days, and he probably knew what was in it, so he asked for it at this time. "Hand over the things, and the old man will let you go," Gongsun Liang said in a deep voice. "What if I don't give it?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Gongsun Liang said in a calm manner, "Your Excellency, you'd better think clearly before speaking. Although you are powerful, if I join hands with Brother Li, I may not be able to take you down. Do you really want to fight this old man to the end?" Joke. Yang Kai laughed loudly, "It's you who are pushing an inch and want my thing. Well, come and get it yourself, I don't know if you have the ability." As soon as Li Meiyoming saw this scene, he knew that the conversation between the two had collapsed, and he couldn't help feeling dizzy, and stood aside with a sad face. Since that's the case, it's useless to talk too much. Brother Li, follow the old man. Gongsun Liang roared, and the holy energy in his body burst out suddenly. The sword came up. He is a powerhouse of the Void King's second layer, stagnated in this realm for many years, and his strength is strong. When the secret treasure is sacrificed, the field is also lingering around him, frantically suppressing Yongkai. In an instant, the space where Yongkai was located became extremely viscous, and even the flow of spiritual energy seemed to have stopped. With a wrong step, he suddenly came to the top of Yang's head, and slashed down with his sword. Dazzling brilliance and frightening energy fluctuations erupted from the short sword, as if cutting the world apart, with an astonishing momentum. Yongkai stood in place, staring at him coldly, and when the attack was about to get close, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and a dragon bone sword with no edge or blade appeared in the palm of his hand, blocking it across the top. Boom! There was a loud noise, centering on the place where the two sword-shaped secret treasures touched. The power of destroying heaven and earth spread to the surroundings, creating a huge halo visible to the naked eye. The face of Gongsun Liang who launched the attack changed, his eyeballs almost protruded, and he stared at Yongkai who was close at hand in amazement, with an expression of disbelief on his face. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Shaolin Air. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1873 1 against 2. Although he had fought against Yongkai just now, it was just a fight, and he didn't give his full strength, but now in order to get the Void Mind Crystal and attack the highest Void King third layer, Gongsun Liang didn't hold back at all. This blow was definitely 10% of his strength, but it was easily blocked by the opponent. Not only that, but there was also a force from the other party that he could hardly resist. Under this force, he seemed to be a small boat swaying in the sea alone in the wind and rain. Come, there is always the danger of subversion. Gongsun Liang was terrified, while struggling to resist the energy impact from Yongkai, he roared, "Brother Li, don't make a move yet." He had to ask Li Meiyoming for help. Li Meiyoming said with a sad face, "Why bother, why bother?" Complaining in his mouth, he had no choice but to display his domain and force towards Yongkai. After all, he still owes Gongsun Liang's favor, and now that Yongkai has returned the Venerable token, not counting as Venerable Zixing, he doesn't need to have any moral concerns about Yongkai. But he didn't want to fight against a martial artist who was in the same realm as himself, so this time he just released the field to test the pressure for Yongkai, and didn't really do anything. One from the left and one from the right, the domains of the two Void Kings' two-level realm struck, as if two mountains were squeezing towards the middle, and everything in the world would be crushed into dust. And the central point of that squeeze is where Yongkai is. This increased the pressure on Yongkai. He who had the upper hand had to allocate part of his strength to resist Li Meiyoming's domain. Seeing this, Gongsun Liang immediately regained the initiative, and the suppressed Yongkai fell short. While putting pressure on Yongkai, he gritted his teeth and said kindly to Yongkai, "Young man, there is a saying that those who know current affairs are heroes. If you hand over that thing, this old man will no longer embarrass you, and he can even regard you as the seed of the purple star. How are you, my dear guest? Why do your words give people a feeling of winning?" Although Yongkai had a difficult expression on his face, his expression was extremely leisurely, and he took a leisurely look at Gongsun Liang. Gongsun Liang laughed loudly, because Lao Juban is sure to win. Yes, well, Yongkai grinned, revealing his pure white fangs, and the moment the second word came out, his own domain exploded outward. There was a throbbing from the heart, and the surrounding space seemed to be less stable, as if about to collapse. As if a boulder was dropped on the calm lake, Yongkai's power formed ripples visible to the naked eye and spread outward. Ka-cha-cha, there was a subtle sound. Gongsun Liang and Li Meiyoming's expressions changed drastically at the same time, and the former even exclaimed, "How is it possible?" He was shocked to find that under the combined pressure of himself and Li Meiyoming, Yongkai not only was not suppressed, but instead broke out violently, disintegrating their domains piece by piece. Gongsun Liang's heart shook wildly. He had been promoted to the Void King realm 1,000 years ago, broke through to the Void King realm 300 years ago, and immersed himself in the Void King realm for thousands of years. Having lived for thousands of years, he has his own unique perception and understanding of the field, and there are not many people in the entire star field who can surpass him. Li Meiyoming is similar, but now, the combined domains of the two are not as good as the others, and they were cracked under the joint efforts. What does this mean? This discovery chilled Gongsun Liang's heart, his eyes were filled with horror, and his pupils trembled. It wasn't until this time that he realized that Yongkai hadn't used his full strength. He had overestimated Yongkai's strength as much as possible, but in the end he found that he had underestimated the opponent. Not good, Li Meiyoming yelled, and quickly withdrew his domain, his face livid. When the field is broken, what is damaged is its own foundation. If it is broken to an extent that cannot be repaired, it is very likely to cause the realm to drop and the cultivation base to decline. This is a consequence that no Void King realm can bear. Fortunately, he saw the opportunity quickly, otherwise there would be such a danger. As soon as his field was withdrawn, Gongsun Liang alone could not resist Yang Kai's power. There were dense bursting sounds in the air, and with the sound of those sounds, Gongsun Liang's body trembled slightly, his eyes, nose and ears trembled. Blood oozes from the mouth. That is a sign that the domain field that has been condensed for thousands of years is disintegrated. After this battle, even if Gongsun Liang survived, he would have to retreat for at least 100 years if he wanted to restore the domain. It's not over yet. Yang Kai looked at Gongsun Liang who was close at hand, and pressed down the dragon bone sword in his hand, accompanied by a force that seemed to be comparable to the creation of the world. Gongsun Liang flew out like a rag sack. Roar, resounding all over the world, the sound of the distant and clear dragon chant came out, and the keel sword turned into a green dragon, swaying its huge body, staring at 2 eyes bigger than a house, chasing Gongsun Liang, opening its bloody mouth, looking that posture seemed to devour him in one bite. Dragon Bone's secret treasure. Gongsun Liang's eyeballs were almost protruding. Although when Yang Kai took out the dragon bone sword just now, he felt that the other party's secret treasure was a bit extraordinary, but he never thought that it was actually a dragon bone sword. Secret treasure created. That is the skeleton of the ancient Holy Spirit. The secret treasures created are at least at the Void King level. The strong dragon power that was as thick as substance impacted Gongsun Liang's soul and body, making fear and horror unstoppable in his heart. It was an instinctive fear. No one would not feel this emotion when facing the ancient Holy Spirit. It was an instinct derived from blood. He bit the tip of his tongue, forced himself to dispel the discomfort in his heart, and pinched the Faju in his hand, and the Saint Yuan surged wildly. The next moment, his short sword's secret treasure burst into light, and with a burst of distortion, it suddenly turned into a huge hairtail-like existence. The hairtail-like existence was full of colors and colors, dazzling people's eyes. The fangs in its mouth were as dense as sawtooth, and it rushed towards the green dragon. 2 virtual king-level secret treasures met in midair, violent energy fluctuations spread, and the entire Purple Star City shook for a while. The houses below exploded as if they had decayed for thousands of years, and a plow was plowed out on the ground. A huge ravine. The void-returning mirror warriors who were standing nearby to watch the battle all felt as if they had been hit hard. Their faces changed drastically and they used their own defensive methods, but they were still shocked by the terrifying aftermath of energy. Only a few Zixing elders exist, relying on their profound cultivation, still standing in place, but judging from their expressions, it is not too easy to withstand the aftermath of this shock. Each expression is extremely dignified, but no one was willing to close their eyes, and they were all carefully watching this protracted battle. It is not common to see the head-to-head confrontation between Void King 2-layer powerhouses, and they can benefit endlessly if they learn anything from it. In the huge burst of energy, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Gongsun Liang. Gongsun Liang's complexion changed drastically. It was the time when his momentum was weakening, and he never thought that Yang Kai would appear in front of him at this time. Yang Kai didn't say a word, his expression was cold and resolute. Colorful rays of light flashed on his fist, and he punched Gongsun Liang. Immortal 5 Elements Sword Body. This unrivaled body tempering technique can be used to attack and defend. It is solid when defending, and it is invincible when attacking. Yang Kai filled his fist with the indestructible 5 Elements Sword Qi, which is extremely strong, almost equivalent to wearing a fist with a virtual king-level secret treasure set. If this punch hits, Gongsun Liang will be seriously injured. The fist was not swung fast, and the trajectory was extremely clear, but Gongsun Liang was shocked to find that he couldn't block the punch at all. This is already an absolute force to suppress. It was an attack that he could not defuse no matter what means he used. If he was in his heyday, he might be able to retreat completely, but now his momentum is weak and his field is damaged. How can he stop it? He could only watch helplessly as the fist full of multicolored rays of light enlarged in his eyes, feeling terrified and uneasy deep in his heart. At the critical moment, a figure appeared in front of Gongsun Liang, and it was Li Meiyoming. Li Meiyoming's face was extremely serious. He stretched out his hand to pat his chest and abdomen, opened his mouth, and spit out a wine gourd from his mouth. Without even thinking about it, he grabbed the gourd and poured it into his mouth, then squirted towards Yang Kai fiercely. Peak! A blue flame lay between Yang Kai and Li Meiyoming, blocking Yang Kai's attack like a river of heaven. The flame is not hot, but extremely cold. When the blue flame comes out, the whole world seems to be frozen. The multicolored glow on Yang Kai's fist was flickering, as if it might go out at any time. At the same time, a chill followed his fist, all the way up, and hit his heart. Yang Kai couldn't help but fight a cold war. Looking at the wine gourd and Lan Yan lying in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes brightened, and he realized that this was definitely an incredible treasure. Brother Yang, stop. Seeing that Yang Kai's actions were slightly hindered, Li Meiyoming hurriedly said. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, ignored Li Meiyoming, and shouted in a low voice, Longhua. Click, his arm suddenly swelled a circle. Under the unbelievable gaze of Li Meiyoming and Gongsun Liang, pieces of dragon scales condensed by the holy yuan suddenly appeared on the whole arm, and the hand that stretched out also changed. It became a dragon's claw, which looked ferocious and terrifying, and the breath of the golden holy dragon emanating from that arm also made the two of them shudder incessantly. The blue flame Tianhe lying between them was easily broken through, and the blue flame was attached to the dragon scale on Yang Kai's arm, burning blazingly, but it couldn't cause any harm to him. The eyeballs of Li Meiyoming and Gongsun Liang trembled violently, and without even thinking about it, they shot together, combining their strengths. They gathered into a violent attack that was not weak at the third level of the Void King, and hit Yang Kai's side. On that terrifying dragon claw. Interest. In the void, the ray of light was disillusioned, the sound of energy bursting one after another, a huge halo spread in the air, and a scene of the end of the world appeared in everyone's eyes. The three figures flew backwards in unison. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Shaolin Air. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1874 The Crazy Master. The entire Purple Star City was shaken and uneasy. Countless warriors looked up and looked at the place where the Great War broke out. Everyone was terrified and worried. 99% of the people don't know what happened there, but they know that there are definitely strong people who are in a life and death battle. The so-called fire at the city gate will affect the fish in the pond, so they naturally don't want to be implicated. In an instant, countless people scrambled towards the city gate, wanting to escape from Purple Star City and avoid the limelight. There are also courageous warriors who run in the direction of fighting instead, wanting to fish in troubled waters. The more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunity. This is an eternal truth. Zixing Palace, somewhere below, Ziwuji grinned silently, with a frenzied look on his face. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so powerful. When Li Meiyoming was restrained by favors and agreed to join Gongsun Liang to deal with Yang Kai, Ziwuji thought that his situation was over, and he was already mentally prepared to accept failure, and he was in despair. But now he is getting excited again, because in the confrontation between the three Void King two-layer powerhouses, Yang Kai has a slight upper hand, but Gongsun Liang and Li Meiyoming are still at a disadvantage. This Venerable Yang is so amazing. I'm afraid his father Zilong can't compare with this kind of method, right? Other than not being able to believe it, Ziwuji was excited. Yang Kai is on his side, at least he thinks so. As long as Yang Kai can win, then he can take the initiative again, become the Lord of the Purple Star, and rule the world from then on, dominating one side. The beautiful picture of the future slowly unfolded in front of him. Ziwuji was so excited that he could hardly control himself. He only kept urging Yang Kai in his heart to cut Gongsun Liang under the sword. In the air, Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, moved his body, and stared not far ahead with his eyes shining brightly. A few miles away, Gongsun Liang and Li Meiyoming both looked pale and stared at this sight in amazement. In the head-to-head confrontation just now, the three of them did not get any benefits. Although Yang Kai was injured a little bit, Li Meiyoming and Gongsun Liang were also having a hard time. It can be said that all three lost. This ending made Gongsun Liang and Li Meiyoming unacceptable. The two teamed up and could almost display the power of the Void King's third-layer realm, but Yang Kai was able to block it. Doesn't this mean that the other party is qualified to compete with the Void King's third level? This kind of thing almost overturned the cognition of Li Meiyoming and Gongsun Liang all along. The difference between the two levels and the third level is only one level, but it is a world of difference. The promotion of each level of the Void King realm can obtain a leap-like improvement. It is not difficult for a two-layer realm to kill a one-layer realm, and for the same reason, a three-layer realm wants to kill a two-layer realm without much effort, but Yang Kai's performance shocked the two of them. Long silence. Moreover, not only did the pair of pupils on the opposite side show no intention of retreating, but there was also a kind of high fighting spirit, which made Li Meiyoming and Gongsun Liang's scalps tingle. What kind of freak is this? The two found that they couldn't see through Yang Kai more and more. Kang, There was a crisp sound in the sky. It was the sound made by the two virtual king-level secret treasures that had been clashing all the time. The green dragon turned into a dragon bone sword again, and the hairtail-like existence also returned to its original body. The two swords' small secret treasures all flew towards the hands of their respective masters. The keel sword is safe and sound, with green and green halos all over it. On the contrary, it was Gongsun Liang's short sword. Its brilliance was dim, and it was obvious that its aura had lost a lot. Looking at the short sword, Gongsun Liang was furious for a moment, and his injury couldn't help but worsen. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and his momentum was quite weak. Brother Yang, stop. Li Meiyoming's complexion changed slightly. He looked towards Yang Kai with a solemn expression, and persuaded him in a deep voice. He really didn't want to fight anymore. This time he would come out of the mountain because of that person. It was only entrusted to protect Ziwuji's safety, but he was later forced to be involved in a confrontation with warriors of the same realm, which was not what he wanted, let alone a monster like Yang Kai who wanted to fight with him. If you say you want to fight, you can fight. If you say you don't want to fight, don't fight. How shameless am I? Yang Kai grinned grinningly. Then what do you think? Let's make a statement. You are not an outsider. Everything is easy to discuss. Li Meiyoming still regards Yang Kai as his own until now. It seems that the credibility of the Venerable Order is still very high. It's very simple. Yang Kai grinned, and took a step forward. A fight, life or death. I'll leave after the fight, whether you fight alone or together, I don't care. You. Li Meiyoming was anxious, looked at Yang Kai in puzzlement and said, why are you doing this? He never thought that Yang Kai would make such a nonsensical request. With the strength of the Void King realm, everyone would generally avoid head-on conflicts, because no Void King realm is easy to mess with, and everyone has the bottom card of the box. It's not good for anyone to be in a hurry. Li Meiyoming has never seen someone like Yang Kai, and he wants to force himself to fight again. It's not long since I was promoted to the Void King's second-order realm. It's rare to meet an opponent with the same realm as myself. I really want to verify where my bottom line is. Yang Kai smiled slightly. You are good opponents. Fart. Before Li Meiyoming could speak, Gongsun Liang couldn't help cursing, and looked at Yang Kai angrily, with engraved hatred in his eyes, and said, the old monster still wants to pretend to be tender. You want to be shameless. He also thought that Yang Kai was not very old at first. After all, he looked very young, but after a fight, he immediately concluded that Yang Kai must have lived for more than 1,000 years, otherwise it would be impossible to have such a strong strength. If he had just been promoted to the second level and could suppress him and Li Meiyoming with 1 against 2, then he, Gongsun Liang, might as well just hit him head-on to death. Believe it or not, anyway, this matter can't just end like this. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Seeing him being so aggressive, a flash of anger flashed in Gongsun Liang's eyes. His mouth moved, but he still couldn't say anything in the end. He also felt extremely regretful. If he had given up just now, there wouldn't have been so many incidents, but it was because he was so powerful that he wanted to snatch the Void Mind Crystal from Yang Kai's hand, which caused the subsequent waves. As a result, his current field was damaged, his secret treasure lost his spirituality, and his body was injured. If you want to recover completely, it is necessary to retreat for 100 years. It's useless to regret now. The bitterness in Gongsun Liang's heart is better than Wanglian. If the two of you don't call, I'll do it first. Yang Kai looked over there, and the Saint Yuan began to work secretly. At this moment, he suddenly frowned and looked up in a certain direction. At the same time, Gongsun Liang, Li Meiyoming, and even the other Void King realm elders in Zixing all changed their expressions slightly and looked in the same direction. Over there, a figure walked unhurriedly from the edge of the sky. It seemed to be far away at first, but in the blink of an eye, he came to the center of the battlefield. The person who came was an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a linen robe, which was spotless and without imposing manner. He looked like an ordinary old man. But Yang Kai's expression was extremely dignified, because he felt unimaginable pressure from this old guy. When he came to the center of the battlefield, the old man turned his head and looked around with a gloomy expression. Everyone he saw couldn't help but look away and lower their heads. The huge area was very quiet. You could hear the drop of a needle. Everyone even suppressed the sound of breathing, for fear of causing the old man's displeasure. Humph. After a long time, the old man snorted softly. This voice sounded very ordinary, but it seemed to have attracted some mysterious power, beating hard on everyone's hearts like a bell in the morning and a drum in the evening, causing everyone's body to tremble and blood to flow faster. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and his eyes burst into light. Void King 3-layer realm. Since the old man showed up, He had already guessed. Until now he was sure that the other party was a genuine Void King 3-layer powerhouse. It is the supreme existence that can be counted with a slap in the entire star field. A name popped out of Yang Kai's mind suddenly. Mad Master. Zi Donglai once told him about the strength and number of Zixing powerhouses, so Yang Kai knew that Zixing had always had a Void King 3-layer powerhouse sitting in command, and this person was the Mad Master. This old guy's seniority is frighteningly high, and Zilong would call him Shishuzu when he saw him. It's just that no one knows where this person is, because no one in Zixing has seen him for 200 years. Some people say that he has long passed away, some say that he went to the most dangerous place in the star field to seek higher martial arts, and some say that he shattered the void and left the star field long ago. But no one thought that he had been in Purple Star City all along, and showed up at this time. Gongsun Liang, Li Meiyoming and those Void King Realm elders finally came back to their senses at this moment. With respectful expressions, they all bowed in the direction of the Mad Master to greet him. I have seen the Master. Many Void returning mirror warriors knew who the visitor was, so they dared to be negligent, and they all bowed their heads one by one. Do you still see me as the Master? Kuang Shizong looked at the crowd coldly. Everyone was sweating on their foreheads. It was better than Gongsun Liang and Li Meiyoming also lowered their heads, like children who made mistakes, and did not dare to make a sound. After 200 years, you have all grown up. Kuang Shizong sneered, the good Purple Star City has been turned into this by you. You are worthy of the foundation that the ancestors of the Purple Star have created for you. With a question, everyone trembled and sweated profusely. If the old man doesn't leave the customs, are you planning to tear down this Purple Star Palace? I dare not wait, Gongsun Liangchang replied in fear. Why don't you dare? I think you are all courageous. Why do you have the courage to do it, but you don't have the courage to admit it? I am unfilial, please forgive my sin. Gongsun Liang said loudly. I am unfilial, please forgive my sin. Countless people shouted in unison from all around below. What's the matter with today's game? Kuang Shizong roared angrily, his white hair unmoving, looking very angry, tell me quickly. Gongsun Liang trembled, but he didn't dare to hide it, and quickly explained the cause and effect. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1875 How dare you? In front of an old monster like Kuang Shizong, Gongsun Liang didn't dare to play tricks, so he didn't add any embellishments to what he said, but just narrated today's events in a straightforward manner. When he heard that the tablets in the ancestral hall were all broken, Kuang Shizong was furious, and a terrifying coercion swept the audience. The coercion was as heavy as if the sky was falling, pressing on everyone's hearts, making people terrified and uneasy. He looked at Ziwuji with sharp eyes, and at a glance, Ziwuji spit out a mouthful of blood and was directly injured. With his shrewdness, he didn't know that the broken tablet was Ziwuji's secret move. This was disrespectful to the ancestors, and he naturally wanted to punish him. Hearing that Yang Kai was 1 against 2, not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but instead had the upper hand, Mad Master Zong raised his brows and looked at Yang Kai with great interest. Yang Kai was not afraid, and grinned at him. After a while, Gongsun Liang finished speaking and stood quietly, waiting anxiously. The atmosphere was solemn, and no one dared to speak. The place where the Kuang Shizong was located seemed to have become the focus of all eyes. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment. After a long time, the Mad Master said leisurely, why didn't the old man hear that my Zixing has a third Venerable? Boy, where did you get that Venerable token? Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, the old man's question is strange, the Venerable order is naturally given to me by Brother Zilong. He gave it to you. When, where? Kuang Shizong's majestic eyes stared at Yang Kai, and asked fiercely. Gongsun Liang, Li Meiyoming and others all looked at Kuang Shizong suspiciously, not knowing why he would ask these insignificant questions. Yang Kai frowned slightly, with a faint premonition, but still calmly said, what does the old gentleman mean by asking these? You know what you mean. Kuang Shizong's face suddenly became serious, and he took a step in the direction of Yang Kai, just a step, but the aura that was brought about seemed to be smashed towards Yang Kai with a shocking giant hammer. Similarly, even with Yang Kai's current strength, he couldn't help being forced to take 3 steps back, his face turning red. Where did Zilong go? Is he dead or alive? Kuang Shizong asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, and he didn't make a sound. Kuang Shizong's question obviously already knew something, or judged something. No matter how he answered, it might reveal flaws, so it's best not to speak. Don't talk. Does that mean you're guilty of being a thief? Huang Shizong sneered. Boy, you may not know that Zixing's Venerable doesn't just need to hold the Venerable order, but the old man needs to nod to count. Old man, if you don't nod, Zilong will not send out the token of the Venerable even if he has the courage. You hold the token of the Venerable, but the old man doesn't know your existence. Is it because Zilong didn't take the old man seriously or something else? Do you need an explanation? Hearing what he said, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, and said casually, maybe Brother Zilong thought about telling the old man after a while, and, the Venerable Order has already been returned to the Great Elder, this matter is can't it stop here? HMPH. Huang Shizong snorted coldly, ignored Yang Kai, but looked down at Ziwuji, and said coldly, is your father's Yuanming lamp still there? Although Ziwuji was seriously injured just now, but at any rate there was nothing serious, he was adjusting his breath at the moment, his body shook when he heard the words, his expression struggled for a while, he seemed to be hesitating to lie, but he still replied honestly, go back to Patriarch, father's Yuanming lamp, is broken. What? Everyone was shocked, and even Gongsun Liang showed an expression of disbelief. They naturally knew what the Yuanming lamp represented, and everyone knew what it meant when the Yuanming lamp was broken. That means Zilong has fallen. The owner of the Purple Star has passed away. Only Li Maoming, who got the news from Ziwuji early in the morning, was quite calm, but his expression was gloomy, and he kept smiling wryly. He and Zilong worked hard together in the world, and they were like brothers. Later, they parted ways for a woman, but that was all, not enemy. When he found out that Zilong had fallen, Li Maoming didn't have the slightest bit of joy, but was deeply saddened. Sure enough, Mad Master Zong sighed leisurely, his face seemed to have aged quite a bit. After being silent for a while, he looked at Yang Kai again, his eyes were as sharp as a falcon, as if he could see through everything in the world, and said in a deep voice, where did Zilong die? The Lost Land. Yang Kai frowned. Who killed it? Yang Kai was surprised. What? The old man thinks that Brother Zilong's death has nothing to do with me. Huang Shizong sneered. Although you are great, you are not qualified enough to kill Zilong. If not, do you think the old man would tell you this? I have already taken your life to avenge Zilong. Quote. Old Mister's eyes are like torches. Yang Kai had an expression of admiration on his face, and then his expression became sad again. Brother Zilong died under the 7 luminaries' precious light, it was not man-made. Qiao Baoguang. Huang Shizong's face changed. Obviously he also knew what kind of existence the Qiao Baoguang was, maybe he had also traveled to the Lost Land back then, and knew the power of the Qiao Baoguang, so he nodded slightly when he heard the words said. If that's the case, it's because he was careless. After Brother Zilong died, I picked up his space ring, and that Venerable Order, hee. Yang Kai laughed. So, you are not my Venerable Purple Star. Gongsun Liang couldn't help shouting angrily. Great Elder, forgive me, forgive me. Yang Kai hugged him with a smile. I'm so pissed off. Gongsun Liang burst into blood, almost bursting his chest with anger. Huang Shizong looked at him coldly, and then said to Yang Kai, boy, you are not my Zixing Venerable, but you are here to deceive and destroy my Purple Star City, which is an unforgivable crime. This is not about me alone. Yang Kai had a grievance on his face. If it weren't for you, how could we be in today's situation? Huang Shizong looked at Yang Kai coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes was as strong as real. Yang Kai secretly vigilant, Saint Yuan is running, ready to strike back at any time. But to his surprise, the Mad Master did not attack him immediately, but said, boy, I will give you 2 choices. One is that I will kill you and crush you to ashes to comfort Zixingli, the spirit of the ancestors in the sky. The second is to join my Purple Star, become a part of my Purple Star, and work for my Purple Star. Choose yourself. Yang Kai smiled and said, the old man is embarrassing me, I don't want to die, and I don't want to join Zixing, what should I do? Boy, don't toast and eat fine wine. I am also a person who loves talents. I don't want people like you to die young. You should think carefully before replying. I've thought about it thoroughly. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Huang Shizong narrowed his eyes, stared at Yang Kai's direction, and said unhurriedly, you pretended to be my Zixing Venerable, sneaked into the Purple Star Palace, and got involved in this muddy water, not just to watch is it lively. I guess, you are here for these people. After the words fell, Huang Shizong stretched out his hand and waved, and there was a slight exclamation sound suddenly from the distance below, followed by a roar, accompanied by violent energy fluctuations. Huang Shizong's expression froze, and he stretched out his hand. Hold and pull. A few figures flew over from there uncontrollably, and came directly to him not far away. Impressively, it was Shentu and the others. Behind Shentu and the others, Stone Puppet held up the shaking sky pillar and chased after him. His small body had swelled a lot, as if he wanted to save Shentu and the others, but there was nothing he could do. Shentu and the others looked panic-stricken. They had just been rescued by the Stone Puppet, and when they were about to take the opportunity to escape from Purple Star City, they were subdued by Kuang Shizong's move. Kuang Shizong fixed Shentu and others not far in front of him, frowning and looking at the Stone Puppets below, with suspicion on his face. With his eyesight, he couldn't tell whether the Stone Puppet was a living being or a puppet. He could only vaguely feel that this stone-like thing was not very simple. What's the meaning of this old man? Yang Kai squinted at the Mad Master Zong. It's nothing. Kuang Shizong saw that he was a little nervous, Shentu and others, and couldn't help smiling triumphantly. It seems that you are a member of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. But why hasn't the old man heard of someone like you in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce? You are an unknown boy. The old man has never heard of it, but the old man who is a martial arts master should use these tricks to spread the word, so he is not afraid of being ridiculed by others. Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that he could scrape off a layer of frost. Who dares to laugh at you? This old man killed him all over the house. Kuang Shizong said with a nonchalant expression, I'll give you one last chance to be loyal to me, Purple Star, and I can let these trash fish go, otherwise, all of you will be killed. Die. Shentu was suspended in midair, her strength was imprisoned, and she couldn't move her Saint Yuan at all. Hearing this, she looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile and said, Brother Yang, leave us alone, you can find a way. Before he finished speaking, a mouthful of blood spurted out suddenly as if he had been severely injured. Second son, those martial artists from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce turned pale with shock, and one of them turned his head and cursed at Kuang Shizong, old bastard, how dare you? Boom, just as the man spoke halfway, his entire head burst open suddenly, red and white objects flew in all directions, and headless corpses fell from midair. Shentu and the others immediately turned pale. They never expected that with the identity of the Kuang Shizong, they would actually kill a void-returning mirror warrior, and it was under the condition of being subdued. At that moment, none of them dared to make a sound anymore, for fear of provoking death. I don't have much patience, the next one will start with him. This kid seems to have some weight. He is dead, maybe you can seriously consider the old man's suggestion. Kuang Shizong pointed at Shentu with a cold expression. As soon as these words came out, Shentu couldn't help shaking. How dare you? Yang Kai shouted angrily, his face suddenly turned hideous. Leaving aside the friendship between himself and Shentu, he can't sit back and watch Shentu be killed. Let's talk about Shuiyu's place. If Shentu is really allowed to be killed by the Mad Master, then he will have no face to see Shuiyu in the future. After all, Shentu is Shuiyu's second brother. Kuang Shizong was stunned, and said with a strange expression, It's been a long time since no one has said such a thing to this old man. It's interesting, boy, then you should widen your eyes and see if this old man really dares to kill him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1876. The Mad Master sect is decisive in killing and attacking, and he is a man of madness. He will never take Yang Kai's meaningless threat to his heart. It's dead. Shentu's face was pale, and he felt the breath of death enveloped him, and his whole body was like falling into an ice cellar. At this moment, a mysterious force surged, and Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in place. Kuang Shizong's eyelids shrank, and his outstretched hand was clenched suddenly, turning into a fist, and the powerful power of the Void King's third-layer realm burst out suddenly, blasting into the void ahead. In front of that, Yang Kai appeared like a ghost, blocking him, Shentu and the others. His face was extremely solemn, he put his hands together, and pushed forward suddenly. Mystery, exile. The power of space surged, and a black hole suddenly appeared in front of Kuang Shizong. The black hole was like an open animal mouth, trying to swallow him. The black hole was chaotic and empty, even if it was as strong as Kuang Shizong. Those who feel the breath coming from the black hole can't help but tremble. The powerful strength of the Void King's third-layer realm exploded in an all-round way. Boom, there was a loud noise, and the opened black hole was like a mirror being shattered, collapsing inch by inch, but the chaotic power of space was scattered in all directions, turning into countless attacks, covering the Mad Master. The younger generation is rampant. Kuang Shizong was furious, his body shook, and the Holy Yuan rolled out, forming a protection outside the body, blocking those chaotic space forces. Shish. There was a sound of piercing the sky, and huge energy attacks like crescent moons slashed towards the Mad Master. Mystery, Moonblade. Kuang Shizong shrank his eyes, felt the huge damage contained in the Moonblade, dared not neglect any more, opened his mouth and spat out. A secret treasure like Jade Rui was spit out by him, twisted and transformed into a giant bird that lifted the sky. This giant bird has 3 heads, each of which is the size of a house. When its wings wave, the energy of the wind energy between the heaven and the earth gathers and turns into countless wind blades, heading towards the moon blade. There was a bursting sound, and the moon blade and the wind blade formed an impenetrable strangulation area in midair, which seemed to be able to shred the sky. A fist protruded from the chaotic battle circle, and smashed towards the Kuang Shizong, and the colorful rays of light bloomed on the fist, which was Yang Kai's indestructible sword energy. Mad Master Zong also saw the opportunity quickly, and also punched him. With a bang, Kuang Shizong's body shook 3 times, stood still, but Yang Kai flew back directly, his face paled slightly in midair, and he forcibly circulated the Saint Yuan to dissolve the intrusion into the body. Energy impact. The action of the two was as fast as thunder. Many people didn't understand what happened, even those elders at the first level of the Void King were confused. Only Gongsun Liang and Li Meoming see the whole process in your eyes. The two couldn't help but gasped, looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. When the two teamed up to fight with Yang Kai before, they fell into a disadvantage, and they already knew that Yang Kai was not an ordinary second-level Void King. They guessed that Yang Kai should have the qualifications to fight against the third level. But guesses are guesses after all, they can't be taken as true. After all, they can't see how strong the Void King's third layer is. And at this moment, this kind of thing really happened right under their noses. Yang Kai really fought a few tricks with the Mad Master Zong. Although he fell into a disadvantage and seemed to have suffered a little injury, he couldn't see the defeat at all. Who is the Mad Master? That is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years, and there are not many people in the entire star field. Each of these third-level Void Kings has the power to destroy a star, and ordinary people can't even peep their depth. They are the symbol of martial arts supremacy, and they are undefeated legends. Yang Kai was able to retreat in front of such a person. Not only that, he also took those people from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce away in front of the Mad Master. This discovery made Li Meoming and Gongsun Liang completely dumbfounded, asking themselves over and over again, if they were themselves, would they be able to do this? The answer is obviously no. I'm afraid that when Kuang Shizong made the first move, they would have already been injured and forced to retreat. In the sky above Purple Star City, Kuang Shizong's complexion changed endlessly, not embarrassment and anger, but dignified. He stared blankly at Yang Kai, without saying a word. Not far from the opposite side, Yang Kai blocked Shen Tu and the others behind him, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head slightly, and looked at Kuang Shizong. After a long time, the Mad Master asked without thinking, the power of space. Senior's eyes are as bright as torches. Yang Kai grinned at him. You know such a strange power. And you are so proficient. Kuang Shizong's heart trembled violently, and his eyeballs almost popped out. The Mad Master sect has heard of space power. Of course, in the star field, in the Purple Star, there are also people who practice space power, but at most they are just beginners, and they cannot use space power to fight against the enemy. But Yang Kai's action just now clearly shows that he has a deep attainment in space power, otherwise he would not be able to achieve the kind of teleportation-like movement, condensing into the actual Moonblade attack and void black hole. It's just unbelievable. Li Meoming and Gongsun Liang were also stunned, and they didn't know until now that what Yang Kai used just now was that extremely biased space power. Realizing this, both of them couldn't help but look ugly. Doesn't this mean that when Yang Kai fought with them before, he didn't use his full strength? Playing 2 against 1, not only fell into a disadvantage, but even failed to force out the opponent's real strength. This kind of thing made both Gongsun Liang and Li Meoming feel ashamed and ashamed. Since the old gentleman knows, do you still have the confidence to keep me? On the other side, Yang Kai chuckled, with a face full of confidence, if I want to leave, no one in this world can stop me. Hearing what he said, the Mad Master nodded slightly and said, although the words are a bit crazy, you are indeed qualified to say that. It's good for seniors to know. Why don't we have a discussion? Today's matter is over. I will leave with a few friends. Seniors don't care about the previous things anymore. How about it? You are beautiful. Kuang Shizong sneered. It is true that since you are proficient in space power, it is impossible for me to kill you, but that is only limited to you alone. Oil bottle, do you still have the confidence to escape the old man's pursuit? You are all smart people, so don't play tricks with the old man. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, I didn't expect the old man to see through, what should I do? Shen Tu, who was protected by Yang Kai, heard a flash of determination on his face, and said, Brother Yang, you go, leave us alone, if I can be saved by you today, Shen Tu will die without regret. Quote, I swear to follow the second son to the death, and I won't be lonely on the road to Wangquan. Several other people expressed their opinions one after another, with expressions of seeing death as home. Yang Kai turned his head, glanced at them, and smiled slightly. Don't worry, since I have reached this point, I naturally can't let you guys ignore it, let's go together today. Let's go together. Huang Shizong sneered, boy, you are overthinking, don't be so presumptuous in my Purple Star City. When the words fell, he waved his hand, and Chi-Chi, the 8 elders of the Purple Star Void King realm, flew towards Yang Kai. Li Maoming and Gong Sunliang also joined together. In the blink of an eye, 10 Void King realm elders took Yang Kai and others. The package was completely tight, and not far away, there were Void King third layers like Huang Shizong staring at him. Shen Tu and the others looked sad, realizing that this time they might really be doomed. Yang Kai laughed loudly, interesting, interesting. It's rare to meet so many strong people at once, it really makes people excited. If this is the case, then I will let go and make a big fuss. Huang Shizong frowned, not knowing what other cards Yang Kai had, but he was still rampant as before, without any worries. Everyone, be careful, Yang Kai grinned, waved his hands forward, and shouted, come out. As the words fell, a colossal monster suddenly descended on the sky above the Purple Star City. It was so huge that it looked like a high mountain. As soon as it appeared, it blocked the sunlight in the sky and put everyone in the shadow. What is this? Someone exclaimed involuntarily. So big, a humanoid puppet. What the hell is this? Everyone looked at the huge thing and almost lost the ability to think. It was a giant with a height of 100 feet, in the shape of a human, like a giant piled up of mountains and rocks. Its body is like a knife and an axe, with sharp edges and corners, giving people a feeling of extreme fortitude. From its body, no breath of life can be felt, but there is a coercion comparable to the Void King's third layer sweeping all directions. Every Void King realm standing in midair feels as if it is pressing on a mountain, which is extremely heavy. Those martial artists under the Void King realm were even more shaky, and those with lower strength fell directly downward, only screams pierced the sky, endlessly. The eyes of the giant were agile, as if full of intelligence, and as soon as it appeared, it fell straight down. That posture is like a meteor falling from the sky. Not good, Huang Shizong roared, seeing Yang Kai's huge Dharma body falling downwards, and when he was about to block it, the sky suddenly became dark again. Accompanied by a clear bird song, a huge firebird dragging its long tail suddenly appeared, covering the sky. The firebird seemed to be composed of flames, and there was a faint flash of thunder in its body, which gave people a great deterrent and made people feel uneasy. When it flapped its wings, the temperature of the air rose sharply. This is not over yet, with golden blood streaks spurting out, beast roars one after another, an army of blood beasts appeared in the void. Lei Yanfei, tail-crested snake, Zigen bird, star emperor tortoise, 8-eyed demon toad, Lei Po purple sky leopard. There are all kinds of things, except for the steel flame ghost spider left by Yang Kai in the Tongshuan continent to guard the 9 heavens holy land. The other blood beasts have already dispatched the entire army, and each blood beast emits powerful power fluctuations. We can avoid returning third layer strongman, nearly 20 blood beasts gathered in one place, and the sky-high blood light seemed to break through the sky and pierce the starry sky. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1877. The situation changed suddenly, so many strange things suddenly appeared in the sky above the Purple Star Palace, making everyone dazzled and at a loss for a while. Roar! A roar resounded through the sky, and the small stone puppet below, under Yang Kai's order, slapped his chest fiercely with both fists, accompanied by the sound of a war drum. His body suddenly grew bigger, and he transformed into a stone giant. The next moment, a blazing fire erupted from its body, and a shocking scorching force erupted, causing the stone on its body to melt rapidly. It looks like it is wearing a layer of lava armor. Tiny final shapeshifter, the lava giant. Just such a giant with a height of more than 10 feet and flowing lava all over its body gives people an unimaginable sense of oppression, not to mention that it is carrying a thick Tiantian pillar on its shoulders, which weighs hundreds of thousands of catties. The tianju is held in a small hand, as light as nothing, just sweep it, and all the houses within a radius of 100 zhang around it are reduced to dust. The air waves rolled up by the violent power are like a sledgehammer bombarding the hearts of every Void King realm powerhouse, making them look fearful. Boom, the Dharma body fell to the ground. The Dharma body like a mountain fell like a meteor, and the huge impact made the entire Purple Star City shake 3 times. Even the houses far away in the outer city have many cracks at this moment. Those houses in the inner city, not to mention, the ones that were close to them, collapsed directly, and the ones that were a little further away were crumbling. Yang Kai stood in midair, with a leisurely look on his face. He whistled frivolously, with an unscrupulous smile on his face, staring at the ashen-faced Huang Shizong. The Dharma body slowly raised one big foot and took a step forward. The movement of the Dharma body was extremely slow, as if someone had cast some curse mark on it. It looked very difficult, but when that foot was stepped on, a huge footprint appeared somewhere in Purple Star City, and everything under the footprint was no longer exists, leaving only a deep pit. The Dharma body didn't have any other attacking movements, it just walked step by step. But it brings unimaginable destructive power. What the hell is this? Quick, attack it. If you don't stop it, the entire Purple Star City will be over. Many strong men yelled, and without waiting for the order from the Mad Master, they all used their means to fight towards the Dharma body. A total of 10 Void King Realm powerhouses, including 2 Void King Realm 2 layers, each released their own secret techniques without hesitation, showed their own secret treasures, gathered into a powerful lethal force, and attacked the Dharma body in an attempt to prevent the movement of the Law body. A series of explosive sounds came out, earth and rocks flew, and bright light bloomed, making people squint their eyes involuntarily. After the light dissipated, everyone took a closer look and felt cold. The joint efforts of the 10 Void King realms failed to destroy the huge monster in the first place. Although it seemed that a lot of stones had been knocked out, and the surface of the body became bumpy, these losses did not affect the actions of the Dharma body at all. Instead, it aroused its ferocity. It is Yang Kai's distraction that controls the actions of the Dharma body, and what he inherits is Yang Kai's character, thinking, and even the way of doing things. How can he tolerate being attacked like this and not fight back? I saw a terrifying and fierce light burst out from the eyes of the Dharma body, its huge body sank slightly, raised its foot, and stomped violently. Ka-cha-cha! Huge gullies cracked on the ground, with canine teeth intertwined, spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed. The Dharma body raised his hands, and from the shattered ground, countless large and small clods of soil were lifted by invisible forces. The small clods were only as big as a head, but the big ones were comparable to a house. The Dharma body shook and roared, and all the controlled soil clods shot in all directions like locusts crossing the border. Such an attack may not be able to harm the Void King realm, and even the Void Return Mirror can be easily avoided, but after the earth and rocks flew around, palaces were pierced and houses were bombed down. In just 5 breaths of time, half of the Purple Star Palace was destroyed with the place where the Dharma body was located as the center. Huang Shizong's expression turned extremely ugly. In my own base camp, being so arrogantly acted by the enemy, all the high-end combat power of the entire Purple Star can't stop the opponent. If such a thing is spread, it will definitely become the laughingstock of the entire Star territory, and it will also become the most important thing in the history of the Purple Star. Biggest blemish. He wanted to capture the thief and capture the king, but Yang Kai's attention was always on him, so he couldn't find a chance at all. Hey! A bird chirped, and the firebird, which was flying steadily above Yang Kai, flew out without receiving an order. Yang Kai frowned, he didn't know what this guy was going to do. He raised his eyes and scanned the field, and after seeing something, he suddenly understood, and he didn't stop the firebird's movements. The firebird casted extremely quickly, and with a spread of its wings, it flew a distance of hundreds of feet. It came directly in front of Li Meoming, opened its beak, and sprayed out a flame mixed with lightning like a dragon going out to sea. Aware of the frightening power contained in the flame, Li Meoming did not dare to be negligent and hastily moved away. At the same time, he clapped the gourd in his hand, and a large amount of blue flames shot out from the gourd, and the blue flame turned into Tianhe. Sweep towards the firebird like a horse training. Seeing this scene, an anthropomorphic cunning expression appeared in Huonao's eyes, and instead of retreating, he opened his mouth and bit the blue flame in his mouth. Something happened. It actually directly sucked the blue flame into its stomach. As soon as the move was successful, the firebird flew towards Yang Kai without looking back. Li Meoming was left alone with his mouth wide open, and stood there stupidly, unable to recover for a long time. After a long while, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed in pain, "Ah, my Kunlun Bingyan." While speaking, he kept pinching Fahui, his own divine sense and Shungyuan agitated together, trying to control the Kunlun ice flame refined by him to escape from the control of the fire bird in return. Visible to the naked eye, there was a burst of pain in the abdomen of the fire bird. It is bulging and undulating, as if something is wantonly in its belly. Its body surface is also constantly flashing red, purple and blue light. The firebird screamed in pain. It wants to forcibly collect other people's Kunlun ice flame. Naturally, it can't be so easy. It always has to pay some price. After all, Kunlun ice flame is not a mortal thing. Among the three colors flashing on the firebird, the red represents its own fire power, the purple is the power that devoured and refined the Qianshan thunder and fire before, and the blue is naturally the power of Kunlun ice flame. The three colors intersect, you are strong and I am weak, with the body of the firebird as the battlefield, it seems that the battle is imminent. But the firebird is a firebird after all, it has absorbed the power of the real fire of the sun and the thunder and fire of the dry sky. No matter which kind of power of these two kinds of fire is lost to Kunlun Bingyan, so it just stalemate for a while, then the flickering blue light dimmed. Until this moment, Huo Nao's body shook, and a phantom of Baoding suddenly appeared in his body. It is its natal secret treasure, the virtual king-level refining furnace. At this moment, the Kunlun ice flame was completely sealed by the refining furnace. I believe that as long as the firebird is given enough time, it can refine this strange fire, and its strength will definitely increase again when the time comes. PFF'd. In the distance, Li Meiyoming spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling that the connection between his secret treasure and his mind was cut off, and he knew that Kunlun Bingyan would never be retrieved again, unless he killed the firebird. Possible. While Huo Nao and Li Meiyoming were fighting for the Kunlun ice flame, Xiao Xiao Stone Puppet was also fighting Gongsun Liang. Although Xiao Xiao turned into a lava giant, compared with a huge existence like the Dharma body, he is still like a grandson in front of his grandfather. He has to look up to see the back of his neck. Little body. Gongsun Liang, the secret treasure of the dagger that had lost his spirituality, was not willing to use it again, but took out a heavy secret treasure that looked like a hammer. He mobilized all his strength, poured it into the secret treasure, and slammed it down towards Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao just hit him with a stick. The secret treasure in the shape of a hammer exploded into powder on the spot, Gongsun Liang even flew upside down, and the bones in both arms were shattered. It wasn't until this moment that Gongsun Liang realized how big a mistake he had made. Although his iron hammer secret treasure was not at the Void King level, it was also a high-rank Void level secret treasure. Knowing how powerful the opponent's seemingly light stick is, this power alone is enough to reduce 10 meetings with one force. The two great Void Kings at the second level were all deflated, and the remaining 8 Void Kings at the first level looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to do for a while. The Dharma body is still walking unhurriedly. Every time it takes a step, the ground will crack open and leave huge footprints. Its existence is like a mountain of 10,000 feet pressing down on everyone's hearts, making people breathless. Even Shen Tu and the others, who were guarded by Yang Kai, all opened their mouths wide at this moment, looking at all this stupidly, their minds were blank, and they had no ability to think at all. Relying on one's own strength, against all the powerhouses in the entire Purple Star, including 8 first-level Void Kings, 2 second-level Void Kings, and 1 third-level Void King, he did not lose the wind at all, but dominated everywhere. According to advantage. If they hadn't seen this kind of thing with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were killed. While Shen Tu was shocked, he also felt subtly bitter. When he and Yang Kai met for the first time back then, although Yang Kai performed very well, he was still far behind him in terms of cultivation. The two of them helped each other and took care of each other, so they had a chance to survive. But this time when we met again, Shen Tu found that the other party was already standing at a height that he couldn't even look up, and that huge gap was something he couldn't even close in his entire life. This discovery made Shen Tu feel lost. He has not wasted time in these years, he has been working hard to cultivate, wanting to get the approval of President Io, wanting to surpass his talented third brother, but his achievements are so worthless in front of Yang Kai. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1878 Walk Away. Senior, do you want me to continue to make trouble? In the air, Yang Kai, who had been confronting Huang Shizong, looked at the other party with a smile, and asked leisurely, if you continue to make trouble like this, I'm afraid your Purple Star City will really die. It's ruined. But it doesn't matter, Zixing is so big, there are tens of thousands of cities, without Zixing City, there are other cities, I will sweep them one by one, I believe it will be enough for me to make a fuss. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was frightened. If Yang Kai had said such things before, I am afraid most people would think that he was uttering wild words, but after seeing the powerful combat power and destructive power of those strange things, no one dared to doubt Yang Kai's ability. As long as he has enough patience, with the army composed of so many strange things in his hands, he can definitely destroy the entire Purple Star. Everyone looked at Huang Shizong, and 99% of them had expressions of seeking peace. They were really scared, although Yang Kai was noisy enough, but up to now, he hadn't started a big killing spree. If he really forced him to fight, these people present might not be able to survive a few. Enough. Although Huang Shizong was angry in his heart, he had no choice but to roar. Yang Kai smiled slightly. So, Senior is willing to talk to me. You won. Huang Shizong looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face, with engraved hatred in his eyes. Take those few people and get out of my Purple Star quickly, and dare to step into my Purple Star in the future, old man, I swear that I will kill you at the palm of my hand. Senior, don't worry, I won't come again, Purple Star. Yang Kai grinned, but he didn't care about the harsh words from the Mad Master Zong. Anyone who was a little smarter knew that it was a scene. Yang Kai is proficient in the power of space, and is a Void King 2-layer powerhouse. I am afraid that no one in the entire star field can kill him, unless he is trapped in a certain place, and he is killed by a wheel battle or a sea battle. Only by losing his strength can he be killed, otherwise there is absolutely no chance. This old man won't just forget about it. One day, sooner or later, this old man will go to Shuiyu Star and talk to I.O. Huang Shizong looked at Yang Kai coldly, and said every word. Until now, he thought that Yang Kai was from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Shuiyu Xing welcomes you. Yang Kai smiled, and then said to Shen Tu, Brother Shen Tu, everything has been prepared, you can leave first. What about you? Shen Tu frowned and looked at Yang Kai, with a hint of worry on his face. I'll stay and watch them. Yang Kai pointed down, I'm afraid that if I leave together, they will attack the battleship. Don't worry, they can't stop me, I will join you later. Shen Tu thought for a while, and seemed to agree with this statement, but did not try to persuade him anymore, but cupped his fists and said, since that's the case, Brother Yang, be careful, I'll wait for you in the battleship. Yang Kai nodded. Be careful all the way. Shen Tu left without looking back, and several other warriors from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce also nodded to Yang Kai to express their gratitude, and followed Shen Tu to leave. Down below, Xiao Xiao changed back to her small and harmless figure, carrying the shaking pillar on her shoulders, and followed closely behind Shen Tu and the others. It was ordered by Yang Kai to escort Shen Tu and others all the way. Many strong people in Zixing stood still, or in other words, they didn't dare to act rashly, and could only watch a few void-returning mirrors swaggering away under their noses. There was a look of shame on everyone's face, and the eyes looking at Yang Kai almost burst into flames. The boy is quite meticulous in his actions. Huang Shizong said suddenly. Senior, it's absurd, but it's just that you should be careful in everything. Yang Kai chuckled. The one that left just now, and what is that thing underneath? Why has the old man never seen it before, a puppet? Or a living thing? Huang Shizong asked with squinted eyes. Souls are a very rare race. Seniors may not be able to find them if they are looking for them. Contrary to Huang Shizong's expectation, Yang Kai didn't mean to hide, but directly said the answer, I got these two by chance. Huang Shizong nodded slightly, and looked at the army of nearly 20 blood beasts with great interest. What about these? You won't tell me that they are also living beings, right? This is formed by a secret technique. Senior, do you want to learn it? If you want to learn, I can teach you. Yang Kai frowned, with a cheap expression on his face. No, Huang Shizong snorted coldly, I'm afraid I won't be able to pay the price. He also knew that Yang Kai was chatting with him to pass the time, so he took the opportunity to collect some information. As for the other party saying that he was willing to teach the secret technique, he would obviously put forward some harsh requirements, and the Mad Master Zong would not be so stupid as to believe it. Forget it. Yang Kai didn't care, and talked to Huang Shizong without saying a word. Suddenly, Li Maoming stepped forward with a depressed face, cupped his fists and said, Brother Yang, can you give me back my Kunlun ice flame? Kun Lan Bing Yan. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, looked at the fire bird thoughtfully, and immediately knew that he was referring to the blue flame that was swallowed by the fire bird. Exactly, that Kunlun ice flame is of great use to me, if I lose it. Li Maoming looked embarrassed. Hee, Brother Li's words are useless to me, you have to ask him. Yang Kai pointed at Firebird. Brother Yang is joking. Li Meiyoming's mouth twitched. Although Li can't see what kind of existence it is obviously you who are the main ones, and it is not because of Brother Yang's words things. Well, I can exchange it with a virtual king-level secret treasure, how about it? The condition proposed by Li Meiyoming is still very pertinent. Yang Kai thought about it and said, then let me ask for you. Thank you, Brother Yang. Only then did Yang Kai turn his head to look at Huo now, and said, you heard what you said just now, can you return the blue flame? If you want to, just nod, if you don't want to, just shake your head. Huo now glanced at Yang Kai, then looked away, as if he didn't care. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. Brother Li, you have also seen that this guy has a bad temper, and he probably doesn't want to return it. Li Meiyoming was speechless for a moment. At this moment, a battleship in the sky suddenly started to move, and soon, the battleship set sail at an extremely fast speed, broke through the clouds, and sailed towards the distant starry sky. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, everyone, Mr. Yang bids farewell, we will meet again in the mountains and rivers. While speaking, he put away the army of blood beasts, firebirds, and Dharma body, and his body turned into a stream of light, chasing the battleship and leaving quickly. Brother Yang, my Kunlun Bingyan, I have something to say. Li Meiyoming stood there with a sad face and shouted, but got no response. Master, just let him go like this. Gongsun Liang stood beside Kuang Shizong and asked with a straight face. Today's battle is not only a disgrace to Zixing, but also a shame to Gongsun Liang. He has suffered a huge loss in this battle, so he naturally does not want to let it go. After hearing the words, Kuang Shizong didn't answer immediately, his eyes gleamed brightly, as if hesitating whether to take the opportunity to chase after him or not. It's not good, it's not good. Suddenly a panicked shout came, and everyone followed the sound, and found that the person was Ji Jun who had been assisting Ziwuji. Old Ji, what happened? Ziwuji asked, resisting the discomfort in his body. Second son, Venerable Yang looted the entire Purple Star treasure house. Ji Jun shouted. What? The faces of Ziwuji and Kuang Shizong changed drastically at the same time, and the faces of the others were also filled with righteous indignation. How did the man surnamed Yang enter the Purple Star treasury? Where did he get the key? And who led him there? So that's the case. I said, second young master, why did you transfer all the people guarding the treasury away today? So that's the reason. Gongsun Liang looked at Ziwuji with a gloomy expression, you have been in collusion with him a long time ago. Ziwuji was furious for a while, and found that he couldn't argue, he said anxiously, he said he only took one thing, how did I know he was so greedy, I even specially asked Ji Lao to follow him to monitor. Ji Jun suddenly looked ashamed. I was knocked out after being restrained by him, and I didn't wake up until just now. Trash. Kuang Shizong was furious, and with a wave of his hand, surging power came out through his body, and he sent Ziwuji flying, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, and roared angrily, everyone chases after me, regardless of the cost, we must take that kid killed in the starry sky. Yes, everyone agreed, and they used their body skills to fly in a certain direction. In a short while, over the Purple Star City, more than a dozen Void-class high-grade battleships were launched, and one of them was led by a Void King-class warship, aggressively entering the starry sky. Others may not know what kind of treasures are stored in the Purple Star treasure house, but how could the Mad Master not know? Other things are fine, but that piece of real dragon scale is a priceless treasure, a treasure that has existed since the establishment of Zixing. For so many years, all the geniuses of Zixing have thought of refining that dragon scale for their own use. Zong also tried, but none of them succeeded. In the end, it can only be shelved and sealed in the treasure house. Although no one can refine the dragon scale, it doesn't mean it has no value. On the contrary, its value is immeasurable. Now that the dragon scales have been stolen by Yang Kai, how could the Mad Master Zong give up? Now he is really in an endless situation with Yang Kai. Everyone in Purple Star City felt the shock today. The aftermath of the battle between those Void King realm powerhouses made the warriors with low strength panic. Seeing so many warships dispatched together at this moment, even a fool would know that Purple Star City was shocked. Something big is going to happen to Xing. It's just that no one knows what these movements today are all about. In the starry sky, Yang Kai quickly caught up with the battleship of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and the divine sense transmitted the sound. The hatch of the battleship opened, Yang Kai rushed in, and saw Shen Tu and others who were waiting for him at a glance. Brother Yang, Shen Tu clasped his fists, his expression solemn. Shen Tu will never forget the grace of saving his life. If there is an assignment in the future, just let me know. Yang Kai chuckled. Brother Shen Tu is serious, we are all a family, so don't be so polite. Family. A trace of doubt flashed on Shen Tu's face, but he didn't think about it, he just thought that Yang Kai was being polite to him. But Yang Kai can say that, but he is very happy in his heart, knowing that Yang Kai did not look down on him because of his strength. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1879 give you one last chance. In the battleship, not only Shen Tu and others were there, but also people from the five-party Chamber of Commerce. Hua Yumeng, Sha Jingwu, Yao Qing, Haitang, Gao Hong and the others all looked at Yang Kai, their eyes filled with worries about Yang Kai, but also with confusion about themselves. These people have always lived on the cultivation star that Purple Star belongs to. Although they did not join Purple Star, they are considered half-Purple Star warriors. Now they suddenly want to escape from Purple Star, and they will never be able to return in the future. Where to go they have no direction. But they knew that Yang Kai made such a fuss on Purple Star had no place for them, and if they didn't leave, they would only die. In addition to everyone from the Weifang Chamber of Commerce, Li Nuo from Tongtian Auction House and the beautiful woman named Aunt Chun are also on the battleship, as well as some warriors from Tongtian Auction House. At this moment, Li Nuo and Aunt Chun looked at Yang Kai, their faces full of gratitude. The reason is very simple. The Tongtian Auction House was originally a hidden stake placed by the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce on the Purple Star. When Yang Kai accidentally found out that Shen Tu was imprisoned, the person Shen Tu asked him to pass on was Li Nuo. After such a commotion, Tongtian Auction House could no longer gain a foothold in Zixing, so Yang Kai made the Weifang Chamber of Commerce and Aunt Li Nuken and others get ready to leave Zixing once Shen Tu got out of trouble. The arrangement was fairly proper, and the plan was extremely smooth, all relying on the endless cards in Yang Kai's hand and his own strong combat power. President Hua, let me introduce you. This is the son of the president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Shen Tu. Yang Kai laughed, pointing at Shen Tu and Hua Yumeng. Hua Yumeng was startled when she heard the words. She was extremely surprised. She didn't seem to expect that the man who fled into the battleship just now was so powerful. Sha Jingwu and others were also shocked, staring at Shen Tu non-stop. Shen Tu grinned, and said freely, since you are Brother Yang's friends, you will be my Shen Tu's friends from that day forward. Just waiting for your words. Yang Kai smiled and said, President Hua and the others have been implicated by me this time, and have to leave Zixing. There is no suitable place for the time being. If it is convenient for Brother Shen Tu, I will stay in Shuiyu. How about Xingdai taking care of her? What's so difficult about it? Shen Tu patted his chest, looking like he was taking care of everything. I now have a fief of millions of miles on Shuiyu Star, with 7 cities, big and small. If you don't mind, you might as well follow me to the fiefdom, be the general manager of the Chamber of Commerce, and handle many trade matters. A fief of 1,000,000 miles. 7 cities. The general manager of the Chamber of Commerce. All the members of the Weifang Chamber of Commerce were stunned, their mouths opened wide, and they could hardly believe their ears. I think their 5-party Chamber of Commerce was still a little-known small Chamber of Commerce before meeting Yang Kai. For example, the existence of the 5-party Chamber of Commerce in Purple Star City is overwhelming, and such chambers of commerce are only struggling at the bottom, and no one knows when will it be disbanded. But now, a word from Shen Tu can allow them to climb to the top and taste the goal that is impossible to achieve after thousands of years of hard work. Supplemented by this advantage, plus the more than 200 million holy crystals that Hua Yumeng now has in his hands, it will be difficult for the 5-party Chamber of Commerce to think about it. Is this suitable? Hua Yumeng flushed with excitement, looking at Yang Kai eagerly. What's inappropriate? Shen Tu laughed loudly. Our Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is based on business. There are more large and small chambers of commerce on Shuiyu planet than Purple Star City. Since you are originally members of the Chamber of Commerce, how can you be with me? The original intentions of the Luo Chamber of Commerce coincide with each other, and if I leave it to you to manage, I can also worry less, and I will have to rely on you a lot in the future. Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng with a smile and said, Brother Shen Tu has already said so, President Hua should not refuse. Hua Yumeng still looked like she was in a dream, with longing for a better future on her face. She didn't reply for a long time, until Sha Jingwu coughed lightly. She saluted gratefully. So, then thank you, second young master. Shen Tu waved his hand and said, President Hua is polite, we will be a family from now on, there is no need to be so divided. Li Nuo stepped forward, took Hua Yumeng's arm, and said affectionately, Sister Hua, my sister will also work in the second son's territory in the future, so please take care of me. My sister was joking, it should be my sister who said that. In the battleship, everyone is either experiencing the joy of escaping from death, or looking forward to the scenery of a better tomorrow, and the atmosphere is extremely harmonious. Yang Kai frowned, looked back as if feeling something, and hummed lightly, it seems that Zixing is still not giving up. Shen Tu's face changed, what's the situation? 10 warships are chasing after me, all of which are of the top grade of the Void class, and the leading one is the Void King class. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically. There are not many Void King class battleships anywhere, even the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce does not have many ships, and the same is true for Purple Star. It is not difficult to speculate that the person in the Void King class battleship must be the Mad Master. As for the battleship of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, although it has a high-grade virtual grade, if it fights the opponent in the starry sky, it will be far inferior to the enemy in terms of speed and firepower. Just relying on the opponent's one Void King class warship can eat him to death, let alone the other party has 9 Void class top-rank warships, this is almost a doomsday situation. How is this good? Run, I can't escape, the speed of the opponent's Void King class battleship is already faster than ours, why not give it a go? Everyone talked in a hurry, and everyone was worried. Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, and suddenly burst out laughing. Don't be impatient, everyone, with Brother Yang here, what are you worried about? Brother Yang can bring us out from a place like Purple Star City, and now in the starry sky, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, the sky is high for birds to fly, can Zixing and others stop him? Hearing what he said, everyone's flustered mood suddenly calmed down, and they all looked at Yang Kai. Seeing that he really looked calm, everyone immediately knew that he must have a way to get rid of the pursuit, so they felt relieved and looked at him eagerly, with expectant expressions on their faces. Brother Shen Tu thinks highly of me. Yang Kai laughed, and didn't make a show of it, nodded and said, okay, since Brother Shen Tu said so, then I naturally want to keep everyone safe, and leave the outside affairs to me, that's it, you just keep sailing forward. While speaking, he flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already come outside the battleship and stood on the top of the ship. Looking towards the rear, you can clearly see 10 warships, which are aggressively chasing this side. The speed of each ship is extremely fast, and the Void King class warship headed by it is like a tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable, they are getting closer to each other at an extremely fast speed. But after 10 breaths, the distance has been shortened by half, and after a while, the battleship of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce has entered the range of the crystal cannon bombardment of the Zhuang class battleship of Zixing. The Mad Master's roar came from over there. Boy, keep everything you got from my Purple Star treasure house, otherwise I will never die with you today. The sound was like thunder, showing the anger of the Mad Master. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and took the time to say, Senior, why are you so stingy? The Zixing family has a great career, and you can't use the things in the treasury, so I will take it first and return it to you in the future. To put it bluntly, you can return it to the old man right now. The old man will pretend nothing happened and let you go. Otherwise, even if you can get away, everyone in the battleship will be buried in the starry sky. Senior said so, but there is no need to discuss it. Yang Kai spread his hands, I am not going to return the things to me, but if Senior is obsessed with obsession, I am very happy to leave an unforgettable lesson for Senior. Quote. Crazy, don't think that you can do whatever you want because you are proficient in the power of space. The starry sky is so big, and there are countless capable people and strange people. How can you, a frog in the well, see the whole picture? This old man gave you one last chance, you pay it back, or not. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Senior, I will give you one last chance, don't chase after me, otherwise you may not be able to afford the consequences. Okay, boy, you insulted me again and again, today I will teach you how to be a human being. Kuang Shizong shouted angrily, and hundreds of crystal cannons suddenly appeared on the hull of the Void King class battleship. Complicated lines and patterns flickered on a single crystal cannon. Dazzling light burst out, making the entire Zhuang class warship look as dazzling as a sun. Terrifying energy fluctuations rose up and down from there. Yang Kai looked dignified, standing on the battleship of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, took a deep breath, and the power of the whole body was ups and downs. Boom, a muffled sound came out, and Zixing's Void King class battleship shook slightly, hundreds of pure white beams of light, like the sun shining all over, shot towards the place where Yongkai was. Passing by along the way, all the debris floating in the starry sky, the stones were all turned into powder, as if they had been melted and ceased to exist. Crystal Cannon Salvo is the most terrifying attack of a battleship. The Crystal Cannon Salvo of a void-level low-grade warship is enough to destroy a city. The higher the level of the battleship, the more geometrically this kind of damage increases. If the volley of 100 crystal cannons hit a smaller cultivation star, it might be able to destroy 1/10 of the area. 10 shots are enough to destroy a cultivation star. The pure white beam of light spewed out and directly penetrated the virtual class top-grade battleship of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Like snowflakes under the scorching sun, the Shu class top-rank battleship didn't hold on for a while, and disappeared amidst the distortion. It seemed to be melted like those gravels. The Mad Master was taken aback, as if he didn't expect to succeed so easily. But the next moment, he realized something was wrong. Huodi turned his head and looked to the other side. In the starry sky over there, Zixing's battleship was safe and sound, still fleeing forward, and Yongkai standing on top of the battleship was also unharmed, with a relaxed expression on his face. The Mad Master could even see the sarcasm on his face. "Are you able to teleport the entire battleship away?" Kuang Shizong quickly understood what happened, and his whole body was stunned in place as if struck by lightning, his expression becoming horrified. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1880 Escaping into the Void. Crazy Master Zong had seen Yongkai's method of using space power and knew the opponent's ability, but he never imagined that Yongkai's space power could not only make him come and go without a trace, but could also make a void-level top-rank battleship teleport open position. This is no longer something human can do, this is simply a miracle. It is for this reason that the devastating volley of crystal cannons has no effect. Just as the Mad Master was in a daze, Yongkai's low voice came from there. "Since the senior is stubborn, please pay the price." "Not good," Kuang Shizong shouted in surprise, although he didn't know what kind of means Yongkai was going to use, but he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. It seemed that what Yongkai was about to show was not something he could resist at all. Generally. "Quick, turn on the defense to the maximum," Kuang Shizong roared angrily. The fighters in charge of controlling the Void King-class battleship did not dare to neglect, and cast out a spell, which was poured into the magic circle. The next moment, a layer of energy barrier that was as thick as a substance suddenly appeared outside the Void King-class battleship. The barrier seems to be as solid as gold. Even if it is a strong Void King third-layer strike, it is absolutely impossible to break through. But even so, Kuang Shizong was still uneasy, his pores tightened, and a feeling that made his heart palpitate lingered in his heart. A little purple light suddenly flashed from the front. The purple light was not dazzling, compared with the scene of hundreds of crystal cannons firing just now. It was like fireflies competing with the bright moon, not worth mentioning. But the moment the purple light came on, Kuang Shizong suddenly stopped breathing, stared at the purple light with wide-eyed eyes. His whole body felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body felt cold. From the source of the purple light, he actually felt a majesty that made him surrender and made him unable to resist. Emperor power. Kuang Shizong is also a Void King third-layer strong man, and he immediately wanted to understand what kind of existence this majestic power is. The place where the purple light came from was filled with the power of the Emperor. Doesn't this mean the other party has an Emperor treasure in his hand? Emperor treasure, that thing that only exists in legends, is as ethereal and invisible as Starry Sky Emperor, and it is a treasure far beyond the Void King level. If it is really an Emperor treasure, the Zhuang-class battleship may not be able to stop it. With this thought, Kuang Shizong immediately roared, "If you don't want to die, go." While speaking, he rushed directly towards the hatch, and before his warrior could control the hatch to open, he punched out, punching a big hole in the solid hatch, and then jumped into the starry sky. Mad Master Zong is the supreme existence of the entire purple star. Seeing him so terrified, the other warriors dared not stay, and followed Kuang Master Zong to flee from the hole in the hatch. In the distance, Yongkai held the Nirvana lightning bead in his hand, and looked solemnly at the Void King-class battleship that was chasing after him. His own Saint Yuan poured in like a flood that opened the gate. On the Nirvana lightning bead, rays of light flickered, purple rime was abundant, and a thin arc of cow hair in the bead jumped as Yongkai's Saint Chi poured in. Kai, B. At a certain moment, when the Saint Yuan was poured to a certain level, the beating lightning arc suddenly burst out from the Nirvana thunder bead, and under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, it was like a comet piercing the starry sky, or a long purple arrow. Off the string, it went straight to attack Zixing's Void King-class warship. Silently, that purple long rainbow collided with the enchantment outside the Zhuang-class battleship, and the enchantment that seemed to be solid and could even defend against the full blow of the Void King's third-layer powerhouse, melted away soundlessly a big hole. Immediately afterwards, the hull of the ship was pierced, creating a hole facing each other directly, and the barrier on the other side was also opened. The purple Chenghong remained undiminished, and attacked one of the 9 warships following behind. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the virtual class top-rank battleship didn't even have time to dodge. The moment the purple Chenghong touched it, it shattered into pieces, and it disintegrated completely in the blink of an eye. Until this moment, there was a crackling sound from the leading Zhuang-class battleship. The enchantment arranged outside, like a shattered mirror, cracked countless cracks and disappeared, and the huge hull was almost split in two. Fortunately, the materials consumed in the refining of this Void King-class battleship are all precious things. Even though it was damaged by this, it did not burst on the spot, but this Void King-class battleship is basically considered useless. How much money, manpower and time will be spent? In the starry sky, the Kuang Shizong who escaped first stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his hands and feet were cold, his face turned pale, and he murmured unconsciously, "It's really an emperor treasure, it's really an emperor treasure." In any case, he never imagined that Yang Kai himself is not only superior in strength, but also has a group of strange gadgets, proficient in the power of space, and even has such a thing as emperor treasure. Any martial artist who can have everything Yang Kai has is enough to traverse the starry sky, but he occupies them all. Is there anyone in this world who is his opponent? Even though the crazy master sect's cultivation level is higher than Yang Kai's, he has already stood at the pinnacle of Starfield martial Dao. At this moment, facing Yang Kai's one-by-one display of the sky-reaching methods, there is a strong feeling in the depths of his heart. A strong sense of powerlessness. Proficient in the power of space, Yang Kai has been invincible. In this entire star field, no one can kill him. With those methods, it is a good thing that he does not trouble others. Who dares to touch him? His bad head. For a moment, the idea of panic welled up in Kuang Shizong's heart. He hadn't felt this feeling for many years, and he almost forgot it. He wants to retreat. Since he couldn't kill Yang Kai, and couldn't withstand Emperor Bao's attack, chasing him down was just asking for trouble. But when he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Yang Kai, he was overjoyed, and quickly shouted, "Boom! No matter what, stop him." He suddenly discovered that Yang Kai's complexion wasn't too good after using the Emperor Treasure's blow. He immediately understood that something like Emperor Treasure was extremely powerful, but the price to pay was definitely not small, and with Yang Kai's strength, he might not be able to perform a second strike. Mad Master Zong guessed right. Yang Kai really couldn't use the power contained in the Nirvana Thunder Bead anymore. He has also used the Nirvana Lightning Bead several times before and after, and every time he uses it, his strength has been greatly improved compared to before, but no matter which time he uses it, he will be exhausted and his consciousness will dry up. Although with the improvement of his strength, the power of the Nirvana Lightning Beads has become more and more powerful, but this feeling is really uncomfortable. Perhaps, only at Yang Yan's level can one fully display the power of the Nirvana Thunder Bead and use it without any hidden dangers. After unleashing the strike of the Nirvana Lightning Bead, Yang Kai immediately crushed the spirit pill he held in his mouth in advance. The trickle of medicine turned into a sweet clear liquid, fell into the abdomen along the throat, and diffused in the limbs and bones, allowing him to recover a certain amount of saint energy and spiritual consciousness in a very short period of time. At this moment, the order of the Mad Master has just been issued. The remaining 8 undamaged Void-class top-rank warships aimed their crystal cannons at Yang Kai's location, and all their attacks were locked on the battleships of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. The light lit up, enough energy to destroy the world was bred on the 8 battleships. Yang Kai looked indifferent, stood on the ship, looked at the Mad Master from afar, and said coldly, "Senior, this trip to the Purple Star made me very unhappy. If there is a chance in the future, I will come to greet you again, sir. I hope you live a long life and don't die so early." These words were branded into Kuang Shizong's heart like a branding iron, making his heart tremble, thinking of Yang Kai's all kinds of supernatural powers. If he escaped today, then Zixing would be miserable in the future. Under his uneasy gaze, Yang Kai turned around and thrust his hands forward. Something horrifying happened. Yang Kai's hands were inserted directly into the void, as if there was an invisible wall opposite him, and both of his arms reached into the other end of the wall. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai exerted great force, and moved his hands to the sides. Cha-cha-cha. Huge spatial cracks appeared leisurely, and the scene looked like Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore apart the cloth, easy and simple, and extremely freehand. The crack in space looks like the mouth of a giant beast, and there is nothingness in the crack. The battleship of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce slowly sailed into it. Kuang Shizong's face was livid, extremely ugly, staring at the battleship sailing into the void. His own holy energy surged several times, but in the end he still couldn't make a move. He knew that even if he shot himself, he would definitely not be able to stop the opponent, and he might be dragged into the void by the opponent. Yang Kai is proficient in the power of space, so he doesn't have to worry about getting lost in the void, but his Mad Master is different. Even if he is a third-layer Void King, if he falls into the cracks in space, he may lose his way forever and can't find a way out. Only a deep sense of unwillingness and fear lingered in Kuang Shizong's heart. What is not reconciled is that this trip not only failed to recover the lost items in the treasury, but also Yang Kai destroyed a Void-class high-rank battleship and damaged a Void King-class battleship. What is frightening is Yang Kai's last ruthless words: Zixing has set up such a formidable enemy, the future is worrisome. The battleship of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce quickly disappeared into the void, and the open cracks also closed at an extremely fast speed. Until then, the crystal cannons of the 8 purple star battleships fired over in salvo. The power of the salvo of thousands of crystal cannons is even more powerful than the round of fire from the Zhuang warship just now. But they all hit the empty space, flying to the distant starry sky. The battleships of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and Yang Kai had long since disappeared. Mad Master Zong stood at the same spot in a daze, as if he had aged hundreds of years all of a sudden. The remaining 8 warships also stopped, not knowing what to do. After a long while, many strong men flew out from the battleship and gathered in front of Kuang Shizong. All of them looked at him with apprehensive expressions. Hey, Mad Master Zong sighed deeply, and laughed at himself. Sure enough, there are talents from all over the world. It's really impossible to refuse. Master Ancestor. Everyone was startled, knowing that the Mad Master Zong had been completely hit by Yang Kai this time. They wanted to comfort them but didn't know how to speak. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Woai Xiaowati. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1881 Reiki Silk. Okay, let's all go back. Now my Zixing has undergone great changes, and Zilong is dead. Since Donglai is with him, it is probably not good or bad. Zixing can't be without a leader. In the future, Zixing will be. He having said that, his eyes scanned the crowd. Gongsun Liang immediately puffed out his chest. Let Wuji be in command, everyone assists, and obey orders. Kuang Shizong looked at Gongsun Liangdao again. Your vitality has been seriously injured this time, you should go to retreat for recuperation. Yes, although Gongsun Liang looked unwilling, he was unwilling to resist, so he could only promise in a deep voice. After all, what Kuang Shizong said was also true. He had damaged his foundation in a battle with Yang Kai. If he didn't take good care of him, he would be very likely to fall into hidden dangers, and even his cultivation base would drop. Compared with the position of Lord of the Purple Star, of course one's own strength is more important. The disciple thanked the ancestor. The disciple will do his best to lead the Purple Star to glory. Although Zi Wuji's nose was bruised and his face was swollen and his face was pale, he said excitedly. In any case, this result was what he wanted the most. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, he finally achieved his goal. In the cracks in the space, the battleship of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce sailed slowly, surrounded by space turbulence. Yang Kai was still standing on the ship. The power of his own space was ups and downs, wrapping the entire battleship so that it was not involved in the space inside the turbulence. Space turbulence is the most chaotic space power, unless there is a martial artist like Yang Kai to guide and divert the flow, otherwise it will strangle anyone who breaks into it, and the chaotic space power is enough to smash Void King 3-layer to pieces. After the initial panic, the emotions of the people in the battleship gradually calmed down. Not only were they no longer frightened, but they began to check the surrounding environment with great interest. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to enter the cracks in the space, let alone be as safe and secure as they are. It's a pity that there is nothing in the space, which makes people disappointed. After experiencing a brief novelty, everyone lost their curiosity and went about their own business. After a long time, there was a hum from the battleship, and then, light came in from the outside, and the stars all over the sky were printed in everyone's eyes again. The battleship returned to the star field again. Yang Kai appeared in the crowd in a flash, his face turned slightly pale, and his body staggered. Brother Yang, Shen Tu had quick eyes and quick hands, and quickly helped Yang Kai. No problem, Yang Kaijong gestured with his hand, it's just that my strength is a little overdrawn, and I'll be fine after a few days of rest. He has never tried to bring a whole battleship through space cracks. Although his control over space power has reached a new high level, doing such a thing is still a heavy burden on him, especially when using after the Nirvana lightning bead. But after doing this, he also understood the limit of his space power, which was a small gain. Then you go to rest quickly, leave this place to me. Shen Tu hurriedly said. Hua Yumeng and the others also looked at him with concern. Yang Kai nodded. It should be safe now, you can sail carefully, if anything happens, I will show up. Don't worry, Brother Yang, Li Nuo, quickly arrange a room for Brother Yang. Shen Tu looked at Li Nuo and ordered. My lord, please follow me. Li Nuo said, and hurriedly led the way. Although there are various factions of the virtual class top-grade warships, this virtual class top-grade warship is dedicated to Shen Tu, representing the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, so the interior decoration is extremely luxurious. Li Nuo led Yang Kai into the best wing, then he bowed and retreated. Yang Kai came to the bed and sat cross-legged, looked around casually, and suddenly found that the spiritual energy in the room was extremely strong, which should be due to the arrangement of some formations. The first-class spices are also lit in the wing room, and the aroma enters the nostrils, which has the effect of purifying the heart and spirit. Yang Kaijong took out the spirit pill from his space ring, put it in his mouth and swallowed it. While dispelling the effect of the medicine, he exercised his energy and adjusted his breath. Time flies. About 6 days later, Yang Kai recovered as before. In the cracks in the space, the practice of almost squeezing the potential gave him a new understanding of the use of space power, so after recovering, he has been comprehending it. After a few more days, Yang Kai showed a pensive look, and a smile appeared on his face. With the release of divine thoughts, the battleship is still sailing steadily in the starry sky, and everyone in the ship is also performing their duties, which is very peaceful. The final destination of the battleship is the main star of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Shuiyuexing, which is also one of the destinations of Yang Kai's trip, so he will be safe when he comes. I just don't know what expression she will have when Shuiyuexing sees Shuiyu. Thinking of Shuiyu, Yang Kai thought of Su Yan and Shanning Shang, and then thought of Shan Qingluo. With a long sigh, Yang Kai felt guilty. He dispelled the negative emotions in his mind, made a formula with both hands, and placed a restriction in his wing room, and immediately took out the mysterious boundary orb, and slipped in by himself. In fact, on the purple star, he can use the mysterious boundary orb to take away Shen Tu and others, which is also the most convenient and quickest way. But he didn't do that. After all, the existence of the mysterious boundary orb is too heaven-defying, and the interior is a world of its own. Naturally, the fewer people know about it, the better. Although his strength has become stronger now, almost no one in the star field can kill him, but one must always be careful in everything. In case someone is eyeing him because of the existence of the mysterious boundary orb, then the loss outweighs the gain. Inside the mysterious boundary pearl, there is a piece of tranquility. The stone puppet was still devouring the true fire of the sun. Yang Kai came to it, took out all the precious minerals he had obtained from the purple star treasure, and threw it in front of the stone puppet. Seeing this, the stone puppet's two black bean-like eyeballs widened at once, shining with divine light, and then it rushed to those minerals, grabbed one with each hand, and stuffed it into its mouth vigorously. It didn't see any chewing movements, all those minerals were thrown into the stomach, and the little stomach didn't bulge, as if there was a world in its stomach. In a short time, all the minerals disappeared. Stone puppet looked at Yang Kai eagerly, with a dissatisfied expression. Yang Kai laughed and said, "No more, that's all, let's refine it." Although the quantity is not large, these minerals are all treasured in the Purple Star Treasure House. Every piece of ore can be said to be of invaluable value. Now they are all swallowed up by Xiao Xiao, which is also helpful for its growth. The stone puppet was easy to dismiss, scratching his head when he heard the words, showing a silly smile at Yang Kai, and ran to the side to refine it with peace of mind. Yang Kai turned his gaze to the other side. Over there, a virtual king-level refining furnace stands quietly on the ground, which is the secret treasure of Huo Nao Luyan and the source of her birth. In the refining furnace, the chirping of the firebird came, and from time to time, a burst of fire burst out from the furnace. The fire was not only mixed with the power of the real fire of the sun swallowed by the firebird, but also mixed with the dry sky thunder flames. The power is also the power of Kunlun ice flame. It can be seen that Firebird is working hard to fuse Kunlun ice flame. As if aware of Yang Kai's arrival, Huo now poked his head out of the refining furnace, glanced at Yang Kai, then buried his head in and continued to work. Should be no problem. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Huo now still had the mind to look at himself, obviously doing his job with ease. With a flash of his figure, he came to a secluded place. This is where he planted countless spiritual grasses and wonderful medicines. It is the medicine garden that was mined before. All the precious medicinal materials planted in the medicine garden are brought from the lost land. Many long extinct spiritual flowers and strange herbs are here. Thrive, a thriving scene. There is a strong medicinal fragrance floating around, which makes people feel enlightened. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, took out a few things from his space ring, and placed them in front of him one by one. The first thing was a piece of transparent crystal. Earth vein crystal. It was one of the 3 most valuable treasures that Yang Kai took out from the Purple Star treasure house. After observing the earth vein orb for a while, he threw the earth vein orb into the side of the medicine garden without hesitation. As soon as the earth vein zhenwu touched the ground, it sank downward as if there was nothing. The next moment, the soaring heaven and earth energy burst out suddenly, centering on the location of the medicine garden. Within a radius of 100 feet, the intensity of the spiritual energy suddenly increased by more than 10 times. From the ground, one after another like gossamer-like things flew out, lingering between the sky and the earth, filling the surrounding sky and earth to the brim in an instant. Spiritual chi transformation silk. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, his expression cheered up. The aura of heaven and earth is invisible, and it is invisible to the naked eye under normal circumstances. Only when the aura is strong enough to a certain extent can the naked eye catch it. The clouds and mist above those famous mountains and great rivers are transpiring. It looks like mist, but it is actually the gathering of energy from the heavens and the earth, which is of great benefit to the cultivation of warriors. But it still can't be compared with Ling Chi Wasi. Spiritual Chi Wasi is already another manifestation of the energy gathering of heaven and earth, which is more pure and surging. Those strands of spirit thread are the purest power of heaven and earth. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab a strand of spirit thread, and slightly operated the cultivation technique. With almost no effort, the spirit thread disappeared in his palm, replaced by a stream of heat flowing down the palm of his hand, poured into the dantian, and precipitated into his own power. There are countless spiritual threads floating around, making this world look like a fairyland, which is too beautiful to behold. The spiritual thread fell on those precious exotic flowers and plants, causing them to sway slightly, as if exuding joy. Yang Kai didn't expect that placing the earth vein crystals here would cause such a vision. His original intention was very simple. He just wanted to use the earth vein crystals to warm and nourish the medicinal materials in the medicine garden, and by the way create a good cultivation environment for himself, that's all. But this result far exceeded his expectations. The earth vein crystal really lives up to its reputation. It is simply shocking that a small piece of earth vein crystal can conceive such a huge amount of energy. Yang Kai observed for a while, and found that the place where the change occurred was only 100 feet in radius. Within this 100 feet, it became a paradise for warriors to practice, and any spiritual land could not be compared with this place. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Woai Xiao Hua Ti. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1882 Fusion of Dragon Scales. Being in the sea of spirit threads, Yang Kai felt that he didn't need to exercise his skills, but he could absorb the energy around him all the time and turn it into his own use. Cultivating in this environment, warriors can definitely grow at a speed of hundreds of times and thousands of times. He restrained himself and picked up the second thing. That was the 7th Star Emperor token obtained from the Purple Star treasure house. There is no difference from the previous 6 pieces, they are almost exactly the same. They are all made of unknown materials, with a striking Emperor character on the front, and the power of Emperor Wei still remains in the token. After watching for a while, Yang Kai took out the other 6 tokens. The 7-star Emperor tokens gathered together, and suddenly, a sudden change occurred. The 7 tokens shot out from Yang Kai's hand uncontrollably, and immediately flew back and forth in front of him, forming a strange shape in the blink of an eye. The shape looks like gossip, but it has few corners. Yang Kai had a clear head, knowing that this was due to the lack of 2-star Emperor tokens, so it was impossible to form all the patterns. After the 7-star Emperor tokens were suspended in midair for a while, they suddenly fell downwards. Yang Kai reached out and swept them, catching them all, rubbing them for a while before putting them into the space ring. He set his sights on the last 2 things. One of them is a palm-sized scale. The scale is like a fish scale, but it is covered with intricate patterns, giving people a hideous feeling. An extremely ancient breath is flowing out of this scale. Dragon scales. A real dragon scale. With the dragon scales in front of his eyes, the dragon bone sword in Yang Kai's body seemed to be pulled, humming endlessly, and it took him a lot of effort to suppress it. Such a piece of dragon scale, in terms of value, is even worse than the previous earth vein orb. It was inadvertently obtained by a certain generation of Zixing's ancestors, but it is a pity that no one in Zixing has been able to make the best use of it for so many years, and the Mad Master also paid attention to this dragon scale. But he was still unable to succeed, and finally had to reluctantly give up. Put it in the loft. If there is a master-level craftsman who uses this dragon scale as the main material to forge a secret treasure, it will definitely become a top-grade Void King-level secret treasure. Whether it is used as an attack secret treasure or a defensive secret treasure, it can crown the entire star field. Of course, the dragon scales are extremely strong, and it is the best choice to use them as defensive secret treasures. Especially refined into a shield. It's a pity that such a dragon scale may not be able to be smelted even by a king-level craftsman, unless he has a special divine fire. Yang Kai is not a refiner, so naturally he can't smelt this dragon scale, but he has advantages that others don't have. That is the origin of the Golden Holy Dragon. Of the real dragon clan, Jin Shenglong is supreme and the leader of all dragons. With the original power of the Golden Sacred Dragon in his body, and having obtained the demon transformation art from Lord Kai Yu, Yang Kai can completely refine this piece of dragon scale into his body. Integrate this real dragon secret treasure into your body, and possess a part of real dragon supernatural powers. Dragon scales are a type of real dragon secret treasure, and so are dragon bone swords. The dragon bone sword is composed of a dragon bone and a dragon ball. When Yang Kai refined it, he didn't do his best, or he didn't have the ability to completely refine it. At that time, it was just a piece of magic art taught by Yang Yan. Yang Kai used his body as a furnace to sacrifice the dragon bones and dragon balls in his body. That's all. This approach fully guarantees the efficacy of dragon bones and dragon balls. In other words, Yang Kai now has 3 true dragon secret treasures, a dragon scale, a dragon spine, and a dragon ball. If you can completely integrate these 3 real dragon secret treasures into your body with the demon transformation art, then his strength will increase greatly. It is impossible for others to do this, only Yang Kai, who is the source of the Golden Saint Dragon, can achieve it. He was not in a hurry. Instead, look at the last thing. It was a hexagonal crystal, which looked somewhat similar to the vein crystal. But it is completely different. The energy of the vein crystal is introverted, and it is not visible on the outside. Only when the divine mind penetrates into it can one feel the huge energy it contains. But this hexagonal crystal is emitting energy, which is stronger than Yang Kai, who can feel the slightest pressure in front of this crystal. This crystallization is the Void Thought crystal that was stripped from the mysterious auction item before. Only the Void King 3-layer powerhouse can form the essence in the body, and it contains the life of a Void King 3-layer powerhouse, martial arts comprehension. Void Mind Crystal has a fatal temptation for any Void King realm warrior. This temptation is more violent than Domain Stone. The Domain Stone is just to allow the Void King realm powerhouse to perceive the power of the domain and better refine and form his own domain, but the Void Mind Crystal can make the Void King realm powerhouse go one step further. This is what Yang Kai most urgently needs. The Feng Gang silver wrapped around the Void Mind Crystal has already been divided up by Xiao Xiao and Huo now. As long as he can absorb the energy in this Void Mind Crystal, Yang Kai believes that even if he can't immediately advance to the Void King 3-layer realm, reach the peak of the star field, can also make your martial arts path smoother. After looking back and forth between the Void Mind Crystal and the Dragon Scale for a long time, Yang Kai made a decision to put the Void Mind Crystal away. He decided to refine the Dragon Scales first. Absorbing the Void Mind Crystal is extremely time-consuming, and I'm afraid it won't be completed in a short time. He still has a lot of things to do next, and it's not suitable to speculate on the mysteries of the Void King's 3rd-layer realm. As for the 3 true dragon secret treasures, the Dragon Bone Sword itself contains the Dragon Spine and Dragon Ball, and it can still play a role in Yang Kai's hands, so naturally only the Dragon Scale is left to refine. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, held the Dragon Scale in the palm of his hand, closed his eyes, immersed in his spiritual sense, and began to study the second half of the demon transformation art. Yuju is the supreme secret code of the Yaozu, which can let the Yaozu display a trace of the power of their ancestors. Any Yaozu has the blood of the ancient great demon flowing in the body, and Yahweh can unleash the power hidden in this blood. Pull out. This is the focus of the first half of the demon transformation art. And there is an article in the second half, which explains how to fuse the body parts of the ancient monster for his own use. Strictly speaking, the True Dragon clan is also a monster clan, but they are born demon emperors, and the True Dragon's secret treasure is naturally suitable for the demon transformation art. It took a full 10 days for Yongkai to figure out the monster transformation art thoroughly before he put it into action. He opened his eyes, exhaled lightly, with a look of determination in his eyes, and pointed like a knife, stretched out his hand and stroked his wrist. The next moment, a wound was cut on the wrist, golden blood seeped out of it, the powerful healing ability took effect in the blink of an eye, the cut wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it seemed that it would be healed in the next moment. With quick eyes and quick hands, Yongkai directly picked up the dragon scale and stuck it on the wound. At the same time, he used the secret method of the demon transformation art to force out the original power of the golden sacred dragon in his body and pour it into the dragon scale. A strange sound came out, and a huge phantom of the dragon head suddenly appeared on the dragon scales. The phantom of the dragon head was more majestic and terrifying than any other dragon head Yongkai had seen before. In front of it, Yongkai couldn't help it. It gave birth to an illusion of being as small as an ant. The dragon's head widened its eyes, staring at Yongkai without emotion, and the supreme dragon's power was pressing towards Yongkai's room. Roar! The sound of dragon chant that resounded through the world exploded in Yongkai's ears. The voice was so powerful that it couldn't help but speed up Yongkai's heartbeat. Long Wei pervades. Yongkai looked at Longtu coldly, without flinching. After a while, the phantom of the dragon's head flickered slightly, and suddenly turned into a golden light, shooting into the dragon's scales. At the same time, this piece of dragon scale that had already been shed from the real dragon for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, seemed to be given life, and became hungry and thirsty, swallowing Yongkai's blood. Gudong, gudong, a clear sound was transmitted from the dragon scales, and Yongkai's blood flowed into the dragon scales visible to the naked eye, dyeing the dragon scales into a brilliant golden color. A feeling of dizziness, palpitations and discomfort rose from his heart. Yongkai's expression froze, he didn't dare to neglect, and quickly burst a drop of pure golden blood in his body to replenish the blood that disappeared. A high-pitched dragon chant came from the dragon scales, as if it was extremely happy, it devoured even more recklessly. In Yongkai's blood, there is an unimaginable life force, especially those pure golden blood that he condensed with life nectar. Any drop of golden blood has the effect of resurrecting the dead. This kind of thing is the most indispensable for refining the real dragon secret treasure. As time passed, Yongkai exploded 10 drops of pure golden blood, but that piece of dragon scale still seemed unsatisfied, still devouring without restraint. The entire dragon scale has turned pure gold, and the power of the dragon is even stronger than before. At a certain moment, Yongkai suddenly felt that the flow of his blood stopped, and he was overjoyed, knowing that he had finally fed that piece of dragon scale, and when he fixed his eyes, the originally solid dragon scale turned into a pool of golden light at this moment, like running water, it wrapped around the wound on his arm. Yongkai took a deep breath and made all the preparations. With a thought, a weak suction came from the wound, sucking the golden dragon scale like flowing water into his body. The next moment, his eyes widened sharply, he covered the wound with one hand, his whole body trembled, his face suddenly turned pale, bead-sized beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, rolled down, and his clothes were instantly wet. Unimaginable pain was coming from the wound, and the pain seemed to be magnified 10 million times, strongly stimulating Yongkai's flesh and nerves. He endured stubbornly, but in the end he couldn't hold it back, and let out a scream, which resounded throughout mysterious Shaoji. The pain was unbearable, but Yongkai's feeling was countless times clearer than usual. He could clearly feel that the dragon scales that had been sucked into his body were moving slowly in his arms along with the flow of blood at an extremely slow speed, climbing up little by little. Every time he squirmed, it brought a pain that almost shattered his bones. He screamed loudly. Anyway, he is the only living person in Shaoshuan realm, so there is no need to be afraid of losing face. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao, who was refining minerals, and Huo now, who was fused with Kunlun ice flame, couldn't help raising their heads and looking this way. The eyes of the two helpers showed worried expressions, as if they were afraid of something unexpected happening to Yongkai. To be continued. Chapter 1883. A Gang of Monster Clans. Yongkai's screams have not subsided until the end, the voice has been hoarse. It was an unbearable torment. Every time the dragon scale moved up, he felt the pain of 1,000 cuts. Wherever the dragon scale passed, the flesh and meridians were all eroded. Even with Yongkai's physical strength, he could not resist the dragon's might. The power of erosion. Fortunately, his vitality is extremely tenacious, and his blood is surging enough, so his own repair speed can completely keep up with the speed of damage. One day, the golden light transformed by the dragon scales would flow into Yang Kai's heart. Bang bang, 2 strong heartbeats sounded, Yang Kai's whole body froze, and the next moment, the heart in his chest stopped beating completely, wrapped in golden light, and fell straight to the ground. Watching from afar, Huo Nao Lu Yan and stone puppet Xiao Xiao were so worried that they turned pale with fright. They rushed over immediately. Lu Yan helped Yang Kai up, testing his breath and pulse solemnly, Xiao Xiao jumping up and down in a hurry. There was nothing he could do. After realizing that Yang Kai not only stopped his heartbeat, but even his breathing, Lu Yan's eyes darkened. He raised his eyes to look at stone puppet, and shook his head slowly. There was a woo-woo sound from Xiao Xiao's mouth, and she continued to scream, pointing at Lu Yan and then at Yang Kai, gesticulating with both hands, as if urging her to find a solution quickly. Lu Yan was speechless. Suddenly, Yang Kai, who seemed to have died, suddenly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, jumped up from the ground like a ghost, covered his chest with his hands, and his eyes trembled violently. Boom! A heartbeat sound stronger than ever came from the atrium, one after another, like the beating of war drums, deafening. As time passed, this abnormal heartbeat gradually became stable, and eventually it was no different from normal. It wasn't until this time that Yang Kai fully recovered, and slowly stood up straight, his eyes full of lingering fear. Lu Yan looked at him with a frown, and after confirming that he was not in danger, he quietly exhaled, while Xiao Xiao was more innocent, dancing around Yang Kai's feet, with a happy expression on his face. There was an accident almost, which made you worry. Yang Kai smiled slightly and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't expect that just fusing a piece of dragon scale would be so dangerous. Everything before it went very smoothly, even fusing the dragon scale into his body was not too difficult, but when the dragon scale entered his heart, Yang Kai suddenly gave birth to a feeling of dying. Fortunately, his body is different from that of ordinary people, so he survived with his strong vitality, otherwise something might really go wrong. With his powerful cultivation at the second level of the Void King, fusion of such a piece of real dragon secret treasure as the dragon scale almost went wrong. It is conceivable how difficult this matter is to achieve. This is just the first real dragon secret treasure. If you want to fuse the second and third pieces, I'm afraid it won't work in a short time. Unless you wait until your strength is stronger, you can go to the idea of the dragon spine and dragon ball. Seeing that he was fine, Lu Yan nodded slightly, his tender body flickered and turned into a fire bird again, rushed to a certain place in mysterious Shaoji, and continued to retreat. The stone puppet stood at Yang Kai's feet, patted Yang Kai's calf, then patted his own chest, trying to straighten his rickety waist, as if telling Yang Kai not to worry next time he encounters danger. Everything is up to me. It looks extremely reliable. Yang Kaijong patted its head with his hands, with a happy expression on his face. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, his divine sense was released, his expression became weird. He rushed to Xiao Xiao, said, "You should also practice, something happened outside, I will go and see." Xiao Xiao seems to understand, but Yang Kai has disappeared. In the starry sky, the battleship that was supposed to be sailing towards Shuiyuexing had stopped at some point. Outside the battleship, a great battle was erupting. On this battleship of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, the overall level of warriors on board is not low. In addition to Yang Kai, there is also a Void King realm, that is Aunt Chun from Tongtian Auction House, but she only has a Void King realm, that's all. And under her, no matter Li Nuo, Hua Yumeng, or the other warriors of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, they are all strong in the Void Return Mirror, and there are not many of them in the Void Return third layer. Such a force is no longer weak. But even so, the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce was suppressed and complained endlessly. Aunt Chun was being entangled by a first-level Void King enemy, and couldn't be distracted. Ji Yu, Li Nuo, Hua Yumeng and other 3-level Void Returners were also disturbed by their opponents, so they could only be broken into pieces, fighting on their own. The faces of Sha Jingwu, Haitang, Yao Qing and others from the original Weifang Chamber of Commerce were pale, and they were obviously powerless. On the contrary, there are a large number of enemies, and many enemies are scattered around. They are not in a hurry to make a move, but wait and see leisurely, as if they are looking for a suitable opportunity. It can be seen that this battle is not just the beginning, but has been fought for a long time, as strong as Aunt Chun and the other Void King Realm powerhouse, and they also look a little weak. It is precisely because each other has Void King Realm experts, so no one dared to kill. Otherwise, once the Void King realm is forced to get angry, I am afraid that both sides will not be able to please. Brother Yang, why don't you come out? Shen Tu asked Yao Qing, who was panting beside him while forcing an enemy back. Yao Qing said with a gloomy face, how would I know? I went to call at the door of the Lord before, but the Lord never responded, and I don't know what the Lord is doing. Perhaps he is studying and retreating, otherwise he will never ignore it. Shen Tu's face was full of worry. With Aunt Chun here, although there is no need to worry too much, but in case of any accident, all of them will be reduced to nothing. Imprisoned. Shen Tu always felt that he was so unlucky to go out this time. It doesn't matter if you drive the battleship of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce on weekdays, even if you walk sideways in the star field, all warriors who recognize the mark of the Chamber of Commerce will hide far away. This time is good, first go to the Purple Star. Whirlpool was imprisoned, finally escaped, and encountered such a thing on the way back. It is simply unlucky. Looking around, Shen Tu couldn't help but his heart sank. He found that the other people's conditions were not very good. If Yang Kai didn't show up again, they would definitely suffer casualties or be captured alive. Just when he was full of anxiety, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. They are all our own, stop beating, stop them all. Everyone at the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce was overjoyed when they heard it. They all looked towards the source of the sound and found a familiar figure standing in the void over there. The appearance of Yang Kai seemed to give them infinite confidence. This change slightly surprised the enemies of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. The Zhuang first-level martial artist who was fighting with Aunt Chun sneered after hearing the words, "You talk nonsense, who is your own?" Yang Kai looked over there, he smiled, "What? I haven't seen you for a few years, and the seniors have forgotten the kid. Do you know the old man?" Over there, the enemy's Void King realm was startled, and then exclaimed in astonishment, "This voice." While talking, he finally took a look at Yang Kai, his eyeballs were almost protruding, and he pointed at Yang Kai and said, You. Senior Bahi, stay safe and sound." Yang Kai clasped his fists at him with a smile. Bahi still looked at Yang Kai in a daze, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and then he was sure that he was right, and suddenly said strangely, "Yang Kai. It's really you. Hey, brother-in-law, hello." On the side, a majestic voice sounded, and it seemed to be greeting Yang Kai. The person who spoke was as tall as an iron tower, and the furry beard on his face looked like a bear, which made people shudder. "It turns out that you are also Yu Shang." Yang Kai looked at the other party with a smile. "Brother uncle," Yu Shang snorted. Hee. Yang Kai smiled without saying a word. Yu Shang couldn't help rolling his eyes. After Yang Kai made such a fuss, the battle between the two sides came to an abrupt end. Both looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions, but they did not let go of their vigilance and were still wary of their opponents. "Brother Yang," Shen Tu flew to Yang Kai's side and asked softly, "Do you know this group of monsters?" "Yep." Yang Kai nodded, "Some friendship." Quote, when he found out that the ones fighting Shen Tu and the others were warriors from Di Chen Xing Kaiyu's collar, he was also puzzled, wondering how these guys came to the star field. However, Bahi has been promoted to the first level of Shu Wang, which is within his expectation. When he met Bahi back then, he was already at the same level as Yi Xian. If Yi Xian could advance to the Void King realm, so could he, especially since he also went to the Blood Prison trial and benefited from it. Yu Shang, on the other hand, is still at the level of the third layer of returning to the void, but his breath is much more condensed. "Do you know who they are from?" Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "According to what I know, they are the monster clan led by Qi Yuan Emperor Chen Star. You know this too?" "I know." Yang Kai laughed and asked, "How did you fight?" Shen Tu sneered and said, "What's wrong with this group of guys? They insist on learning from those star thieves in the spine of the galaxy and the abandoned lair. They want to snatch our battleship. Maybe they think there is something good in the battleship." Yang Kai has a black line on his face. Yu Shang yelled, "We are not star robbers, it is you people who broke into the range of my Dichen star, and we will take action to punish Shaoji. Emperor Star is nearby." Yang Kai was extremely astonished, turned his head and looked around, and found that there was a star that looked familiar at a very far position, lying across the starry sky like a giant monster, exuding a strong monster aura. 5 million miles away, Yu Shang replied confidently. "You also know that it's 5 million miles away, isn't your monster clan's control too lenient?" Shen Tu had a displeased expression on his face. "I don't care, I said this is the range of the Dichen star, and that is the range of the Dichen star. You human race stepped over the boundary, so you will naturally be taught a lesson." Yu Shang had an unreasonable expression on his face. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Woishao. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1884 Blood Dragon, Zero Eyes. It's a joke, Dichen is 5 million miles away, so this is considered crossing the boundary. Shen Tu sneered, aren't you awake? Yu Shang tilted his head to look at him, then looked at Yang Kai and said, brother-in-law, does it matter if I kill him? This kid's words make people feel very uncomfortable. As soon as this remark came out, the originally calm atmosphere of the two races suddenly became tense. Aunt Chun was even more ups and downs, looking at Yu Shang with murderous intent. Auntie, everyone else is also on the verge of fighting, and they are about to fight again. Stop making trouble, Yang Kai snorted coldly, his Void King stage majesty slightly released. Sensing this power, Bahi suddenly exclaimed, Yang Kai, you are already at the second level of the Void King. He almost bit his own tongue, and looked at Yang Kai with an unbelievable expression, unable to believe his own perception. When I saw Yang Kai just now, although he faintly felt that he was much stronger than last time, he didn't pay much attention to it, but when Yang Kai revealed his own strength, he realized that the other party's cultivation realm had already surpassed his strength. Surpassed him and reached the level of the second level. How is this possible? When I met Yang Kai back then, he was at the Void Return third layer. Even though he had gone through the Blood Prison trial together, he was still at the Void Return third layer. How many years have you seen? Already at the second level of Void King. Is there anyone in the world who can be promoted so quickly? Bahi froze in place. What? Second level of Void King? Senior Bei, are you reading that right? Yu Shang also widened his eyes and asked in astonishment. This kind of thing, how could I be wrong? Bahi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said dryly, as if he had been hit. Anyone who knows Yang Kai's cultivation speed can't keep calm. Compared with Yang Kai's aptitude and promotion speed, Bahi only feels that he has been wasting his time these years. Yu Shang was stunned for a while, and then he laughed loudly, as expected of my good brother-in-law, only someone like you can be worthy of my little sister. He has a real temperament, he is happy for Shan Qinglo. Hearing him mention Shan Qinglo, Yang Kai's expression softened. He opened the mouth and said, everyone, give me some face. Regardless of the cause of today's incident, fortunately there were no casualties, so let's stop here. While speaking, he looked at Bahi. He looked at Shen Tu again. Bahi said, there is no hatred at all. Since these people were brought by you, Yang Kai, it is naturally impossible for this old man to keep pestering them. Shen Tu snorted. I'll save face for brother Yang, I don't have the same knowledge as you monster race. That's good. Yang Kai nodded lightly, looked at Yu Shang and asked, how is Qing Luo now? Little sister. Yu Shang scratched his head. He smiled. Very well, since the last time she came back from the blood prison, she has been in retreat, and when she leaves the retreat, it will be the time to be promoted to the Void King realm, and the mother-in-law is very optimistic about her, so you don't have to worry about it. Quote. Where is Senior Kai Yu? Yang Kai asked again. The mother-in-law is also retreating. Yu Shang grinned. Senior Kai Yu is retreating. Doesn't this mean? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Exactly. Yu Shang laughed loudly, when the adoptive mother leaves the customs, Di Chen will be under my Kai Yu's control. Kai Yu was originally a powerhouse at the second level of the Void King, but now she has obtained the Void Mind Crystal of the crazy crocodile Demon King and entered a closed state. If she can successfully break through and be promoted, she will be the only existence at the level of the Demon King on Dichen Star. The monster clan can only be called the Monster King if it is promoted to the third level of the Void King. The current Kai Yu is just a lord. The king of the Demon King, who is in charge of the Demon Clan, Di Chengxing will definitely be in charge of her at that time. Then I should congratulate Senior Kai Yu. Yang Kai's expression moved, and he said, if it is convenient, I would like to go to Kai Yu to meet Senior Kai Yu. I wonder if Brother Yu can lead the way. Brother Uncle, I'll take you there. Brother Yu chuckled lightly. Yang Kai ignored him and turned his attention to Bahi. Bahi showed a look of embarrassment, and slowly arrived. Yang Kai, you are not an outsider, go to Emperor Chen Qiyu, we are naturally welcome, but you want to see the Lord. I'm afraid it's not a good time, as I said just now, your Lord is retreating and cannot be disturbed. Of course I know this. It's just that Senior Kai Yu is not a closed door, and I only need to say a few words to her, so it won't waste her too much time. Bahi frowned, and Yu Shang didn't intervene anymore, knowing that this was a big matter, and he couldn't just decide it. Don't worry, if Senior Kai Yu blames you, I will fight for you, and... I believe Senior Caillou will be very happy with the news I brought, and I will never blame you. Hey, Bahi sighed, you've already talked about this, so what else can I say? That's why I would like to thank Senior Bahi. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Brother Yang, are you going to Dichen? On the side, Shen Tu's face changed slightly, and he asked in a low voice. Well, I need to meet Senior Caillou. Yang Kai nodded slightly, what about you? Wait for me here, or go to Dichen with me. Shen Tu's expression was troubled, and he said after a long while, the monster race is cruel, I'd better go with you, so I can take care of you, and I also want to see what the monster star looks like. Then let's go together. Yang Kai smiled slightly, not taking it seriously. Shen Tu passed on the words, and the others obeyed Shen Tu's arrangement, and soon, another battleship came out from a sea of meteorites, which was the battleship owned by the Yaozu. Monster races are not good at refining alchemy, but not all of them are monster races on Dichen Star. There are also human races, but their status is not high. The 10 lords of Emperor Chengxing's 10 territories have very different attitudes towards the human race. Some let them go, some kill them all, and some entrust them with important tasks. On the Qiyu territory, the human race can be reused the most, especially those alchemists and weapon refiners, whose status is higher than that of the general monster race, so the development of the Qiyu territory over the years has been faster than that of several other lords. There are also many talented people from the human race who went to Qiyu to recommend themselves, willing to work for Qiyu. The battleship that Bei Yushang and other monster races boarded was refined by human craftsmen. Although it was only made of the middle grade of the virtual class, it was enough to support short to medium distance sailing. The 2 warships sailed side by side towards Dikengxing at an extremely fast speed. The distance of 5 million miles has been reached in just 1 day and 1 night. On Banyu Mountain, there is Qiyu Palace, which is the place where Qiyu lives and the most important place for Qiyu territory. When the 2 battleships broke through the clouds and came to the sky above Banyu Mountain, they saw that the mountain range below was covered by a huge energy light film, emitting dazzling light. Outside the energy light film, there seemed to be a lot of demon powerhouses gathered, and the 2 leading ones were extremely vigorous, and billowing demon energy rose from them to the sky, as if they were about to break through the sky. One of them, with wild hair, was 3 points taller than Yu Shang, with a refined blouse on his upper body, his chest was exposed, his muscles were stacked, and he looked extremely bold and rough. The other person is much more feminine, and his appearance is not as rough and unruly as the ordinary monster race, but has a refined aura of human race. This person's eyes are pale silver, and when the eyeballs turn, there is a faint silver light. It seems to contain some mysterious power. At this moment, many monster clans were attacking that layer of light film enchantment, and the rough-looking monster clan roared angrily, Qiyu, I waited to come from a long way, but you closed Banyu Mountain. How do you treat guests? Could it be that you look down on my blood dragon? As soon as this remark came out, the identity of this person became clear in an instant. He was one of the top 10 lords, the Blood Flood Lord, and the lord who hated the human race the most on Dichen Star. It is said that there is no human race in his territory, unless it is those who the rest of the human race who were slaves and handmaids had been ordered to be killed by him. There was no response from Banyu Mountain. The feminine monster standing next to the blood dragon said in a deep voice, Blood dragon, why bother to ask knowingly? Caillou is clearly not giving us face, you and I are also lord-level existences, and now I come to visit her, but she closed her eyes. It's outrageous not to see the door. If you don't give me the face of the blood dragon, then I don't have to give you face. The blood dragon was already grumpy, and when he heard this, he became even more angry, and shouted, Caillou, my son Shui Lian got it from you a few years ago. Before setting out to go to the blood hell for trial, and finally died there, I haven't settled this matter with you yet, and you humiliated me so much today. Okay, it's a big deal that everyone will break up and fight in the name of the Lord, do you have the guts? There is still no response from Banyu Mountain. The blood dragon was about to burst into tears, roared in a low voice, turned to look at the feminine monsters aside, and said in a low voice, Brother Qianyan, this bitch should not fight, what should I do? Lord Thousand Eyes narrowed his eyes, and said, we have spent a lot of time here, since she won't fight, let's attack by force, no matter what, we can't let her refine the void mind crystal of the crazy crocodile king. If she succeeds in being promoted to Demon King, there will be no place for you and me in this Dichen. Hearing this, Shui Zhao's eyes flashed with fear, and he gritted his teeth and said, okay, if that's the case, then please Brother Qianyan join hands with me to break the barrier of Banyu Mountain. Brother Shui Zhao, be careful. This Banyu Mountain can absorb the essence of the moon. It claims to have the power of half a moon. After opening the barrier, it cannot be easily broken. Shui Jiao curled his lips and said, the enchantment is just a dead thing, you and I are afraid of what it will do together, Brother Qianyan is too careful, don't forget, not only my son died in the blood prison but also your son. The human race who killed them left from Qiyu, if there is nothing tricky about it, I wouldn't believe it even if they were killed. Hearing what he said, Qianyan's silver pupils were full of murderous intent, and he shouted, then let's fight together. The two lords of the monster race looked at each other, and they circulated the monsters in their bodies one after another. In an instant, the sky and the earth buzzed, and the soaring monster energy condensed into substance, and escaped from the skins of the two lords. The scene was extremely horrifying. Under the oppression of this power, the monster clan couldn't help but all change their faces, and retreated one after another, fearing that they would be affected. To be continued. Chapter 1885. It's you little bastard. The lords of the two monster tribes immediately started to do it. The blood flood dragon roared in a low voice, its burly body suddenly swelled up, and the power of chi and blood visible to the naked eye diffused around his body like a red mist, billowing like a tide. With a shake of his figure, he suddenly shot out like a cannonball, hitting the barrier of Banyu Mountain. The monster clan is known for its physical fitness, and the blood dragon lord is even more gifted, born with a strong body, and this simple collision contains unimaginable destructive power. He passed along the road, bringing up a string of long rainbows, and even the air was ignited. Boom! The body of the blood flood dragon hit the barrier of Banyu Mountain, and the whole Banyu Mountain seemed to shake for a while, and the light of the barrier wrapped outside flickered for a while, as if it was about to collapse. Shui Jiao's face was overjoyed, and he thought to himself that the barrier of Banyu Mountain was nothing more than that, and when he was about to increase his strength to completely break the barrier, there was an extremely violent rebounding force from the opposite side. The impact just now was even worse. The blood flood dragon didn't check for a while, and it was too late when he realized it. With a muffled grunt, his burly body was ejected. All the monster races looked at each other with horror in their eyes. Fortunately, the blood dragon's skin is rough and fleshy, and although the rebounding force is strong, it can't hurt him at all, it's just that it makes him a little disgraced. Standing firmly, he shook his head and said in a muffled voice, sure enough, there are some tricks. On the side, Qianyan said solemnly, it is said that Banyu Mountain was transformed from half the body of a great demon king in ancient times, so it is naturally unusual. Shui Jiao glanced at him dissatisfied, stop making sarcastic remarks, let's do it. Qianyan nodded, and stopped making a sound. Dazzling silver light suddenly burst out from the two silver eyes. The stabbing out of the circle is as fast as thunder. Seeing this, the blood flood dragon did not sit still. Cooperating with Qianyan's secret technique, he rushed forward again, waved his huge fist, and smashed towards the barrier of Banyu Mountain. The joint blow of the two monster lords is enough to destroy the world. When the attack arrived, the light flickering at the barrier of Banyu Mountain became faster, and this time the blood dragon was already prepared, so it was naturally impossible for it to be bounced away by the rebounding force. After one blow, the light of the Banyu Mountain enchantment seemed to dim a little. Seeing this situation, the eyes of Qianyan and Shui Jiao suddenly revealed their brilliance. The two commanders naturally saw the clues, knowing that as long as they joined forces so violently a few more times, the barrier would definitely be broken, and then they would be able to drive straight in and break into the Scarlet Moon Palace in any case. Caillou cannot be allowed to absorb the power of the Void Mind Crystal of the crazy Crocodile Demon King with peace of mind. But before they could make another move, a long sigh came from Banyu Mountain. That sigh was extremely ordinary, but it seemed to contain some mysterious power, which could actually invade the hearts of all the strong people present, making them unable to help. The ground followed and my heart trembled. Many monster clans who were violently attacking the barrier of Banyu Mountain stopped what they were doing, showing horror on their faces. Even Shui Jiao and Qianyan's expressions turned serious, trying to dispel the discomfort in their hearts. Shui Jiao, Qianyan, I am the mainstay of the demon clan with you. I don't want to make things too rigid. If you leave now, I can act as if nothing happened, otherwise, you will have to pay the price. Quote. Chiyu, Shui Jiao and Qianyan shouted at the same time. Everyone is the lord of the monster clan, and they have dealt with each other a lot before. Naturally, they can hear Chiyu's voice, but this time Chiyu gave them a very different feeling. Those words were not fierce, but peaceful, but it makes people feel frightened. It seems that if they continue like this, they will really have to pay an unimaginable price. The two monster lords looked at each other with a sudden shock. Qianyan gritted his teeth and said, pretend to be a ghost, remove the barrier if you have the ability, let me go in and have an interview with you. That's right, Shui Jiao also echoed from the side, Qiyu, you also know that everyone is the mainstay of the monster clan. I, Shui Jiao, came here with brother Qianyan today, but you didn't see you behind closed doors. What's the reason? Quickly open the barrier and let us in. It's useless to talk too much. It's life or death. It's just a matter of your thoughts. This palace's benevolence and righteousness have been exhausted. Kai Yu's voice came from Banyu Mountain, and then there was no more movement. Both Shui Jiao and Qianyan's foreheads were dripping with cold sweat, and they faintly sensed something. After a long while, Qianyan turned his head to look at Shui Jiao and said, Brother Shui Jiao, you must be afraid, right? I've never been afraid of anyone. Shui Jiao snorted coldly. That's the best. Qianyan nodded slightly, and said with a grin, if that's the case, let's give it a go. Shui Jiao frowned, seemed a little hesitant, and finally gritted his teeth, okay. As soon as the words fell, the demonic energy in the leaders of the two major demon clans came out again, and each of them used shocking methods to blast towards the barrier of Banyu Mountain. Stubbornness. Kai Yu's angry voice came, and the aura of heaven and earth was suddenly turbulent, and immediately, in the sky, a huge Qianshan palm print suddenly appeared. The palm prints were like the sky falling down, pressing down on Shui Jiao and Qianyan. The two monster clan lords were both short in stature, and looked up with expressions of fear. The blood dragon even exclaimed in surprise, Heaven and earth follow the heart, Void King 3rd level. Qianyan was also taken aback. The reason why they dared to act presumptuously here was because of the large number of people. Everyone was at the Void King's 2nd layer level. Naturally, the number of people had an advantage. But if Kai Yu has really been promoted to Demon King and become a powerhouse at the Void King's 3rd layer level, it's useless to have too many people. At this moment, Qianyan couldn't help but feel the desire to retreat. He just wanted to escape from Banyu Mountain as soon as possible, as far away as possible. But soon, Qianyan's silver eyes burst into light, and he shouted loudly, no, this is just a secret technique, the blood dragon is quick to do it. While urging the blood flood dragon, he opened his mouth and howled furiously. The howling sound was ups and downs, and the sound waves visible to the naked eye greeted the giant hand. The blood flood dragon already had no fighting spirit and its face was ashen, but after being reminded by Cheniani, its survival instinct broke out, and its strength suddenly went berserk. It swung its fists, and huge fist shadows flew into the sky one after another. Boom boom boom, fist shadows, sound waves, and palm prints touched each other, and outside the Banyu Mountain, there was a scene of chaos, and even the omnipresent light seemed to be swallowed. After a long time, the dust settled. Qianyan and Shui Jiao showed joy, looked at each other, and regained their confidence, but there was no movement in Banyu Mountain. Sure enough, Qiyu didn't get promoted. Shui Jiao grinned grimly in a low voice, sweeping away the panic expression just now. But it's coming soon. Qianyan looked worried. Blood dragon, if we delay, once she succeeds, Dickenshing really won't have a place for us to stand on. I know. The blood dragon's eyes showed a fierce light, and he nodded heavily. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and break this damn barrier, no matter what, you can't let her succeed. Qianyan shouted angrily. Just when the two demon lords were about to strike again, there was Yua in front of them, and a strange figure appeared not far in front of them, standing in midair, looking at them indifferently. Who? The blood flood dragon shouted angrily. Human race. Qianyan saw through Yongkai's identity at a glance, and couldn't help but frowned. A powerful divine sense covered Yongkai, wanting to see his depth, and soon, his face was shocked. The Two Kings' lair. It is absolutely impossible for the Void King realm of the human race to exist on Dichen Star, and even the Void Return Mirror is extremely rare, so the only explanation is that the other party came from another star of cultivation. Looking at Yongkai's posture at the moment, it seems that he still wants to embarrass them, which makes Qianyan puzzled. This guy looks familiar. Shui Jiao whispered, his eyes widened, and he stared at Yongkai, not knowing when he had seen this person but lost his impression. Yongkai grinned, looked at the two big monster clan lords, but said to Kai Yu and Banyu Mountain, Senior, you seem to be in some trouble. It's you little bastard. Kai Yu also looked extremely surprised. She didn't expect that it was Yongkai who appeared outside Banyu Mountain at this time. You have reached the 2nd level of King Void, how is this possible? A more intense sound of surprise came from Banyu Mountain, and the aura of heaven and earth over there seemed to be shaken by Kai Yu's ups and downs of mood. Yongkai smiled slightly. The world is so big, there are no wonders, there is nothing impossible, but you, Senior, don't let your mind fall short. Kai Yu said angrily, you need to remind me of this kind of thing. Okay, this junior is talking too much. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. Well, the little trouble in front of the senior's door, do you want this junior to help you solve it? You are very confident. Kai Yu was surprised. How long has it been since you were promoted to the Void King realm? Hee, the two lords, although the younger generation can't guarantee too much, it's still no problem to protect themselves. Oh, Kai Yu was very surprised. She didn't know where Yang Kai had such great confidence. She was silent for a while, and then said in a deep voice, it's not convenient for me to make a move now. If you really have the ability, just play with them. Left and right are not outsiders, so it is only natural for you to help me. The junior obeys. Be careful, although I don't know what kind of panacea you took to increase your strength to such a level in a short period of time, but Void King realm needs time to accumulate, so don't die. I don't want Qingluo to blame in the future. Kai Yu obviously thought that Yang Kai's growth to this level in a short period of time was due to the panacea, and it was not an ordinary panacea. Thank you senior for caring, I will try my best to survive. Yang Kai nodded seriously. While the two were talking, Shui Jiao and Qianyan remained silent, but as time passed, the two lords were all furious. Yang Kai looked like he didn't take them seriously, which made them extremely upset. They are all well-known lords on Emperor Chen Star, and they are also the top powerhouses in the star field. How have they ever been so despised by others? Yang Kai has successfully angered them. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1886. But that's all. Chapter 1886 is just that. Qianyan looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and sneered. It is said that the human race is arrogant and conceited. Before this lord, I still had some disbelief, but now I know that the rumors are not true. It's not just a matter of a day or two that the human race is rampant. Shui Jiao snorted coldly, glaring at Yang Kai with a fierce look in his eyes. But boy, this is my monster star Emperor Chen, you better stay here with your tail between your human races. Yang Kai smiled without saying a word, just looked at the two lords quietly, and didn't mean to refute. Thousand-eyed silver eyes turned, and he said, boy, I don't know what relationship you have with Qiyu, but if you continue to stand in front of us, don't blame us for being rude, and retreat quickly. It's about my monster clan and has nothing to do with you. That's right, even if you are equal to me at the second level of the Void King, with 1 against 2, what are your chances of winning? Shui Jiao whispered. The odds of winning are not based on words, you only know after you fight. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and didn't mean to back down. Qianyan's face darkened. Do you really want to meddle in this business? How can it be a nosy matter? Yang Kai shook his head. Based on seniority, I have to call Lord Qiyu a mother-in-law, and the matter of a mother-in-law is naturally not a matter of nostalgia. Qianyan and Shui Jiao suddenly showed strange expressions, but soon, Qianyan seemed to remember something. It turned out to be that half-demon man. The half-demon in his mouth naturally refers to Shan Qingluo. As a human race, Shan Qingluo has the original power of the Tianyu demon spider and the special physique of a poisonous widow. Half of his blood is human race, half is monster race. He is a rising star on Dichen, attracting people's attention. The entire demon race on Dichen star knows the existence of Shan Qingluo. Inside Banyu Mountain, Qiyu's voice came. Stinky boy, don't call him so affectionate, I don't fully agree with you yet. Yang Kai turned his head to look over there, chuckled lightly and said, it doesn't matter if senior agrees or not, as long as Qingluo agrees. Kai Yu was speechless. Enough. Qianyan shouted angrily, his silver eyes stared at Yang Kai, and said coldly, since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you, Blood Flood Dragon, you play with him, and I will leave this enchantment alone break in. Don't worry, leave it to me. Shui Jiao looked ferocious, stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, looked at Yang Kai's expression as if looking at a delicious meal. He smiled. Human race Void King realm is strong, the brain of the patient must be a great tonic, I have never eaten such a good thing. Stop talking nonsense, make a quick decision. Qianyan urged impatiently. As soon as his voice fell, the Blood Flood Dragon had already rushed out. The speed was unbelievable, the body rubbed against the air, and it brought the sound of piercing the air. Just in the blink of an eye, it came to Yang Kai, and then waved the iron arm slammed down towards Yang Kai. This blow seemed extremely ordinary, but supplemented by the Blood Dragon's formidable physical strength and formidable cultivation level, even a mountain of 10,000 zhong in front of him would be easily smashed to pieces. Be careful, Kai Yu's voice came, accompanied by a trace of nervousness. As the lord of the monster clan, she knows the details of the Blood Dragon best. Even she herself would not dare to have physical contact with the Blood Dragon easily. Yang Kai stood in place without moving, stretched out a hand, and blocked himself in front of him. Seeing this scene, the blood flood dragon was stunned, and immediately overjoyed. He grinned grinningly and said, "I'm overthinking my strength, I hope the Lord will smash you into powder." After the words fell, the iron arm bombarded Yang Kai's arm. Clang! Like gold and iron intersecting, the huge sound spread throughout the entire Banyu mountain and spread outward. The blood dragon's expression of holding the winning ticket stiffened on his face, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Qianyan, who was about to attack the barrier with confidence, also couldn't help but stared blankly ahead. In Banyu Mountain, Chiyu's low cry seemed to be heard. At this moment, the lords of the three major monster races were all shocked, feeling like they were in a dream. Yang Kai slowly raised his eyes, looked indifferently at the blood flood dragon who was close at hand, and grinned. This friend seems to be very confident in his physical body. The blood dragon's complexion suddenly changed, his eyes trembling violently looking at Yang Kai. He couldn't believe that his full blow was blocked so easily by the opponent, and the opponent didn't show any sign of retreating. And he is attacking, and the opponent is defending. In other words, he has already lost the wind in this blow. Your body. Shui Jiao suddenly understood something, his eyes were full of surprise. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I'm sorry, my physical body doesn't seem to be bad." The blood dragon's eyelids shrank, knowing that his guess had come true. A trace of embarrassment turned into anger appeared on his face. He ran the demon Yuan violently, and roared, "How can mere human beings compete with my blood dragon clan in physical strength? Let me open your eyes." While speaking, both fists slammed towards Yang Kai like raindrops. Every blow rolled up the vortex of the power of heaven and earth. Every blow was extremely terrifying. Something horrifying happened. Not only did Yang Kai not dodge, but he laughed loudly and greeted him with both fists. Fist and fist collided, and there was a violent explosion sound, like two mountains colliding at an extremely fast speed, and every vibration made people roll with blood. Boom boom boom. In just 30 breaths of effort, Yang Kai and the Shui Jiao punched each other so many times, punching to the flesh. But what is extremely strange is that none of the two strong men took half a step back, and they all stood firmly in midair, using subtle body movements to diffuse each other's strength. Such a simple and brutal battle is amazing to watch, but Qianyan on the side shows a displeased and worried expression. Without him, the greatest advantage of the human race is not the physical body, but proficient in various secret arts and secret treasures. But Yang Kai gave up these advantages and competed with the blood flood dragon, which shows that he didn't use his full strength at all. In this confrontation, the other party was just probing. If he uses secret techniques or secret treasures, it is unknown to what extent his strength will increase. Thinking of this, Qianyan hurriedly shouted, "Stop playing with the blood dragon, it's important to get rid of him quickly." Hearing the words, the blood dragon's expression turned violent, and he shouted loudly, "Hua Jiao." As soon as the words fell, chi and blood power that was several times stronger than before erupted suddenly in the blood dragon body, and the body swelled again, and blood-red scales appeared densely on the surface of the body, double horns appeared on the forehead, and a line appeared on the back. Something like a dragon's tail. The blood flood dragon family inherited the blood of the true dragon by nature, and the most powerful blood flood dragon in ancient times was a descendant of the true dragon. The skill of transforming the dragon can make the blood dragon stimulate the power of the ancestral veins in the body, and thus become infinitely powerful. With this strong body and violent power alone, the blood dragon is enough to crush everything in front of him. As soon as the flood dragon technique came out, an unimaginable force struck from the opposite side, and Yang Kai felt as if he was being swallowed by lightning. His body shook violently and was blasted away vigorously. Shui Lian roared, "Human, I don't know how you cultivated into such a body, but in front of this blood dragon's ancestral veins, you are far from enough to see." As he spoke, he chased after Yang Kai, using both fists and kicks, striking at every vital point in Yang Kai's body with one move, and the rolled-up strength seemed to be able to shatter the void. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent, and dealt with it in a hurry. Boom boom boom. The two figures came and went, and there were continuous cracking sounds as fists and feet intersected. Yang Kai fell into a disadvantage in an instant. It seemed that he only had the power to parry, but he had no way to fight back. Qianyan sneered continuously, "It's so stupid, to compete with the blood flood dragon, the human race's head is so rotten." In the high-altitude clouds, two battleships were hidden side by side, and they were the battleships of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and Chiyueling. Yu Shang, Ba He, Shen Tu and others all looked down nervously, and the scene of Yang Kai being suppressed was naturally seen clearly. Brother-in-law is too big. Yu Shang looked sad. The blood dragon's body and strength are also the top existence in the entire monster race. He is a human race who confronts him head-on. It's not that his brain is broken. Is it? My little sister is going to be a widow. Shut your crow's mouth. Ba he snorted coldly. Although Yu Shang is Chiyu's adopted son and has a high status, base status is not bad. He was Chiyu's most trusted person hundreds of years ago. Go-getters are highly valued. Yu Shang didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of him. Hearing what Ba he said, Yu Shang smiled coyly. Let me just say it casually. Maybe my brother-in-law has another trick, and I don't think he is someone who died so early. Ba he shook his head. He really took it too seriously this time, but his cultivation level is not weaker than that of the blood flood dragon, so he won't be killed, so he will suffer for sure. As soon as Ba he spoke, the human and demon fighting below seemed to have already decided the winner. Accompanied by a loud noise, a figure blasted towards the ground like a rag sack, leaving another figure standing proudly in the void. All eyes looked at the figure standing in midair for the first time, and found that the voice was full of blood, with 2 horns on its head and a dragon tail on its back. Who is it if it is not a blood dragon? The blood flood dragon was safe and sound, so the one who was blasted down was definitely Yongkai. This discovery made many people's hearts sink, and they quickly looked down. On that ground, a huge pothole appeared, with the pothole as the center. One after another spider web-like cracks spread towards the surroundings, and Yongkai disappeared, as if he had been blasted to the ground. Ha 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 ha, the blood flood dragon laughed wildly up to the sky, showing disdain. Human Void King realm, that's all. He is absolutely qualified to be so rampant. After all, no matter how unbearable Yongkai is in his eyes, he is also a second-order Void King, so easily suppressing an opponent of the same level. The blood dragon is of course elated. Seeing this situation, Qianyan, who had been on tenterhooks all this time, couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and reminded in a deep voice, "Blood dragon, the night has long dreams. Your support is my greatest motivation." Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 1887 Breaking Sky and Moon Eyes. Hearing this, the blood flood dragon nodded, and was about to go down to give Yongkai an end, when Yongkai got up from somewhere in the big pit below, stretched out his hands and patted the dust on his body, and jumped lightly, leapt out of the ground, let out a sigh of relief, and said, "Lord Blood Flood Dragon, your reputation is well deserved. In this world, in terms of physical body and strength alone, few can beat you." The thousand-eyed silver eyes shrank suddenly, and stared at Yongkai in horror. His divine sense kept scanning him, and immediately found a message that made him shudder. Although Yongkai seemed to be in a state of distress, his body was covered in dust, but there was no sign of injury at all. How is this possible? Qianyan wished he could pull out his eyeballs and put them on Yongkai's body for a closer look. As violent as the blood dragon's attack just now, even if he eats it, he will lose half his life if he doesn't die. The other party is also a second-level Void King. How can he be unscathed? His divine sense didn't find out what treasure armor Yongkai was wearing, and when he fought the blood flood dragon just now, the other party didn't use any protective secret treasure at all. This human race resisted all the attacks of the blood flood dragon with their bodies, and they are safe and sound. Could it be said that his physical body is more powerful than that of the blood flood dragon after using the skill of transforming flood dragons? With this thought, Qianyan couldn't calm down immediately. A frightening thought appeared in his mind, making his silver eyes tremble. On the other side, the blood flood dragon couldn't help but open its mouth wide, and looked at Yongkai stupidly, completely losing the ability to think, and no longer had the complacency and arrogance just now. But if that's the case, it's not enough. Yongkai raised his head and looked up at the sky lightly. Shui Jiao opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but found that no matter what he said at the moment, it was so pale and powerless. In his most proud field, being so contemptuous by a human race, the blood dragon's heart is turbulent. Only blood can wash away the shame at this moment. Lord Blood Flood Dragon, you haven't used all your strength yet, have you? It's rare to meet someone with such a powerful physical body. I hope you can play with me. As soon as the last few words were spoken, Yongkai's body shot towards the sky like a cannonball. Before reaching the blood flood dragon, a layer of light golden halo suddenly appeared on his body. This layer of light gold was not the color of his golden blood, but the sword energy of gold in the immortal 5 elements sword. The golden sword energy lingered around him, making Yongkai look like a peerless fierce sword out of its sheath, piercing the sky and stabbing towards the blood dragon. Before the attack arrived, the blood flood dragon felt his pores shrink involuntarily, and his whole body was cold. Under the shock, how dare he take it lightly? immediately roared, the power of qi and blood in the whole body was released, the whole person became red, and he punched Yang Kai. Clang! There was a loud noise. The golden light transformed by Yang Kai paused for a while, and took a few steps back, but this time the confrontation caused the Shui Jiao to stagger back. The expression on his face was no longer as relaxed and freehand as before, and he could not fully defeat Yang Kai. Suppressed. Tick, tick, a few very rhythmic light sounds came out, which was the movement of blood dripping from the fist of the blood dragon. In this confrontation, the blood dragon has been injured. The golden sword qi is sharp, and it can cut everything. Although Yang Kai did not cultivate the immortal 5-element sword to the highest level, he has achieved some success. Not so much. Although the blood flood dragon was shocked by Yang Kai's methods, he couldn't lose face, flicked the blood on his hand, and sneered. Really? Yang Kai grinned, then please wait and see, Lord Blood Flood Dragon. After saying those words, another layer of halo suddenly appeared on his body. This layer of halo was different from the golden halo just now, but earthy yellow. Sword Qi of Earth. The soil is thick, and the sword energy of the soil can be transformed into a shield wall of sword energy, which can be used as a strong protection. Moreover, among the 5 elements, Earth produces gold, and the sword energy of Earth echoes with the sword energy of gold in an instant. Not only does it not conceal the sharpness of the sword energy of gold, but it strengthens it a bit. Yang Kai was wrapped in 2 colors of light, and he came to the blood flood dragon in a flash, stared at him indifferently, raised his palm knife, and chopped it down. The blood dragon's eyelids shrank, and he raised his arms to block it. The palm knife slashed across, blood spattered, the blood dragon let out a low growl, and backed away again and again. 2 wounds 1 foot long suddenly appeared on his 2 arms, blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain, instantly staining his clothes red. The wound was deep into the bone, and the flesh and blood were rolled up, which looked extremely horrifying. The pain made the blood flood dragon go crazy, and the anger devoured his heart. He roared, "Don't be too crazy, kid. Monster races all have this drawback. Once they get angry, they will slowly lose their sanity and act according to their instincts." Even though the blood flood dragon is already a powerful existence at the lord level, this characteristic hidden in its bones still remains unchanged, but compared to ordinary he can control his emotions better. But at this moment, under the premise of using the technique of transforming flood dragons, he was hit twice by Yang Kai, which made him feel a little annoyed. With a flash of his figure, he turned into a blood-red, scale-covered blood dragon that was more than 10 feet long. He widened his 2 blood-red eyes like copper bells, glaring at Yang Kai, and opened his mouth with a blood-colored beam of light. It gushes out from it and strikes towards Yang Kai. The body of the blood dragon. In the clouds, Bahi's eyes shrank suddenly. He never expected that Yang Kai would be able to force the blood dragon to such an extent after he was under pressure and even fell into a disadvantage. The technique of transforming dragons is a means for the blood dragons to improve their strength, but it is only to stimulate some ancestral power in the body, but the body of the blood dragons is really fully stimulated, returning to the blood dragon clan tens of thousands of years ago. Form. Forcing the blood dragon to show this form is a desperate rhythm. The blood-colored beam of light shattered and smashed straight towards Yang Kai's face, extremely thick. If Yang Kai was attacked, he would be completely wrapped in it. And in that bloody beam of light, not only a disgusting aura came out, but also an incomparable corrosive force. Even if the Void King's 2nd-level realm was hit, it would not be easy. Yang Kai still didn't dodge, just sipped lightly in his mouth. Water. After the words fell, a layer of azure light emerged, enveloping his whole body. The azure color is like the color of the ocean, and the layer of power that envelops Yang Kai is obviously not very powerful, but it gives people a very reliable feeling, as if Yang Kai is in the ocean, regardless of the outside world. No matter how violent the storm is, it still remains motionless. The bloody beam of light arrived as scheduled, piercing the sky and submerging Yang Kai. The blood flood dragon's eyes were ferocious, staring at the front, feeling the fluctuation of Yang Kai's life. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something unbelievable. His eyes widened a lot, and he shouted loudly, "Not good." Turning into the body of a blood flood dragon, this burst of shouting was like a thunderous explosion, sweeping the world. As soon as he spoke, a figure came out from the blood-colored beam of light in the opposite direction. He regarded the powerful blood-colored light beam as nothing, punched fiercely, and blasted towards the huge head of the blood dragon. Who is that figure if it is not Yang Kai? It's just that Yang Kai's body is no longer covered by 3 colors of light at this moment, but 4 colors. In addition to the initial golden, khaki and blue colors, there is also a layer of fiery red color, which dances like a burning flame. His whole person's aura has also climbed more than 10 times compared to the beginning. It seems that as the color of his body increases, his power is gradually unsealed, and there seems to be no bottom line. Boom! The fist smashed on the head of the blood dragon, and a scream resounded through the sky. The huge body of the blood dragon was thrown backwards by this force, screaming continuously. Withdrew for more than a dozen miles before the blood dragon managed to stabilize his body, but there was a scorched fist mark on his huge head, and around the fist mark, there were even traces of flames burning. Even with the power of his own blood, he couldn't extinguish the flame. What kind of fire is this? The blood flood dragon cried out in horror. The sun is really hot. Yang Kai grinned. Hearing this, the face of the blood dragon changed greatly. The real fire of the sun, that is the flame at the core of the sun that was born in the starry sky, and the fire of nirvana possessed by the ancient Holy Spirit true phoenix. It is also known as the two major divine fires in the world. It can burn everything in the world. If it is contaminated by this divine fire, unless it is extinguished with a water attribute treasure of the corresponding level, or refined into the body, it is impossible to erase it. The eyes of the blood dragon revealed a look of despair, and the real fire of the sun that stained the top of the head suddenly became fierce with a loud sound, enveloping the huge body of the blood dragon. There were screams one after another, and the blood dragon seemed to be enduring unimaginable torture. Yang Kai's expression changed. He didn't feel the joy that he should have after defeating a powerhouse of the same level, but looked at the blood dragon wrapped in the real fire of the sun with a strange expression, and after a while, he smiled in surprise. So that's it. It seems that you have already discovered it. Qianyan's voice suddenly rang beside his ears, and the instant the voice sounded, the blood dragon that was burned by the real fire of the sun turned into a piece of silver light and dissipated in the world. Yang Kai turned his head and looked towards the source of the sound, and found that not far away, the blood flood dragon was suspended in midair safe and sound, but his eyes were full of horror, and beside him, the Lord of Thousand Eyes also looked dignified. Looking at Yang Kai. When did you attack me? I didn't realize it. Yang Kai looked at Qianyan with great interest. Not long ago, he thought that the blood dragon had already been tricked, but the moment he was burned by the real fire of the sun, he suddenly understood the truth. What was burned was not the real body of the blood dragon, but his own illusion. There is only one person present who can silently let the hallucinations in himself not be noticed, and that is the thousand-eyed lord. You think I'll tell you? Qianyan said in a deep voice. Yang Kai sneered. When I was surrounded by the blood-colored beam of light. Po Tianyutong really deserved its reputation, and Yang has learned. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at 87,453,198. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1888 Desperate. Chapter 1888 Desperate. Chapter serial numbers are very auspicious. Well, although it's not a festival, Xiaomo here wishes everyone a happy journey. Hearing Yang Kai reveal the name of his greatest supernatural power, Qianyan's expression changed slightly, but he soon felt relieved when he remembered that he had something to do with Kai Yu. The reason why he is called the Lord of the Thousand Eyes is because of the existence of the potion Yutong, which is an innate talent, a unique supernatural power of the Thousand Eyes, which cannot be learned by any living beings, and is also his greatest strength. Rely. Others don't know the existence of Po Tian Yutong. Since Yang Kai is so familiar with Kai Yu, he will naturally hear about it from Kai Yu, so Qianyan is not surprised. He looked at the four-color halo on Yang Kai's body with a solemn expression, and said in a calm manner, Your Excellency, this secret technique covers the 5 elements, right? Now there are 4 kinds, why not show all the 5 elements? Shui Zhao alone is not your opponent, this seat I will join hands with him, if you don't show it, I'm afraid there will be no chance. Yang Kai grinned and said with a smile, That's as you wish. After the words fell, the last layer of cyan halo rippled. Yang Kai's tyrannical momentum increased a bit. Thousand Eyes and Blood Flood Dragon's expression froze at the same time. The 5 elements sword chi lingered around Yang Kai's body, restraining each other, and the halo flowed, not only looked extremely gorgeous but also gave people a very strong pressure. There was a trace of panic in the eyes of the blood dragon. If Qianyan helped him secretly just now, he would definitely be injured. Until now he understood the difficulty of Yang Kai, who is also at the 2nd level of Void King the strong man. He is not Yang Kai's opponent at all. This is your strongest strength. Qianyan looked dignified, but he sneered and hit Yang Kai's momentum and confidence in words. That's all, if you only have this ability, you should retreat obediently all right, so I don't want to hurt my peace later on. That's a lot of nonsense. If I told you that all your sons died at my hands, would you still let me retreat? Yang Kai stared coldly at the front. What? Qianyan looked angry. What did you just say? But Shui Jiao suddenly remembered something, and whispered, so it's you. I said that it looks familiar, so it's you, you little bastard. Shui Jiao, make your words clear. Qianyan's silver pupils were filled with murderous intent, and he turned to look at Shui Jiao. You haven't figured it out yet. This guy is the human race who set off from Dichen a few years ago and went to the blood prison with Shui Lian and Mitn for trials. Shui Jiao roared through gritted teeth. Impossible. Qianyan's face changed drastically. Only the void returning mirror can participate in the blood prison trial, and it's only been a few years. How could he be promoted to the second level of Void King? I also think it's impossible. Shui Jiao slightly nodded, but the facts are right in front of my eyes, so I can't help but believe it. Qian Yan froze for a moment, looked at Yang Kai again, nodded and said, okay, I am worried that I can't find the murderer who killed my son Mitn. Since you took the initiative to appear in front of me today, then you don't have to go. That's right. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Blood dragon attack, today will not die. Qianyan was completely furious, waved his hand, and rushed towards Yang Kai, who suddenly disappeared strangely halfway. No one knows where he went. On the other hand, the blood flood dragon seemed to be used to this scene for a long time, and was not disturbed by the disappearance of Qianyan but rushed towards Yang Kai even more aggressively. The huge dragon body swayed, with the tendency to stir up the heaven and earth. Before it got close, a mouthful of blood spewed out. Yang Kai sneered, this trick is useless to me. It doesn't need to be useful. The blood dragon snorted coldly. The moment it spewed out blood, it swung its body, left from where it was, and rushed directly to Yang Kai's right hand. The huge dragon tail fiercely swept towards it. The scales on the dragon's tail stood upside down, like a sharp knife. It would be difficult if it was swept. Yang Kai avoided it easily, but before he could get a firm foothold, his brows suddenly frowned, his body didn't move, and his own field exploded violently, locking onto a space of 10 feet around him. Behind him, a ghostly figure appeared. It was the thousand-eyed lord who had disappeared before. At this moment, Qianyan pointed like a knife, directly stabbing at the back of Yang Kai's head. But being blocked by the domain of the Void King stage, the attack could not help but stagnate for a moment, and he did not show any weakness. He also released his own domain to dissolve and offset Yang Kai's domain power, and the attack power remained undiminished. Yang Kai shook his hand, and the dragon bone sword appeared leisurely, sweeping back with his backhand. Qianyan frowned, had to give up the movement, and retreated rapidly. He didn't want to be hit by the dragon bone sword. Although the dragon bone sword had no edge or edge, anyone could tell that it was a Void King level secret treasure, and the fate of being hit by this kind of thing would not be much better. Want to leave? Isn't it too naive? Yang Kai sneered, suddenly increasing the power of the field. The sky and the earth trembled, and in the 10-foot circle sky locked by him, small cracks suddenly appeared one after another, densely packed, countless. This is... Qianyan turned pale with shock. He never expected that the power of Yang Kai's domain was so terrifying. Not only was it more compact and powerful than his own domain, it even incorporated some special power. That power can cause the void to collapse, forming a series of huge space cracks. Don't panic. At the critical moment, the blood flood dragon shouted loudly, and his field also burst out, combining with Qianyan's field to fight against Yang Kai's space power in the void. Kachacha! That void became more and more unstable, as if it would collapse at any moment. The blood flood dragon stretched out a claw, let countless space cracks cut scars on his claw, grabbed Qianyan who was wrapped in the field, and pulled it back suddenly. There was a crackling sound. In the area where the superimposed domains of the 3 great Void Kings and 2-level realm powerhouses, the space shattered like a mirror, revealing a huge void, which was empty, dark and deep, making people shudder. The void black hole didn't last long. Under the power of Dichen Xing's heaven and earth law, it quickly repaired itself and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. The lords of the 2 monster races retreated together, their hearts shaking wildly, and their expressions were horrified. With 2 enemies in one, he was still at a disadvantage. This was something that he would never even think about before, but today it really happened right under his nose. Is the Void King realm of the human race so powerful? Thousand Eyes and Blood Flood Dragon had a horrifying question in their hearts. If this is the case, then where is there a place for the monster race in this star field? Randomly coming to the second level of the Void King of the human race, I am afraid that the entire Dichen star will be leveled, and the monster race will be driven out of this last piece of paradise. Go all out, blood flood dragon. Qianyan said in a deep voice. He knew that if he didn't try his best, he would never have a chance to beat Yang Kai. When Yang Kai came here, he told Kai Yu that there was no problem with self-protection. At that time, Qian Yan thought that he was uttering wild words, but only now did he know that the other party was not only not arrogant but rather humble. Not only is there no problem with self-protection, he can simply have an absolute upper hand. Okay, Shui Jiao let out a low growl, opened his mouth suddenly, and spit out a ball the size of a fist from his mouth. Inner alchemy. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, knowing that the blood flood dragon was really going to fight himself desperately. The Yaozu all have inner alchemy, but they will never use it easily, because the inner alchemy is the life essence of the Yaozu, and it is also the source of their combat power. If the inner alchemy is damaged or lost, it may not cause the Yaozu to lose their lives, but it will definitely cause their strength to plummet. If the situation is serious, it is impossible to make progress from then on. Therefore, no monster race will release its inner alchemy in battle unless it is forced to. Shui Jiao spat out his inner alchemy, that is really leaving no room for it, and what he will show next is also his most powerful method. Shui Jiao is a strong Void King 2-tier, and his inner alchemy is rare in the entire star field. If this kind of inner alchemy is used as the alchemy, it can definitely refine the best Void King level spirit pill. Moreover, the fleshy body of the blood dragon can be refined into a blood beast. The blood beasts at the second level of the Void King also bear the blood of ancient strange beasts, and their strength is absolutely extraordinary. Yang Kai has already planned in his heart how to brew the blood flood dragon. Unlike the blood flood dragon, Qianyan didn't spit out the inner alchemy but shouted loudly. The next moment, his whole body suddenly became extremely fat. The originally feminine Qianyan suddenly underwent a huge change at this moment. Like a ball. His shirt exploded, exposing his upper body. Yang Kai looked at it fixedly, and couldn't help feeling a little bit numb. Because he discovered that there were many eyes on Qianyan's upper body, each eye was emitting a silver light, blinking from time to time, all of them were staring at him with malicious intentions. Counting those eyes carefully, there are 70 or 80 of them, and each one exudes mysterious power fluctuations. You can be forced to show such a posture, you are proud enough. Qianyan drank coldly, and made a tactic with both hands, his expression suddenly became solemn. The next moment, those eyes on his body and the 2 eyes that he already had, all burst into silver light, and the silver light gathered into a bunch, and a vision of a full moon suddenly rose behind Qianyan. After the silver light poured into the full moon, the silver full moon flickered slightly, as if it came alive. A creepy feeling swept over Yang Kai's body, he fixed his eyes, and suddenly found that there was nothing around, only a round of silver moon hanging high in the sky. That silver moon was like a huge eye, high above, overlooking On. The silver moon's brilliance scattered and penetrated into Yang Kai's heart and sea of consciousness, making his thinking slow down and his strength slowly dissipating. The brilliance of the silver moon can not only affect the mind, but can even affect the physical body. Yang Kai's face was startled, knowing that he couldn't underestimate any Void King stage. He didn't dare to be negligent, took a deep breath, reached out and bit his fingertips, and wiped it on his left eye. The next moment, a dazzling golden light burst out from his left eye, and that left eye completely turned into a majestic golden vertical pupil. The pupil was narrow and long, carrying an aura of destroying all generations. It was terrifying to look at. World exterminating demon eye. Yang Kai crazily poured the power of his consciousness into his left eye, arousing the power of the world exterminating demon eye, and stared at the silver moon hanging high in the sky. No matter what the magic of this silver moon is, it is based on the power of the 1,000 eyes. As long as the power of the 1,000 eyes is suppressed, the silver moon will be self-defeating. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1889 Inner Alchemy Crack. The sky-shattering moon pupil carries the sky-shattering moon power, and the world-destroying demon eye holds the breath of destruction. The 2 strange pupil powers clash in this illusory space. Surging power of spiritual consciousness splashed in all directions. Yang Kai's left eye, the terrifying golden light was poured into by the power of spiritual consciousness, almost turning into substance, converging into a beam of golden light, crashing towards the silver moon in the sky. The silver moon swayed slightly, as if there were some signs of instability, but the next moment, the silver moon was safe as usual. From above the silver moon, the silver light scattered, like thousands of weeping willows hanging down, welcoming the world-killing golden light. Gold and silver rays of light collided in the void. Boom boom boom. A series of violent explosions came out continuously. Yang Kai's body shook wildly. Although he couldn't see where Qianyan was for the time being, and didn't know how he was doing, but he definitely wouldn't have a good time in this kind of confrontation where the power of divine consciousness was used to drive Tongli to collide head-on. This competition is not only about the control of the pupil power, but also the strength of the power of spiritual consciousness. In terms of pupil power, Yang Kai's world-exterminating demon eye may not be as good as Qianyan's sky-breaking Yutong. I was born with it. But the thousand-eyed Podianyu pupil is a supernatural power that has been possessed since the day of birth, and has been tempered for thousands of years. How can the demon eye of world extermination compare with the opponent? This is a natural shortcoming. But Yang Kai's spiritual power is definitely stronger than Qianyan. After all, Wen Shenlian has been nurturing his spiritual sense for so many years, and now his divine sense is not inferior to a Void King 3-layer powerhouse. Under the ebb and flow, the two were evenly matched. Looking around, the gold and silver rays of light were in a stalemate in the midair. You retreat and I advance, you advance and I retreat, and the cycle is endless. The power of consciousness burst out fiercely like a flood that burst a bank. At Yang Kai's left eye, blood rolled down, and half of his cheeks were dyed golden, and his expression looked strange and hideous. He suddenly felt something was wrong. If it's just fighting alone with Qianyan, it's okay to fight this way. The left and right are to see who can persevere until the end, and whoever will win will win. At worst, it will be a lose-lose ending. But at this moment, I am 1 against 2. Besides Thousand Eyes, there is also a Blood Flood Dragon. Yang Kai didn't believe that the Blood Flood Dragon would let go of this good opportunity to attack him. As soon as he thought of this, he took a deep breath without hesitation. With a move of his mind, he exhausted half of the power of his mind, activated his most powerful soul secret technique, and shouted loudly, "Born Lotus." As soon as the words fell, a budding lotus flower suddenly appeared in his golden left eye. As soon as the flower appeared, it disappeared in a flash. On the silver moon hanging high in the sky that day, the lotus flower from before appeared strangely. The flower bone is like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the spiritual power of the 10 eyes, without a bottom line. As the power of the spiritual sense is absorbed and swallowed, the flower bone slowly blooms. Looking around, Yinyu seems to have turned into a lotus flower, and the time has come to show her most beautiful moment. An unbelievable howl and roar came out, and the silver moon in the sky began to twist and change, but no matter what, it couldn't get rid of the entanglement of the lotus flower. In just 3 breaths of time, the lotus flower has already bloomed halfway, and the power of the silver moon radiance, which is fighting against the world-exterminating golden light, has been greatly reduced. Yang Kai's expression turned ferocious, urging his own divine sense, and suppressed it there. Boom! With a crisp sound, the huge silver moon in midair shattered like plates. Ah! Thousand Eyes howled at the same time. The illusion that surrounded Yang Kai was suddenly broken, allowing him to return to the previous scene. Before Yang Kai came back to his senses, he felt chills all over his body, his pores involuntarily shrank, and an aura of death acted as a hood. "Hurry up and hide, kid." Kai Yu's coquettish voice reached his ears. "Hide? Where to hide?" Shui Jiao laughed loudly. "Chiyu, if you can stop me with 1 move, I want to see if you can stop me with the 2nd move. If you don't leave the level, this kid will definitely die." While speaking, a bloody bead the size of a fist, mixed with a world-shattering force, bombarded towards Yang Kai's chest. The blood-colored bead contained unimaginably violent and hostile energy, as well as extremely surging energy and blood power. It was nothing but the inner alchemy that the blood dragon spit out before. He also knew that Yang Kai's physical body was strong, and ordinary attack methods might not be effective, so at the moment Yang Kai was trapped by Qianyan's Tiansha Yutong, he sacrificed his inner alchemy and attacked Yang Kai. The inner alchemy of the monster race is more powerful than the secret treasures of the same level. If you eat it now, even if Yang Kai's body is sturdy, he will probably end up seriously injured, and maybe his life will be in danger. The inner alchemy is not big, but it is like a big mountain hitting Yang Kai straight. The speed is extremely fast. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, the inner alchemy had already approached less than 3 inches in front of him. The quick battle with Qianyan consumed a lot of his divine sense. At such a critical moment, he actually had a splitting headache, his whole body was on the verge of falling, and he couldn't use the power of space to teleport away. Seeing that the inner alchemy was about to hit him, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and sacrificed something with a thought. A palm-sized scale-like thing suddenly emerged, blocking Yang Kai's chest. The intricate patterns on the scales are all over the place, which looks ferocious and mysterious, giving people an extremely ancient and desolate feeling. Niden arrived as scheduled. Boom! Yang Kai was knocked by the huge force and flew backwards. Seeing this scene, the blood flood dragon couldn't help but be overjoyed. Just when he was looking forward to see if Yang Kai was alive or dead, suddenly a very fragile sound of clicking came into his ears. When this voice sounded, the blood flood dragon's face changed drastically as if being bitten by lightning, and he opened his mouth involuntarily to spit out a cloud of blood mist, and his momentum suddenly became sluggish. My inner alchemy, Shui Jiao whispered with a pale face, and quickly fixed his eyes to look, and couldn't help but feel the ghosts of the dead. There was a crack in his inner alchemy. Although the crack was small, the inner alchemy was really important to the monster race. Even such a small crack would cause the blood flood dragon to suffer heavy losses. His whole body was like falling into an ice cellar, and he couldn't figure out what method Yang Kai used just now to cause such damage to his inner alchemy. He vaguely saw a trace of the situation, and felt that it seemed to be a scale-like existence, but he didn't see it clearly. No matter what, taking back the inner alchemy is the most important thing. The blood flood dragon wants to summon the inner alchemy back, but before he can get his wish, Yang Kai has already flashed in front of the inner alchemy, stretched out his hand, and summoned the inner alchemy Dan catches. The blood flood roared loudly, "Don't even think about it." After the words fell, he desperately urged his strength, trying to recall Niden. In an instant, the inner alchemy of the Void King's second layer powerhouse seemed to come alive, and it kept colliding with Yang Kai's hand, becoming extremely restless. The power was so great that Yang Kai almost missed it. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai let out a low growl, and accompanied by a high-pitched dragon chant, his arms suddenly swelled a circle, pieces of dragon scales condensed from Saint Yuan, and one hand became it looks like a dragon's claws, with extremely sharp claws. Rolling long way spreads. The blood flood dragon froze in place immediately, not daring to move, staring blankly at Yang Kai, his mouth opened wide, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything, only shock was left in his eyes. And the originally restless inner alchemy did not dare to act recklessly at the moment Longwei was revealed, but was shiveringly pinched by Yang Kai in the palm of his hand, as if there was an instinctive fear. The origin of the true dragon. You actually have the origin of the true dragon. 1,000 eyes exclaimed from the side, and nearly 100 eyes trembled all over his body, looking at Yang Kai in disbelief. A confrontation with Yang Kai caused him a lot of injuries, especially after taking a real blow of the Lotus Secret technique. His power of consciousness has almost dried up, and he had hoped that the blood flood dragon could vent his anger for him. Who knew that Yang Kai could actually increase his strength, but the strength he displayed this time was the true dragon origin that made all the monster races salivate. You, a human race, actually have the original power of a real dragon. Qianyan's voice was extremely weird, full of anger, jealousy and suspicion, and you can still use this power. Qianyan couldn't help feeling a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. The more he fought with Yang Kai, the more he couldn't see where Yang Kai's bottom line was. Even if he uses the true dragon source now, Qianyan still feels that this is not his most powerful power, and this human being seems to have a hidden trump card. What kind of true dragon origin do you have? Qianyan asked with a snarky voice. Do you think I'll tell you? Yang Kai smiled sarcastically, stretched out his hand and threw the inner alchemy in his hand. It was strange to say that this inner alchemy was originally turbulent, but after Yang Kaifa revealed the original power of the Golden Saint Dragon, it changed unexpectedly. It is more clever than a rabbit, even if it is thrown around like this, it dare not fly away. On the side, the blood dragon was already trembling. Without him, the Zhao family is originally a descendant of the real dragon, with a trace of the blood of the real dragon. What Yang Kai showed at this moment was not only the purest true dragon origin aura, but also the most powerful golden holy dragon origin. There is a natural absolute suppression of the blood dragon. Therefore, the performance of the blood dragon is much worse than that of Qianyan. Yang Kai tossed the inner alchemy of the blood dragon, and at the same time looked at the two lords of the blood dragon and Qianyan with great interest. That look made the two lords feel cold in their hearts, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In fact, what Yang Kai is thinking now is whether to kill them directly and refine them into blood beasts, or take the inner alchemy and then refine them into blood beasts. The inner alchemy of the second level of the Void King is rare and absolutely valuable, but without the inner alchemy, the strength of the blood beast will drop a lot. But if they are completely refined into blood beasts, without inner alchemy. This made him hesitate, unable to make a choice, not knowing what to do. Just when he was struggling in his heart, Caillou's voice suddenly came from Banyu Mountain. Boy, let them go. To be continued. Chapter 1890 Bargaining. Chapter 1890 Bargaining. As soon as Caillou said this, not only Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, showing a strange look on his face, but even Shui Jiao and Qianyan were extremely surprised, turning their heads to look at Banyu Mountain. No one expected that Caillou would say such a thing. After a long time, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Senior, what does this mean?" "Let them go." Caillou's voice was extremely indifferent, without resentment or anger, as if she was just talking normally. "Although Shui Jiao and Qianyan offended me, they are the lords of the monster clan after all. If they die in here, the strength of the Yaozu will definitely drop drastically, which is not good for me, Di Chengsheng." Hearing what she said, Shui Jiao and Qianyan couldn't help showing excited expressions, and at the same time felt a little ashamed. Compared with Caillou and Di Chen's broad-mindedness, they feel that they are a bit too small-minded. "You can't kill a snake with a stick, let the tiger go back to the mountain to leave future troubles. Senior, have you thought it through?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Blood Flood Dragon and Thousand Eyes immediately glared at Yang Kai, thinking that Caillou would be willing to let them go, and you, a foreign human race, are still dictating what to do. Caillou said, "Why do you need to teach me this truth? It's just that after receiving this lesson, they will have to retreat for at least 10 years before they can recover." "After 10 years. Hee, I let them go east. West." Shui Jiao and Qianyan looked at each other, their expressions extremely ugly. Although I was unwilling, I knew that what Qiyu said was right. Although Qiyu only made one shot just now, the two demon lords also vaguely felt that Qiyu's realm was already approaching the realm of the Demon King. Just give her a little more. In time, she will definitely become the Demon King of Dichen Star. At that time, Shui Jiao and Qianyan really didn't dare to resist, so they could only submit to Caillou. The monster race has always respected the strong, there is no reason to speak. After thinking up to this point, Shui Jiao and Qianyan were like discouraged balls, they had no fighting spirit anymore. They clasped their fists together, and said weakly, "If we can escape this calamity today, in the future we will have to follow His Royal Highness the Demon King." They even changed the name of Caillou. "Your attitude has changed so quickly." Yang Kai looked at them in astonishment. Blood Flood Dragon and Qianyan blushed, and they stared at Yang Kai one after another. "Since you have this awareness, I will spare your lives today." Caillou snorted coldly. "Thank you, Your Highness." Shui Jiao and Qianyan expressed their joy and thanked each other. Yang Kai grinned. "Don't be so happy, Senior Caillou said to let you go, but I didn't say, your lives are still in my hands." "What do you think, kid?" Qian Yan looked angry, and shouted loudly. Shui Jiao's face was also ashen, but his inner alchemy was still being held by Yang Kai, so even if he was upset, he didn't dare to say anything. "I want to cut the weeds and get rid of the roots." Yang Kai smiled evilly. Qian Yan and Shui Jiao took a few steps back at the same time, looking at Yang Kai with vigilance. "Hey," Caillou sighed, "don't scare them, boy, tell me what conditions you want to let them go. If you really want to kill the grass, you won't talk so much nonsense." Senior misunderstood me when he said that. I really wanted to kill the grass and roots. I didn't want any benefits. After all, their 2 sons died at my hands. This hatred cannot be resolved easily. They have so many offspring, so what's the point if 2 of them die? Caillou sneered. Although Qianyan and Shui Jiao looked ugly, they also nodded fiercely. "Is that so?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin, thought for a while and said, "If they swear that they won't take revenge on me in the future, I can let them go." Thousand Eyes and Blood Flood Dragon looked at each other, how could they dare to be negligent, and they swore in the name of the ancestors of the monster race, expressing that they would never trouble Yang Kai in the future. Caillou said, "Although my monster clan is brutal and warlike, it is extremely credible to swear in the name of the monster ancestor. No monster clan dares to violate this oath, otherwise it will be chased and killed by the whole monster clan." "That's fine, let's go." Yang Kai grinned and waved at Shui Jiao and Qianyan. The Blood Dragon stared at Yang Kai eagerly. "My inner alchemy. I will keep the inner alchemy." Yang Kai smiled. "Then you can kill me." The Blood Flood Dragon looked angry. Caillou said, "Boy, stop making trouble and return the inner alchemy to him." Yang Kai said with a speechless face, "Senior, I have been fighting for so long, I can't get nothing, right? I paid a lot. Little bastard, so I'm waiting for Ben Gong here." Caillou suddenly seemed to understand something, and cursed through gritted teeth. "What did Senior say? I don't understand." Yang Kai had an innocent expression on his face. "Tell me, what benefits do you want?" "I just want this inner alchemy." Yang Kai had a firm expression on his face. His Royal Highness, you have to make the decision for me. Shui Jiao looked at Banyu Mountain pitifully, almost crying. Thinking that he has practiced for thousands of years, it was hard to achieve today's cultivation level. If the inner alchemy is taken away by Yang Kai, then his cultivation base will definitely fall below the void returning mirror, and there is no possibility of improving in the future. For him, this kind of thing is like life is worse than death. So he could only ask Caillou for help. Enough. Caillou was extremely annoyed. Boy, return the inner alchemy to him, and I can give you 3 inner alchemy of the Void King's first level realm. Would 5 be okay? Yang Kai bargained. It seems that you don't want to see Qing Luo again. Caillou's words were soft, but from her tone, anyone could imagine her gnashing of teeth at this moment. Since the senior spoke, so be it. Yang Kai threw the inner alchemy in his hand towards the Blood Flood Dragon with a look of suffering. The Blood Flood Dragon caught it in a hurry, checked it carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, he opened his mouth and swallowed it, and he was relieved. Go away, if there is another time, I will definitely kill you. Caillou shouted tenderly. Qianyan and Shui Jiao were all excited, they didn't dare to say anything, they clasped their fists and said goodbye. After they left, Caillou snorted, how dare you blackmail me, just wait. Yang Kai smiled, come in first. As soon as Caillou's words fell, a hole opened in the barrier of Banyu Mountain, leading directly to the inside. Among the clouds, 2 warships also sailed down. A moment later, Yang Kai and the 2 battleships entered the Banyu Mountain and stopped in a square. Bahi, Yu Shang, Shen Tu and the others came out one after another, all looking at Yang Kai with the eyes of a monster. Yu Shang gave Yang Kai a thumbs up with a look of admiration. The battle between Yang Kai and the 2 lords just now, they saw clearly above the clouds. They are both at the 2nd level of the Void King, with 1 enemy against 2, not only gaining the upper hand, but in the end they control the life and death of the enemy. This kind of thing is simply too unimaginable. I'm afraid that if the Void King's 3rd layer powerhouse comes here, they can only do so much. Yang Kai is only at the 2nd level of the Void King, and, a few years ago, he was only at the Void Return stage. In other words, he has not been promoted for a long time, and now he has such a combat power, layer. Shen Tu and the others were also very shocked, although Yang Kai had fought against a strong man like Huang Shizong in Purple Star City before. But the 2 didn't really fight at that time, Yang Kai just used a lot of help to threaten the destruction of Purple Star to force the Mad Master to compromise. It is completely different from this head-on combat collision. My lord has an order, it's not convenient for her to see you today, let you stay here for a few days, and wait for her vitality to stabilize. Bahi stepped forward and said to Yang Kai. No problem, Yang Kai nodded. He also knew that Chiyu's encounter with today's incident in the state of seclusion would definitely have some impact. The impact should not be too great, but it would take some time to calm down. So he didn't pay much attention. At the moment, under the arrangement of Bahi and others, the members of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and Yang Kai lived in Banyu Mountain. There is no special treatment, and no one pays attention to them after checking in. Yang Kai found that the location where he lived was not far from Shan Qingluo's residence, and he knew in his heart that this was specially arranged by Caillou. At night, when everything was quiet, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in his room, his mind flickering, and cautiously probed towards Shan Qingluo's attic. Today's battle was quite noisy, but it still didn't affect Shan Qingluo, and didn't even startle her. It is conceivable that she must be in a critical moment of retreat at this moment, and has blocked all perceptions from the outside world. Outside the attic where Shan Qingluo is, there are several layers of powerful prohibition protection. However, in front of Yang Kai's divine sense, these restrictions are not difficult, and he broke through easily. In the room on the 2nd floor of the attic, Yang Kai saw Shan Qingluo. This former seductive queen is even more elegant than before. The former seductive queen is enough to charm the world and turn all living beings upside down. With the improvement of her cultivation level and the fusion of the original power of the moon demon spider that day, this seductive woman is full of beauty. Blooming amazing style. Even a person with a firm mind like Yang Kai can't help but feel a little lost when he sees her. Her whole body seemed to be transformed into a huge vortex, and that unimaginable charm could swallow any man's eyes and divine thoughts, making it impossible for people to extricate themselves. At this moment, Shan Qingluo sat cross-legged on the ground, her pair of bright arms were exposed in the air, and her Qianchen hand pinched a mysterious spell. Yang Kai's attention was involuntarily lingering on those bright arms for a while. Under Shan Qingluo's body, there is a magic circle that is in motion, and in front of her, there are several domain stones. With the operation of the magic circle, the energy in the domain stones is drawn out and pours into her body continuously. Around Shan Qingluo's body, there was already a rudimentary form of a domain field, and weak domain power was constantly emerging. The most difficult thing for the Void Returning Mirror to advance to the Void King realm is not the accumulation of Saint Yuan, but the comprehension of the realm. Only by comprehending the mystery of comprehension can a warrior break through this layer of shackles and reach a new realm. Before that, Void Returning Mirror warriors need to condense their own potential field to the state of great achievement, and slowly transform the potential field into a domain field. After watching for a while, Yang Kai showed a happy expression. Shan Qingluo, the demon girl, deserves to have absorbed the original power of the Tianyu demon spider. Her aptitude is probably completely different from before. Now her potential field has already been completed, and she has already explored the threshold of the field. As long as time accumulates enough, as soon as the opportunity comes, you can break through the Void King realm. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1891. I will remember you forever. Only then did I realize that there is another leader in this book. It is not easy for Wu Lian to still have a new leader born. Thank you, Lonely King, for his generous reward. Brothers and sisters go hand in hand and go the same way through wind and rain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Among the women Yang Kai knew in the early years, Shanning Shang, the little senior sister, deserved to be the one with the most outstanding aptitude. After all, she has a special physique, carries the holy body of the medicine spirit, has advantages that ordinary people cannot match, and has an infinitely possible future. The second is the seductive queen Shan Qingluo. This enchantress also has a special physique, but her physique is slightly flawed, not as useful as Shanning Shang. And Su Yan, the senior sister of Ling Xiao Pavilion back then, will be ranked third. This is a natural disadvantage, not that Su Yan's aptitude is really unattainable. But now it seems that these three women are already extremely talented, and they are evenly matched. Needless to say, Shanning Shang, after having the holy physique of the medicine spirit, refined the origin of Tongshuan continent and became the master of Tongshuan continent. Closely related to Tongshuan continent, honor and disgrace coexist. The future of any star master is bright and extraordinary. And Shan Qingluo absorbed the original power of the ancient alien beast Tianyu demon spider, which not only made up for the shortcomings of its own physique, but also improved its aptitude to a higher level. The Sky Moon demon spider is not an ordinary existence. Although it does not belong to the Holy Spirit, it also had the power to fight against the Holy Spirit in ancient times. It was also a dominant existence in ancient times, so it should not be underestimated. As for Su Yan, who bears the origin of the Ice Phoenix, and practiced the Bingxin Ju in Bingxin Valley, acquired the Ice Crystal Jade Body, entered the Cold Pool of Good Fortune, and obtained the Xuanshuang Excalibur left by Bingyan, the founder of the Bingxin Valley, in terms of aptitude and potential not at all worse than the first two. The best proof is that the current cultivation bases of the three women are all at the peak of the Void Returning third layer. Shan Qingluo has already started preparing to attack the Void King realm on Di Chen's side, and Yang Kai believes that Su Yan and Shanning Shang are definitely not idle in Ling Xiaozong. Now that Gloomy Star is not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, as long as they are well prepared, the two women will surely be able to smoothly advance to the Void King realm. Thinking of this, Yang Kai revealed a smile. He suddenly discovered that the women who were close to him seemed to have similar strength and aptitude, even including Shui Yu. I just don't know if they fight, who is stronger and who is weaker. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was startled, quickly shook his head, and dispelled this terrifying thought from his mind. If these four people fought, Yang Kai estimated that he would have to avoid their edge, and run as far as possible far. Since Shan Qingluo was at the critical moment of hitting the Void King realm, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't bother, but just observed silently for a while, and then withdrew his divine sense after confirming that everything was going well. Just when Yang Kai was about to adjust his breathing with peace of mind, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked outside the door. The next moment, he showed a smile. There were rustlings outside the door, and there seemed to be some movement. With a wave of Yang Kai's hand, the door opened. A coquettish cry came, and a figure stumbled into the room. Touch! The door was closed again. The visitor seemed to be a little vigilant, looking around, and when he found Yang Kai staring at her with a smile on his face, he couldn't help snorting angrily. Come in when you're here, what are you doing sneakily outside? Yang Kai laughed dumbly, got up and waved to the woman opposite, and went to the table to pour her a glass of water. The person who came was Baluo, the maidservant who had been following Shan Qingluo. Ever since Bai Luo was in Piaoshang City in Canyon Evil Land, she has been following Shan Qingluo, and when she passed the altar and entered Dichen Star, she was also by Shan Qingluo's side, and last time she followed Shan Qingluo Emperor Garden experience. Yang Kai had a deep impression on this woman who didn't like men and only had special hobbies towards same-sex women. Who sneaked around? Bai Luo snorted, staring at Yang Kai with a pair of phoenix eyes, as if she wanted to kill someone, but you are so damn tight, since you found out it was me, why didn't you call me, and suddenly opened the door, trying to scare me. Quote. Well, my fault, sit down and drink tea. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to bicker with her, and reached out his hand to signal. Bai Luo sat down angrily, picked up the teacup and drank it down in one gulp, then sat there without saying a word. Yang Kai waited for a while, and didn't know what she was looking for him for, and was about to ask to understand, but Bai Luo suddenly raised his head, a pair of beautiful eyes glowed with a different kind of splendor, staring at him brightly, with a somewhat excited expression. I heard from that big bear that you are already at the second level of Void King. Big Shang. Yang Kai showed a strange look, but the figure of Yu Shang, the chief uncle, immediately appeared in his mind, and he smiled and nodded, yes. No wonder I see that you are much stronger than before. Bai Luo stretched out her jade hand carelessly, patted Yang Kai's shoulder, and said with a happy expression, my lady queen is right, the young man has a bright future. She looked like an old god, and she was doing something serious. Yang Kai smiled slightly. With his current identity and cultivation level, apart from a few old monsters who can't die of old age, Bai Luo is probably the only one who dares to talk to him like this. But Yang Kai wasn't annoyed, instead he was a little happy. After all, they all come from the world of Zhongdu, so they have a natural sense of intimacy. Keep working hard, man, you should have strong strength, otherwise how can you protect her lady queen in the future? Yes. Yang Kai nodded incessantly, showing a look of being educated. Bai Luo squinted at him, her eyes flickering, as if she was very satisfied with his performance. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that under Bai Luo's seemingly happy face, there was a little disappointment. After a little thought, Yang Kai understood why Bai Luo was like this, thought for a while, and smiled. You are not bad, and now you are at the Void Return 1 layer. Biluo's aptitude is actually not very good. In the world of Zhongdu, it is only a middle to high talent. If you look at the entire star field, her aptitude is probably only barely ranked in the middle. However, when she followed Shan Qingluo to Dichen Star through the altar, she encountered the remains of the Sky Moon Demon Spider. When Shan Qingluo absorbed the original power of the Sky Moon Demon Spider, she also got some benefits. Only by Kaiyu leading the materials here can he achieve the Void Return Mirror today. Otherwise, she might be a Saint King realm by now, or maybe only a Saint King realm or two. What is the first level of Void Return? Bai Luo laughed at himself. My lady queen is about to break through the Void King realm. I don't know how long I can follow you. Really? Hearing her talk about this with such disappointment, Yang Kai immediately knew that his guess was right. Bai Luo obviously had such a performance because the gap between him and Shan Qingluo was getting bigger and bigger. Although the friendship between her and Shan Qingluo is extraordinary, if there is too much difference in strength, she will only be a burden to follow Shan Qingluo. Just like the last time she went to the blood prison for trial, she was unable to accompany Shan Qingluo. With how sincere she is to Shan Qingluo, how can she be willing to let Shan Qingluo worry about herself? When the gap between Shan Qingluo and her becomes bigger and bigger, maybe she will leave silently. Wanting to understand this point, Yang Kai was already thinking about it, and smiled slightly. Is there no cultivation method and secret technique suitable for human cultivation on Dichen? Bai Luo nodded and said, you're right, this is a demon star. Her lady queen is responsible for the origin of the Sky Moon Demon Spider. She is considered to be half of the demon clan, so there is no problem in cultivating the supreme secret code of the demon clan, but I can't find one that suits me. Although there are some human skills and secret techniques in Qiyu Palace, the grades are not too high. I have also found the most powerful ones to practice, but the effect is not ideal. Bai Luo looked annoyed. I have it here. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Bai Luo immediately raised her head to look at him. Her beautiful eyes glowed with astonishing light, and immediately stretched out her hand unceremoniously. Give it to me quickly, I will remember you for the rest of my life. Yang Kai suddenly had a black line, thinking that there is something wrong with what he said. Bai Luo also seemed to realize that she was a bit abrupt, stuck out her little tongue embarrassingly, and said coyly, if it is convenient, can you pass it on to me? I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life, and I will never be in the queen's office again. Speak ill of you in front of you. You are still speaking ill of me in front of Qing Luo. Yang Kai was furious. Bai Luo curled her lips and said, my lady queen is so focused on you that she just laughed off everything I said. What did you tell her? Yang Kai asked with a guilty conscience. I've said everything, I have nothing to say to her lady queen. Bai Luo looked at Yang Kai innocently, with a naive expression on his face. Including that time in the attic. Don't mention that, it's the shame of this girl's life. Bai Luo stared at Yang Kai in embarrassment, her face flushed. While speaking, she couldn't help sticking out her tongue and licking the corner of her mouth, as if there was something there. Hey, young and frivolous. Yang Kai sighed heavily. Bai Luo suddenly became restless. If she hadn't expected Yang Kai to give her a book suitable for human cultivation, she might have already slammed the door and left. Whenever she thinks about what happened back then, she wished she could find a hole in the ground and go down, never to come out to see anyone again. Although decades have passed, until today, she can clearly recall that special taste. Forget it, let's not mention this matter again, just pretend it never happened. Yang Kai waved his hand. Bai Luo huddled on the chair and nodded fiercely, the roots of her ears were burning hot, showing a bright red color. Let me see where the 5 elements of your body belong. Yang Kai said, stretching out his hand involuntarily, popping out 2 fingers to rest on Bai Luo's bright wrist. Bai Luo remained motionless, letting Yang Kai investigate. After a while, Yang Kai said, well, the main fire of the 5 elements is as expected. Bai Luo has always been careless and has a short temper, which matches the fire attribute. I also practiced fire attribute exercises before, and I feel that practicing fire attribute exercises is much faster than others. Bai Luo said. This is natural, everyone's body is different. According to the amount of the 5 elements, the affinity for different energies in the world is completely different. If the 5 elements are fire-based, you should naturally practice fire attribute exercises. Let me see if there is anything suitable for you to use. After finishing speaking, Yang Kai began to search in his space ring. Bai Luo waited expectantly, not daring to disturb. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at 87,453,198. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1892 Secret Talk. Chapter 1892 Secret Talk. Yang Kai's skills and secret techniques are all searched from the Purple Star Treasure House. How can the things that are placed in the Purple Star Treasure House be bad? It can be said that every book of exercises and every set of secret techniques is Zixing's untold secret. Yang Kai originally planned to bring these things back to Ling Xiaozong so that Ling Xiaozong's disciples would have more choices, but since Bai Luo needed it, Yang Kai would not be stingy, and searched carefully among them, trying to find the one that was most suitable for her. Falai. Not long after, a quaint ancient book appeared in Yang Kai's palm. He threw it to Bai Luo, and said, this Huowu Tian Rui treasure scroll should be very suitable for you, take a look. Bai Luo looked happy, and quickly grabbed it and started to read it. Yang Kai said on the side, this exercise is as complete as the first, second and second chapters. The first chapter alone is enough to support you to cultivate to the 3rd level of Void Return, and form a pure fire attribute Saint Yuan in your body. The second chapter it can be supported to the 2nd level of the Void King realm. If you can find the fire Cronidon or the original source, after refining it into the body, you can make the power of this exercise even higher. It is not a problem to cultivate to the 3rd level of the Void King realm. The next part contains several supernatural powers and secret techniques that come with it, and you can practice it at your own discretion. When he was looking for the cultivation method just now, Yang Kai also looked at it roughly, and felt that this cultivation method was really suitable for Bai Luo, so he took it out. The strength of this set of Huowu Tianrui Baowan is that you can find the Huowu inner alchemy or the original power to increase its power. The fire crow is also a kind of ancient beast. Although it is not as famous as the real dragon and the real phoenix, it is even inferior to the sky moon demon spider, but it is also at the same level as the existence of Ziaji. It is rumored that this ancient beast still exists a trace of Huafeng's blood. I don't know if it is true or not. With the help of Huowu's inner alchemy or original power, the power of this technique can be increased by at least 10%. This is definitely an unimaginable improvement. Yang Kai's words caught his ears, and Bai Luo was overjoyed, looking through this exercise happily, looking like he couldn't wait to start practicing. It may be difficult to find Huowu's inner alchemy and original power in other places, but this is the Demon Star Emperor Chen, the paradise of the monster race, and there may be Huowu's legacy. It is for this reason that Yang Kai chose this set of exercises for Bai Luo. Bai Luo read it at a very fast speed, and then solemnly put the Huawushan Rubao into the space ring, looked at Yang Kai with beautiful eyes, and said softly, "Thank you." "No need." Yang Kai smiled slightly, "You can always accompany Qing Luo, never leave, I should be thanking you. It's only natural for me to accompany you. I will remember your kindness. I will thank you very much when I have the opportunity in the future." Yang Kai said no more. Bai Luo couldn't wait to say, "Then you have a good rest, I will go to comprehend this exercise first." "Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. After Bai Luo, Yang Kai thought for a while, took out his own pill furnace Sixu cauldron, took out a lot of precious medicinal materials and opened a furnace for alchemy in the room. Time flies, and a few days have passed. On this day, Yang Kai was in the middle of alchemy when he suddenly heard Kai Yu's voice, "Boy, come to my bedroom." Yang Kai looked up, quickly raised his head, smiled and said, "Senior, wait a moment." After refining the elixir in his hand, Yang Kai packed up his things and headed towards Kai Yu's bedroom. He had been to Chi Yu's bedroom last time, and this time he was naturally familiar with the road, and he didn't need anyone to lead the way. But when he entered the bedroom, he found that the innermost room was blocked by a barrier, and there was a mysterious power fluctuation inside, and through the barrier, Yang Kai could vaguely see Kai Yu's figure. He immediately knew that Kai Yu was still in seclusion, so he had to distract himself in order to greet him. "I heard from Yushang that you came to Dickinshing on purpose this trip. Why are you looking for me?" Kai Yu's voice came from the front. "Yang Kai Dao. I can't say a word clearly, how about this, the seniors can easily know it by looking at this jade." Saying so, Yang Kai took out a piece of jade slip from his space ring, poured his spiritual mind into it, engraved some information into it, threw it away, and threw it forward. A crack opened in the barrier in front of him, and then it closed silently. There was no movement in the wing room. Yang Kai knew that Kai Yu was investigating the jade slips, so he didn't rush but just stood quietly and waited. After a while, there was a sudden fluctuation of restless power in the wing room. It seemed that Kai Yu was stimulated by something, which caused Sheng Yuan to be a little unstable. However, she was a powerful existence who was about to be promoted to the Demon King, and it took some effort, finally suppressed this abnormality. A trembling voice came from the side room, with an expression of disbelief. "Have you ever seen the Emperor Xingkong with your own eyes? Have you lived with her for more than 10 years? I have seen the great emperor, but what lives with me is the great emperor's Dharma body, not her real body. Although I think you won't deceive me, this fact is too hard to believe. It's not that I suspect you, but, what evidence do you have?" Yang Kai nodded slightly. "It's normal for seniors to have doubts. If you want to talk about evidence, are these enough?" While speaking, Yang Kai took out 7-star Emperor tokens, and sacrificed the Nirvana Thunder Bead at the same time. Cece Dewey spread, and Yang Kai tried his best to release the field, suppressing Dewey at his side, preventing it from disturbing Kai Yu. But Kai Yu was still shocked and said, "You have collected so many Star Emperor tokens. What are the beads that emit thunder attributes?" "Emperor Treasure, Nirvana Lightning Bead," Yang Kai explained lightly. "It's something from the Great Emperor, but she gave it to me." "It's the Emperor Treasure," Kai Yu exclaimed in surprise. If it wasn't for the critical moment when she was retreating, she might have rushed out to take a look at the truth. Even so, her voice was also unimaginably shocking. "Senior has indeed heard of Emperor Treasure. I'm quite old, why haven't I heard of it?" Kai Yu snorted coldly, but soon, she said in an extremely envious voice, "You can get the great Emperor Zhengbao. It seems that what you said in the jade slip not false." The kid naturally wouldn't joke about this kind of thing with seniors. Yang Kai said sincerely. "Well, as you said, it seems that there are many more star fields in which we are located. It's just that because of the existence of the power of separation, we can't check it out. Can't enter other star fields. I haven't confirmed this point, it was said by the Emperor himself. Since the Emperor said it, it should be correct. Above the star field, there is also the star realm. Above the Void King realm, is there a higher level?" "Exactly, haha." Kai Yu suddenly laughed, and said in a deep voice, "I really guessed correctly. There is no end to the road of martial arts, and who can stand at the peak? Above the Void King realm, there is indeed a wider road." Her tone was excited, as if she was extremely happy to have verified her long-standing conjecture. Yang Kai understood that for any martial artist who yearned for a stronger road, the end of the martial arts would undoubtedly be a blow and torture. Knowing this secret now, any martial artist who yearns for strength would not and sluggishness, on the contrary, will stimulate the heart of pursuit. Boy, did you come to Dichen specifically to look for this palace because there is a shortage of manpower to open the road to the Star World? Kai suddenly asked coquettishly. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and replied, according to what the great emperor said, if you want to open the passage to the Star Realm, you need to collect all 9 Star Emperor tokens first. This should not be a big problem. I now have 7 block. What about the remaining $2? One of them is in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and the other is in the Sword League. Do you have a way to get it? You have to know that it belongs to the emperor. Neither of these 2 major forces is easy to get along with. I'm afraid it won't let you get it easily. It's up to people. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Okay, you work hard to collect it first. If it really doesn't work, after I am promoted to the Demon King, I will go to the main stars of these 2 major forces in person and ask them for the Star Emperor token. I will see who dares not give it. Kai said proudly. Yang Kai's face darkened. Leave this matter to me, it should be fine. The second requirement is to gather 6 Void Kings at the 3rd level. How many have you found? For the time being, only senior. But according to what senior means, he agreed to help me, which saves me a lot of trouble. The reason why Yang Kai came to Dianfeng was to ask Kai for help. He knew that Kai was already a strong man at the 2nd level of the Void King. After getting the Void Mind Crystal of the Crazy Crocodile King, he might start to attack the 3rd level of the Void King. It's been a long time, so I wanted to come to Dianfeng to say hello to Kai. Originally prepared a speech to persuade Kai. But the meaning in Kai's words made Yang Kai understand that she was also very interested in this matter and didn't need him to persuade her at all. Agreed, why not agree? Void King Realm is not the end point of my martial arts, the Great Emperor is my ultimate goal, such a good opportunity, how can I miss it? However, looking at the entire star field, it may not be possible to gather 6 Void King 3rd layer, this matter is a bit difficult. Kai understands that it is more difficult to get together 9 Star Emperor tokens and 6 Void Kings at the 3rd level. Because no one knows where those Void King 3-layer realms are hidden, and it is too difficult to find them. Zixing does have a Mad Master, but judging from the grievances between Yang Kai and Zixing, the Mad Master will definitely not agree to this matter. Even if he agrees, Yang Kai will not take him with him. This matter is actually not too difficult. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Senior is 1, and the kid is not talented, maybe he can be counted as 1. In addition, in my sect, there is another person who is trying to break into the Void King 3rd layer. If he succeeds, there will be 3 of them. 3. It's still halfway. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I believe that if the news in the Jade Slip is released, someone will definitely come to the door. Seniors should also understand that in the star field, those old monsters are hidden from the world, aren't they just exploring? Higher martial arts. Now that I can show them the way, they will definitely follow suit. It turns out that you have already planned it. Of course, this is only the last step. I will only do this if I really can't get enough people. Of course, I hope to find suitable candidates. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendation, monthly pass, your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 1893. Do you want to try? It was a pleasant surprise for Yang Kai to have a good discussion with Kai. In the end, Yang Kai left the appointed time and left Chiyu's bedroom. Chiyu also said that she would try her best to break through to the Void King 3rd layer within this period of time, arrange everything on Emperor Chen Star, and explore the wider world. On the 2nd day, they came to Yang Kai's room, handed him a space ring, and said, "This is what the Lord entrusted to you, and the 3 Void King level inner pills are also in it. There are not many high-level inner alchemy in my Dichen, and it is even more difficult to find treasures in the outside world. As for other materials, you can check to see if they are enough, and if not, I will find some more." Yang Kai took the ring, swept his spiritual mind inside, nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you Lord, for me, there are more than enough materials." "It's enough. But," Bahi looked at Yang Kai with a little shock, and asked in a deep voice, "Can you really arrange that kind of teleportation array that spans stars?" After a detailed discussion with Kai yesterday, Yang Kai immediately expressed that he wanted to set up a super space magic circle on Emperor Chen Star to connect the Chen Star and Gloom Star. Go to the Dark Star. Kai was also shocked, although she didn't dare to believe that Yang Kai had such ability, but after hearing his words, she had no reason to doubt, so she secretly ordered Bahi to prepare the corresponding materials. "It's a trivial matter." Yang Kai grinned. Bahi said. "Then the old man wants to observe and observe carefully, you come with me." For some reason, even Shen Tu and the others knew about Yang Kai's plan to set up a super space magic circle. When Yang Kai, led by Ba He, came to a huge open space in Banyu Mountain, Yu Shang, Shen Tu, Li Nuo, Hua Yumeng, Ant Chun and others were all waiting here. After seeing Yang Kai, Shen Tu greeted him even more excitedly, and asked, Yang Kai, can you really set up that magic circle for teleportation between stars? The others were also looking at him eagerly. Yes, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Shen Tu suddenly opened his mouth wide, and his expression became inexplicably excited. Don't be so exaggerated, it's just a super space magic circle. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. That's all, Ba He said in a strange voice, you underestimate the significance of this kind of thing. There are still some teleportation circles that span the stars in the entire star field, but none of them can use. These things can only be arranged by ancient and powerful people, you are too underestimating the changes it can bring to the entire star field. That's right, Shen Tu calmed down and nodded solemnly at the side, if you don't mention others, just say that our Hengluo Chamber of Commerce has business all over the entire star field, and each voyage takes at least 3 to 5 months, and at most 3 to 5 years, it takes a lot of time to go back and forth. If there is that kind of super space magic circle as a bridge connecting the major cultivation stars, our transportation costs can be ignored, and the benefits brought by each business to the Chamber of Commerce will become extremely considerable, accumulated over the years. What a terrifying wealth. That's not enough. Ba He slowly shook his head aside. If there is a super space magic circle that can be used, it will be much more convenient and safe for those warriors to go to and from the stars. If there is such a thing, who would risk it? The danger of life across the starry sky. At that time, only the fee for using the magic circle will be enough to make a lot of money. Yang Kai, don't underestimate this ability. If the super space magic circle can really be born, it will definitely give the whole world. The star field has caused earth-shaking changes, and you are also the hero of the entire star field. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It's not that he didn't think of this kind of thing, but because it's his own ability, he can use it at any time, so he doesn't care too much. But, why are you so excited? Yang Kai looked at Ba He, Shen Tu and the others in astonishment. Ba He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, it's my honor to witness the birth of this kind of transformation. I'm naturally excited. It's like a real ancient dragon suddenly appearing here and now. I'm afraid everyone will be excited. Yang Kai thought about it, and felt that this was indeed the case. Yang Kai, can you help me set up a few super space magic circles like this for the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce? Don't worry, my Chamber of Commerce will provide all the materials, and I can give you a satisfactory reward. Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Yang Kai was about to agree, when he suddenly thought of something. He grinned and said, of course it's no problem, but what? However, I want to discuss this matter with President Io in person, and I still have something to ask him, so it's just a matter of exchange. Yang Kai said with a smile. Hearing Shen Tu's words just now, he also suddenly realized the great effect of the super space magic circle he had arranged on the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Maybe he could use this condition to exchange the Star Emperor token with President Io. Although the Star Emperor token is something left by the Great Emperor, it is a useless item after all. I believe that as long as President Io is smart enough, he should know how to choose. What's more, Yang Kai still has the star refining art that he most hopes to get. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was determined, thinking that the Star Emperor token of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce must be surnamed Yang. Even the Star Emperor token of Sword Union can be exchanged in this way. Although the Sword League does not have business all over the world like the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, but it also has a lot of cultivation stars in its hands. They can use the super space magic circle to link these stars together. The high level of the Sword League will definitely agree to the conditions proposed by Yang Kai. That's no problem, but my father is not easy to get along with. Be careful that you will be slaughtered by him then. Shen Tu chuckled. I will be careful. It's not too late. Let's arrange it quickly. The old man wants to see the birth of the super space magic circle as soon as possible. Ba He urged from the side. Yang Kai nodded, and didn't delay anymore, and told everyone to stay away, and then began to count the materials in the space ring, and set about setting up the super space magic circle. This kind of thing is not once or twice. Yang Kai has long been familiar with it. He saw all kinds of precious materials fused and smelted in his hands, forming different shapes and putting them together. Within a day or two, a huge formation foundation was presented. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt a sense of mystery and magic. The energy began to linger in Yang Kai's body, and he seemed to be engraving something on that formation with his divine sense. The whole process seemed boring, because none of the people present was proficient in the formation. Moreover, even if the formation master came here, he might not be able to see the clues. After all, Yang Kai is using the power of space to describe the formation, and it is difficult for others to peep. However, because they were witnessing the birth of this extraordinary act, no one showed any impatient look, and they all stood quietly and waited. Pieces of void spirit crystals flew up under the invisible force, exploded into powder one after another, and merged into the foundation. Bahi observed silently from the side, and found that the materials Yang Kai had spent in the past few days were worth at least 100 million saint crystals, and this was just to set up a magic circle. Looking at the entire star field, this is also a big deal. But when he thought of the function and purpose of the magic circle, Bahi quickly felt relieved. On the 5th day, the entire magic circle had taken shape, and Yang Kai observed it silently for a while, seemingly dissatisfied, and immediately took out the void spirit crystal from his space ring, which was obtained from the lost land. That is the empty spirit crystal born in the crack of the void, the purest existence, more than 1,000 times stronger than those given by Bei. These pieces of void spirit crystals exploded, turned into powder, and merged into the magic circle, causing a different change in the magic circle in an instant. Looking around, the whole magic circle was like a mass of void, trying to swallow everything. Yang Kai is busy with finishing work. After another day, this was completely completed. Everyone has been waiting by the side for 6 or 7 days, and after seeing Yang Kai's appearance that he's done a great job, they all came forward. This thing really works. Yu Shang asked around the super space magic circle, how far can it be teleported to the cultivation star? It can be directly teleported to the dark star where my sect is. Yang Kai smiled slightly. As for how far, I can't say for sure, but if you use your ability to cross the void, it will take about 4 or 5 years. Quote. Hiss. Yu Shang gasped. Bahi and the others also had expressions of shock on their faces. 4 or 5 years is enough for any warrior to retreat and comprehend exercises, practice secret techniques, and refine secret treasures, but now he can level a magic circle. This fact is unbelievable. Do you want to try? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Try, of course I have to try. Yu Shang stood in the center of the magic circle with a look of fearlessness. The old man is going too. Bahi walked up unhurriedly. Take me. Shen Tu also rushed out. Second young master. Li Nuo turned pale with shock, and was about to speak to stop him, but was stared back by Shen Tu. Don't worry, there will be no danger, even if the teleportation really goes wrong, I can bring them back from the void. Yang Kai smiled confidently, took out some materials, and began to refine something. After a while, the thing was refined and it was a token. What is this for? Bahi looked at the token in Yang Kai's hand thoughtfully and asked. Teleportation order. Yang Kai explained. Any space magic circle I arrange must hold the teleportation order I specially refined, otherwise it will be banished to the endless void. Bahi's eyes lit up, he quickly understood, and said in admiration, you are thoughtful. The super space magic circle can not only bring convenience to our own people, but also to the enemy. If one day the enemy uses this kind of thing to directly attack Wonglong, it will be very bad. However, with the existence of the transmission order, this hidden danger can be completely eliminated. Unless the enemy can collect a large number of teleportation orders. Stand firm. Yang Kai let out a low voice, and with a wave of one hand, hundreds of saint crystals were thrown into the grooves of the formation base, and the next moment, the entire formation began to absorb the power of the saint crystals. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at 87,453,198. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1894 Returning to Shuiyuexing. Chapter 1894 Returning to Shuiyuexing. The dazzling light bloomed, and everyone staying beside couldn't open their eyes. After the light dissipated, everyone looked around, and there was no one in the center of the magic circle, and Yang Kai and others had long since disappeared. The distant dark star, Ling Xiaozong, on the square. The space magic circle flickered with light, and 4 figures appeared at the same time. Yang Kai stood in the center peacefully, looking at Bahi and the others with a smile on his face. This kind of ultra-long-distance teleportation will always bring some physical discomfort to the teleporter, and the lower the cultivation level, the more obvious this situation will be. Except for Yang Kai, among the other 3, Bahi is at the Void King first stage, with the highest strength, so he was the first to recover, and within 5 breaths of effort, his eyes became clear. After another 10 breaths, Shen Tu and Yu Shang gradually recovered. No matter who the three of them are, they all have expressions of lingering fear. The feeling brought by this ultra-long-distance teleportation makes people feel like falling into an abyss, with an endless sense of powerlessness. Those who have tried it for the first time will never want to try it for the second time. Here is the dark star you mentioned. Bei looked around, his divine sense was released, and soon his face showed surprise, because he found that this place turned out to be a good treasure land, with beautiful mountains and rivers, outstanding people, and undulating mountains in the distance. The clouds and mist are transpiring, and the aura is extremely rich. Ling Xiaozong. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Suddenly, a divine sense belonging to a Void King realm powerhouse swept over from a certain mountain peak. The strength of this divine sense must only be possessed by a Void King realm powerhouse. The complexions of Bahi and the others couldn't help changing slightly. This is not over yet. After this divine sense has been swept away, another divine sense spreads over the next moment. Although the second divine sense is not as good as the first one, it is only possessed by Void King first level powerhouses up. The first divine sense was quickly withdrawn. Yang Kai knew that it was the ghost ancestor who had noticed the movement here, so he released his spiritual sense to investigate, and when he found himself here, he would not be too troublesome. After all, he is also in retreat at the moment, so he should not be distracted. And the second divine sense quickly dissipated, and it was Yi Xian who possessed it. Yu Ling Xiaozong, besides you, there is actually a Void King at the second level and a Void King at the first level. Bahi asked in shock. Yang Kai nodded, looking not far away. Yi Xian's figure flashed over there, and she was rushing towards this side. Bahi breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of shock on his face. He never thought that this unknown Ling Xiao sect, which he had never heard of, would have such a powerful background. 2 Void Kings at the second level, plus a Void King at the first level. Although the number of such combinations is not many, they are still at the upper level in the entire star field. Not only that, but there are many mirrors of returning to the void here, and they also sit on this precious land. Given time, this Ling Xiaozong may not be worse than the 3 major forces in the star field. Bahi looked at Yang Kai, as if he saw the infinite possible future from him. A beautiful shadow flashed out, glanced at Bahi and the others, and then said to Yang Kai, "Sect Master, you are back. Great Elder, stay safe and sound." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yi Xian said, "Thanks Suzerain Hong Fu, the palace is safe, the sect is safe, these few are. This is Senior Bei from Qiyu leader on Emperor Chen Star, this is Yu Shang, and Shen Tu, the second son of the president of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, are all my friends." Yang Kai introduced Yi Xian to them. One time, the two sides exchanged polite greetings. Yi Xian asked, "How long will the suzerain stay when he returns to the sect?" "Leave right away, I just brought them to test the magic circle." Yi Xian nodded lightly. The suzerain is busy, so he must take care of himself when he is outside. "I will, you go ahead." Yi Xian nodded, then disappeared in a flash. While Bahi and the others were observing the surroundings, Yang Kai used his divine sense to check the current state of his relatives, and after a while, with a happy expression on his face, he said, "The magic circle has been tested, let's go back." "Leave now." Shen Tu's face changed greatly. "Yang Kai, after all, I have also arrived at your site, so why don't you show your kindness as a landlord? You have to stay here for a few days before leaving." Yu Shang nodded sharply. Even Bahi looked at Yang Kai eagerly. The 3 of them haven't recovered from the ultra-long-distance transmission yet. There will be opportunities in the future. Yang Kai grinned, and immediately involuntarily urged the super space magic circle under his feet. Wrapped in a white light, the power of space fluctuated, and the figures of the 4 disappeared. The miserable howls of Yu Shang and Shen Tu came to an abrupt end. By the time they came back to their senses, they had already returned to Banyu Mountain. Seeing Shen Tu's pale face, Li Nuo, Aunt Chun and the others walked over with concern, and greeted him as if they hadn't seen each other in decades. Bahi shook his head and smiled wryly. "Your magic circle is certainly good, but the taste of teleportation is really... Haha, if it's convenient, you should pay a price." Yang Kai laughed loudly. "This is something that cannot be avoided at all. As long as it is not a martial artist who has cultivated the power of space like him, there will be more or less discomfort during the teleportation, but it will not cause damage to people." "It's true." Bahi thought for a while and agreed with Yang Kai's statement. "It's over here, so let's take our leave first. Well, Senior Bei, I would like to ask you to transfer this space to Bai Luo. There are some panacea that I have refined for her in Qing Luo." Ba He took it, and his divine sense swept in slightly, and his expression changed slightly. You are a big hand. He is now at the first level of Void King, with a very high status in the Chiyu territory, and the treatment he can enjoy is definitely not bad, but he is still dazzled by the elixir in the ring. Especially there are several kinds of virtual king level panacea in it, even he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he saw it. Some panacea, let the seniors laugh. Aren't you afraid that the old man is greedy for ink? Ba He asked meaningfully. Yang Kai smiled and said, if you don't even believe in this point, senior, I won't let you pass it on. Ba He nodded, and said solemnly, don't worry, I will safely hand over the things inside to that girl Bai Luo. Yang Kai once again thanked, and Shen Tu and others walked towards the berth of the battleship. Ba He and Yu Shang saw each other off all the way. After a while, the battleship buzzed and slowly lifted off, reaching a certain height, piercing the sky and breaking into the clouds. It will take at least half a year to go from the Demon Star Emperor Chen to the main star of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. If there is any delay on the way, it will only take longer. So after the battleship sailed, Yang Kai began to retreat. In the previous battle with the two lords of the Yaozu, he did not rely on any external force, but only relied on the many means he could use now. Even without using the power of space, he was still able to suppress the two lords to death. After the first battle, Yang Kai clearly realized his bottom line. Although he is only at the second level of the Void King now, there is no one who is his opponent at the second level. If all the means are used, even if there are 2 or 3 more, he will not take it seriously. But when facing the Void King's third level, he needs to be more careful, but with the power of space in his body, he can remain invincible. In the battle against the 2 major monster clan lords, he sacrificed the previously refined dragon scales, blocked the killing blow of the blood flood dragon, and even caused his inner alchemy to be damaged, which shows the firmness and strength of the dragon scales. But that's just the simplest way to use it, it's far from showing the real dragon's supernatural power hidden in the dragon scales. The scales of a true dragon are indestructible, and only the Holy Spirit of the same level can cause damage to them. If Yang Kai can stimulate the divine powers of the true dragon contained in the scales, then he can have an unbreakable defense against the enemy. At that time, there will be no other care, no need to defend, just attack. Therefore, along the way, Yang Kai kept warming the dragon scales in his body with his own golden blood and the power of his divine sense, hoping to show its true power. Prepare for the 2 real dragon secret treasures, the spine and the dragon ball. He stayed in the mysterious small world. He didn't hear anything outside the window, and devoted himself to cultivation. The time passed quickly. The luck along the way was not bad, and there were no further waves, but encountered a few moderate star storms and meteorite flows. The battleship of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is a high-grade virtual class, easily withstood the storm in the starry sky, avoided the meteorite flow, and went all the way without waves. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a knock on the door. He walked out from the mysterious boundary bead, put away the emperor treasure, and opened the door. Outside the door, Hua Yumeng stood there quietly, and when she saw Yang Kai appearing, she took a step back and respectfully said, "My lord, young Master Shintu asked me to come over and tell you that Shui Yuexing will be here soon." So fast. Yang Kai was stunned. He felt that he had just retreated for a long time, and he was already going to his destination. Hua Yumeng pursed her lips and smiled. 7 months have passed since you retreated. Yang Kai nodded, smiled and said, "Since that's the case, let's go there together." Yes. Hua Yumeng nodded meekly, followed closely behind Yang Kai, and walked forward. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and said, "By the way, Shen Tu said last time that you would let your 5-party Chamber of Commerce move into his territory and become the head of the Chamber of Commerce in his place. Has he said this again?" Hearing his question, Hua Yumeng's heart warmed up, and she said gratefully, "Young Master Shintu said, he said that when he gets to the place, he will immediately arrange this matter for our Weifeng Chamber of Commerce. You agree too?" "Yes, this is an opportunity for our Chamber of Commerce." "Then congratulations to President Hua. Mr. Yang is here to wish President Hua and your Chamber of Commerce a prosperous future." "Thank you, sir, for your kind words." Hua Yumeng thanked in a low voice, but a little lonely look flashed in her beautiful eyes. In the past, Hua Yumeng would definitely be happy because of this matter, but after such a period of time, I don't know why, thinking about my future, although I am happy, I still have a feeling of losing something. Looking at the back of the person in front, Hua Yumeng knew that he would go farther and farther, and since then, the two of them had no chance of meeting each other again. She couldn't help having a sore nose and almost shed tears. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1895 The Angry Shuiyu. Shuiyuexing, in front of the Shintu Palace, there is a huge square, and the Shu-class top-rank battleship slowly landed and returned safely. There are many martial artists who have heard the news below, waiting to welcome them. When the cabin door opened and Shentu appeared, everyone shouted in unison, "Congratulations, second young master has worked hard all the way." Shentu smiled and responded slightly. The martial artists who greeted him below are all his confidants, so naturally there is no need to be polite. Among them, there are quite a few warriors returning to the Void Mirror, but none of them are Void King realm. When these warriors saw Li Nuo and An Chun, they all showed delighted expressions. Obviously they had known each other for a long time, but after seeing Yang Kai, they were a little bit surprised, not knowing what the origin of Yang Kai was, and how he was with Shen Tu. Take a battleship together. A few of them vaguely felt that Yang Kai looked familiar, as if they were somewhat similar to a person they had met decades ago, but after realizing Yang Kai's powerful cultivation base, they couldn't believe it, secretly suspicious. Shen Tu didn't explain anything to them, but just ordered people to arrange the residences of Aunt Li Nukin and the members of the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce, while he himself led Yang Kai to the place where Yang Kai lived decades ago, in the wing room. "Brother Yang, just rest here for a few days, let me go back to what happened to my father during this trip, and then talk about other things. You go and get busy, don't worry about me." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Shen Tu nodded and stepped out. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in the Shintu Palace waiting for his news. He came to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce this time. One is to get the Star Emperor token of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and get 8 pieces together, and the other is to win President Io into the team. President Io has already been promoted to the 2nd level of the Void King. Even in this level, he is the top existence, and he is definitely not far from the 3rd level of the Void King. Yang Kai believed that he should be able to advance to a breakthrough within 10 years. If President Io agreed to open the passage to the astral world with him, the number of people needed would be 1 less. As for Shen Tu's report, I believe that President Io will be interested in him. After all, I made such a fuss in Purple Star, Io has no reason to be unhappy. The Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and the Purple Star Sword Union are the 3 top powers in the star field. Although they cooperate with each other, they also have friction. Can see Zixing deflated, Io naturally will not let go of the opportunity. So Yang Kai is sure that Io will definitely summon him, and if he pays enough attention, he will even pay a visit in person. Then he can have a good talk with Io. He has the star refining art in his hand, and has a good relationship with Shuiyu Shen too. I believe that exchanging a Star Emperor token should not be difficult. As for whether he will agree to open up the road to the Star Realm with him, Yang Kai is not sure yes, but it depends on human effort, you have to try. If this is accomplished, the plan 10 years from now is expected to be completed. Yang Kai originally thought that things would come to fruition soon. Unexpectedly, he stayed in Shintu's palace for 7 or 8 days, but he didn't move at all. This made him a little stunned. He didn't know if something happened, and during these 7 or 8 days, even Shentu disappeared, and he asked the warriors in the lower palace, saying that he hadn't come back after going to Water Sky City Pass. Shuishan City is the largest city on Shuiyu planet. Its status and role are comparable to that of Purple Star City to Purple Star. It is the place where the high-level powerhouses of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce gather together, and it is also the essence of the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. It is rumored that Water Sky City is the place with the strongest aura in the entire star field, and the speed of cultivation in it is faster than the Lingshan treasure land occupied by those big sects and powerful forces. It was not until 7 or 8 days later that Shentu appeared in Yang Kai's room with a slumped face. Seeing his sad expression, Yang Kai jumped his head and said in astonishment, "Brother Shentu, what happened? Why are you in such a mess?" "Hey, it's a long story." Shentu sat down at the table, poured himself a glass of water, drank it all in one gulp, and then looked at Yang Kai with guilt and said, "Brother Yang, I know what you mean. I came to Shuiyuexing to talk to my father about something important, but now is probably not the time." After all, when he was in Dichen before, Yang Kai had already said that he wanted to exchange something with President Io. Shentu didn't ask in detail, but he also guessed that Yang Kai followed Shuiyuexing all the way. There must be something important. Otherwise, Yang Kai, a Void King 2-layer, would come all the way here to do something, and he would never just reminisce with himself. Oh, Yang Kai was surprised. "President Io, is there anything wrong with the clone?" Shen Tu nodded solemnly, something happened to my father. I didn't even have a chance to tell you what I was going to report when I went there this time. If you are not in a hurry, just wait a little longer and wait this turmoil has passed, and I will recommend it for you again. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and said helplessly, since this is the case, there is no other way, there is no rush left or right, just wait for a while. Shen Tu grinned. I knew Brother Yang wouldn't make things difficult for me. Brother Yang. Before Shen Tu finished speaking, he heard an angry shout from the palace, Shen Tu. Hearing this voice, Shen Tu couldn't help turning pale, and shivered violently, as if hearing a demon's call, his whole body trembled a little. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and with a strange expression, he let out his divine sense to investigate, and then showed a smile. Shen Tu panicked, patted his head and said, it's broken, I just explained it to you, forgetting that my third brother is still waiting outside. By the way, Brother Yang, do you know my third brother? When he heard that you were with me, he pulled me over here. On the way, he couldn't help but beat me up, blaming me for not saying such a big thing sooner. This kid is simply too disrespectful. Look, my eye sockets. Shen Tu brought the bruises around his eyes to Yang Kai so that he could take a closer look. Hee. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. If you don't come out again, don't blame Ben Shao for demolishing your palace. Shui Yu's voice yelled, echoing in the whole palace, and there was a sudden panic in the palace. In the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, who doesn't know Shui Yu's name? She is the next successor appointed by the Chamber of Commerce. If you make her angry, everyone will be frightened. Shen Tu cried and said with a mournful face, Brother Yang, follow me out, this kid doesn't know what kind of madness, since he was a child, he has come to my palace no more than 3 times, and this time he has to come. Don't worry if you are with him. If there is any grievance between them, I will deal with it. If he dares to make things difficult for you later, I will just take you and run away. Shen Tu seemed to want to say some harsh words, but in the end he didn't have the guts. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Xindao Shen Tu was afraid that he had been bullied by Shui Yu too many times. He was already used to submissiveness and didn't dare to resist at all. Don't worry, Shui Yu and I. Third young master, we do know each other, but we don't have any enmity. We won't let her tear down your palace. Yang Kai coughed lightly. That's good. Shen Tu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the two walked towards a certain hall one after the other. In the hall, Shui Yu was furious, and a handsome male and female face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water, and the saints around her showed signs of not being in a hurry, on the verge of a volcanic eruption, and might go berserk at any time. She was absolutely pissed off. Not only did Qi Shentu not inform her earlier that Yang Kai had come to Shui Yu Xing, but she was even more angry that Yang Kai didn't even say hello to him when he came here. Doesn't this bastard know how worried he is these days? The last time she waited for half a year outside the Hanging Continent, she didn't see Yang Kai, and was forced to leave with Ni Guang in the end. She was always worried about Yang Kai's safety. Although Ni Guang swore that Yang Kai would never be in danger of his life with Ghost Ancestor in charge, but Shui Yu couldn't rest assured. After returning to Shui Yu Xing, he also asked people to inquire many times, but found nothing. But when we were chatting today, I learned that Shen Tu brought a friend named Yang Kai to Shui Yu Xing. Shui Yu asked several times to confirm that this Yang Kai was exactly the one she had been thinking about day and night. Her liver hurts from anger. The man really doesn't have a good thing, and he doesn't take other people's worries to heart at all. When we see him later, we must beat him up and vent his anger. Shui Yu secretly felt ruthless in her heart. On the side, Li Nuo and Aunt Chun were trying to persuade each other, but after persuading them, they stopped talking, because both women found that the famous third young master Shui Yu had an extremely complicated look in his eyes. Look. It was an intertwining of love and hate, accusations of blood and tears, joy, expectation, joy, anger, and even a little nervousness. This look is obviously only possessed by women who are caught in the emotional vortex and unable to extricate themselves, but at this moment it happens to appear on Shui Yu. It looks like a young girl in Weichun is about to meet her lover. Both Li Nuo and Aunt Chun were very surprised. They didn't know how this change of expression appeared on Shui Yu. Suddenly, they thought of a terrible rumor, and the two women couldn't help shivering. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, with a face like a crown of jade, who could fascinate thousands of girls and women, they both expressed regret and heartache. Look. For the first time, the two women expressed some dissatisfaction and anger towards Yang Kai. Third, why are you crazy? With Yang Kai at his side, Shen Tu seemed to have gained a lot of confidence, and after entering the hall, he let out a loud shout, ready to strike first. Yu glanced over with a frosty look. Shen Tu shrank her neck involuntarily, and her voice suddenly dropped a bit. Well, this is not your territory, not your palace, don't yell like that, let people who don't know hear it, and think that the second brother bullied you, haha. Yu acted as if she hadn't heard his words, staring straight at Yang Kai behind Shen Tu with her star-like eyes, her icy eyes suddenly turned sad. Li Nuo and Aunt Chun looked at Yu, then looked at Yang Kai, immediately affirmed the conjecture in their hearts, and wished they could sigh and scold the injustice of heaven. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome. Come to vote for recommendation votes, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1896. Is it really like this? Brother Yang. In the hall, Yu suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes were throbbing violently, feeling bad in his heart, but he could only smile and clasped his fists together. Third young master, please stay safe. Toefl, Yu replied coldly. Inexplicably, after hearing the conversation between the two, Shen Tu shivered, and instinctively realized that there might be some serious grievances between the two. He looked at Yu, then at Yang Kai, coughed, and was about to be a peacemaker to persuade him, but before he could speak, Yu suddenly gave him a cold look. Go out, I have something to do. Talk to this brother Yang. She bit the word brother Yang very hard. Shen Tu gulped his saliva with a thud. Deep in his heart there was a battle between heaven and man. On the one hand, righteousness was at the top, friends were in trouble, and on the other hand, life was the most important thing, so that the Green Hills would not worry about firewood. He only hesitated for 2 breaths, and then said solemnly, well, if that's the case, the second brother will wait outside. You, chat slowly, chat slowly. While speaking, the wind was blowing on both feet, and he quickly walked towards the layman. While retreating, he gave Chunyi and Li Nuo, who stayed where they were, heartbroken and winked fiercely. The 2 girls understood each other, glared at Yang Kai faintly, and left with Shen Tu. Bump. The main door of the hall was closed. Shen Tu and Aunt Chun Li Nuo stopped their pace quickly, leaned sideways, and listened with their ears. There was no movement at all inside, neither fighting nor quarreling, it was unbelievably quiet. After a long time, Shen Tu finally couldn't hold back anymore, and said anxiously, third brother won't overestimate himself. Let's fight brother Yang. Brother Yang is at the 2nd level of Void King. If third brother is injured, how can father explain it? Second young master, where are you thinking? Li Nuo glanced at Shen Tu, pursed his lips and said with a smile, I don't think they look like they are going to fight. It doesn't look like you're going to fight. Shen Tu was stunned. You didn't miss the third brother's appearance of eating people just now. He has always had a bad temper, and he just behaved politely in front of you outsiders. Big, only I know what kind of demon is hidden deep in his heart. I think he has a lot of grudges with brother Yang. Enmity, hatred, I'm afraid it's not enmity, but... Li Nuo didn't know why. The mood suddenly inexplicably cheered up. Even her cheeks were slightly flushed. It's not a grudge. Shen Tu frowned, suddenly realized. That's love and hatred. Obediently, the third brother wants to snatch a woman from brother Yang. Which woman is so lucky that they both fell in love with him at the same time? Li Nuo put his hand on his forehead. He said softly, it's not a woman. Didn't you pay attention to the way San Shao looked at that Master Yang? His eyes are vicious, what's the problem? Shen Tu looked innocent. Li Nuo immediately covered his face with his hands, as if he couldn't explain it to you. Shen Tu said angrily, say something clearly. On the side, Aunt Chun coughed lightly, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she reminded, second young master, think about it carefully, third young master is such a dragon among men, how can he pretend to be flirtatious to any woman for so many years? That's not true. Shen Tu thought for a while and said, this young master still admires the third brother very much. He is impeccable in terms of personal style, but, what does it have to do with today's incident? Has the second young master heard of another rumor? There are too many rumors about him. Shen Tu curled his lips. With his status and aptitude, it's plausible if there are no rumors. Some people say that he is the reincarnation of a warrior god, some say he is a woman, and some exaggerate say that he is not. I like women, I like men, ha ha ha. How can I believe such nonsense? They are all people in the market, spreading rumors. Aunt Chun and Li Nuo looked at him together, silently. Shen Tu's laughter stopped abruptly, as if he realized something, his face darkened, and he murmured, the third brother is such an adult, I have never seen him fall in love with any woman, and he has never been close to any woman. Several elders also introduced to him their own younger girls, all of them are extremely talented, but none of them have been recognized by the third brother. And the way this kid looked at Brother Yang just now. Aunt Chun and Li Nuo nodded together, thinking that you finally realized it. It can't be true, can it? Shen Tu broke into a cold sweat. I hope not. Aunt Chun also had a solemn expression. If things are really as they imagined, how many girls in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce will be sad and desperate, and how many young women will be heartbroken? It will definitely be an unimaginable disaster on Earth. In the hall, Shui Yu and Yang Kai looked at each other for a long time, then gritted their teeth and said, "You bastard." While speaking, he waved his fist and threw it at Yang Kai. But after the fist landed on Yang Kai's body, it became limp and powerless. Yang Kai stood on the spot, chuckled dryly, and let her fist beat a few times, even his clothes didn't wrinkle. Shui Yu raised her head, stared at her stubbornly, and bit her thin lips lightly. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and hugged her. Shui Yu struggled symbolically a few times, fully showing her reserve, and then leaned on Yang Kai's spacious chest with a reddish face. Her hair was on the tip of Yang Kai's nose, and there was a natural virgin fragrance, which smelled very comfortable, and Yang Kai couldn't help sniffing it a few times. Since you've come here, why didn't you come to see me immediately? Shui Yu complained faintly. I originally planned to look for you in a few days, but I didn't know that he couldn't complete the matter I told Shen Tu, so I delayed it for a while. Useless second brother, Shui Yu snorted coldly, and immediately put all the blame on Shen Tu. Tell me, when did you come out last time, and how did you get rid of Zilong? Shui Yu raised her head and looked at Yang Kai earnestly, as if she wanted to know what happened to Yang Kai. Her red lips squirmed, truly alluring. Yang Kai couldn't hold back, and took a light peck. Shui Yu's face turned red immediately, and a strange light appeared on her neck. Last time in the Lost Land, although she had some intimate contact with Yang Kai, it was under the premise that her life was threatened. Shui Yu thought that she would die, so she let go of everything, but this time it was different. Especially knowing that my second brother is still eavesdropping outside the door, there is a sense of tension and excitement. Panicked, she quickly pushed Yang Kai, and quickly escaped from his embrace. Yang Kai laughed loudly, found a chair and sat down. Seeing that he was so indifferent, Shui Yu stomped her feet in annoyance, and the youngest daughter's expression could be seen at a glance. She walked over angrily, sat down on the chair beside Yang Kai, poured a cup of tea courteously, picked up the fruit plate on the table, picked up a grape-like spirit fruit, peeled off the skin, stuffed the pulp into Yang Kai's mouth. Tell me, how did you escape last time? Zilong didn't bother you much, did he? You have the secret of the tree of immortality in your body, hasn't it been leaked yet? Shui Yu looked concerned, asked several questions, and then said, Don't worry, I have already greeted Uncle Ni, and told him not to tell about your immortal tree. I naturally believe what you say. Yang Kai nodded slightly. But Shui Yu heard the implication, that is her words Yang Kaixin, as for Ni Guang. It still needs to be verified. After all, Ni Guang is a member of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai has such an important secret about the Tree of Immortality, and Shui Yu can't stop it with a word, but I believe that even if Ni Guang will tell others, it will only be limited to a few people. Everyone wants to get good things for themselves, and making troubles known to everyone is not good for anyone. At the moment, Yang Kai recounted what happened after he came out of the Hanging Continent that day. After learning that Zilong and Zidonglai were all killed by Yang Kai's hands, Shui Yu suddenly exclaimed. Until now, she didn't think of checking Yang Kai's cultivation. She is only at the Void Return 3 layer now, and logically speaking, it is impossible to spy on Yang Kai's depth, but Yang Kai doesn't block her divine sense. Problem. You are already at the second level of the Void King. Shui Yu was extremely shocked. When they were in the Lost Land, the two of them were both at the third level of Void Return. It has only been a few years, and the man in front of him has already reached the second level of Void King. And he was still wandering on the third level of Void Return. A sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Shui Yu's heart, and she wished she could go back to retreat and break through now. However, she is not a little girl. She has been handling the affairs of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce for IO all the year round. If Zidonglai dies, Zidonglai will also be buried with him. Does this mean that the current Zixing dragons have no leader? Well, not only are the dragons without a leader, but their vitality is seriously injured. Why do you say that? Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Although Zilong's death was a huge blow to Zixing, it was definitely not to the extent of seriously hurting her vitality, so she immediately realized that Zixing must something else happened. It's nothing, it's just that I went to Zixing some time ago to toss a little bit, and their eldest husband, Sun Liang, was severely injured. At that time, they were fighting internally, and many masters fell. There is such a thing. Shuiyu was surprised. Tell me carefully. Yang Kai grinned, showing Shuiyu his eyes. Shuiyu gave him a reproachful look, then continued to peel the spirit fruit meekly, and stuffed the fruit over. Only then did Yang Kai explain what happened on Purple Star. After Shuiyu heard it, she couldn't help laughing and said, I'm afraid you will be hated to death by everyone in Zixing. People like Huang Shizong can't do anything about you, and even destroyed a Void King battleship. At this time, he is probably still in pain. It's him who insists on killing them all, so I can't blame anyone. Yang Kai smiled slightly. However, the second elder brother didn't report to his father when such a big thing happened. It's really shameful. No wonder Zixing's arrogance has subsided a lot in this period of time, and even some businesses have withdrawn. It turned out to be the reason. Shuiyu showed a look of sudden realization, what she didn't think to understand before, now she suddenly understood. To be continued. Chapter 1897. I'll go see how. Father is full of worries these days, and he is not happy in doing anything. I hope this news can make him smile more. I have to tell him to go sooner. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise, and said suspiciously, if I remember correctly, don't you hate President Io very much? Why are you so concerned now? Shuiyu smiled. That was before. I hate him because I have to maintain this image all the time. I can't show my true colors to others, and I can't live according to my own ideas. But it's different now. In this world, it's enough to have a person who knows my details and can look at me with normal eyes. What's more, he is protecting me by doing that. He is my father, and I have no reason to hate him. Quote. When she said these words, Shuiyu smiled sweetly, as if the misfortune that had been imposed on her for so many years, all disappeared because of Yang Kai's appearance. Yang Kai also remembered that she said in the Lost Land that as long as there is one person in this world who can treat her in the same way as an ordinary woman, then she will be satisfied. Yang Kai was slightly moved, and suddenly realized that the request of this beauty disguised as a man in front of him was so simple. What happened to President Io? Yang Kai asked. Shuiyu's expression darkened, and she said in a low voice, it's my little lady's business. Xiao Niang. Yang Kai was stunned, but quickly realized that it should be the current wife of President Io. Shuiyu's mother had passed away long ago, so she should naturally call Io's current wife that way. Shuiyu smiled bitterly. Father, although he dominates one side, he always attaches great importance to emotional matters. Especially for Xiaoniang, he is very caring, and she is also the woman he loves most. A year ago, when Xiaoniang retreated and attacked the Void King realm, something went wrong, leading to madness, broken meridians, and almost killed on the spot. Father used great supernatural powers to suppress the crisis at that time, but still failed to make the little mother get out of the body. Over the past few years, my father has been trying every means to wake up my little mother, but without success. Something went wrong when breaking through the Void King realm. Yang Kai was startled, realized the seriousness of the problem. A Void Return third layer martial artist. If something goes wrong at this critical moment, it is very easy to die. The reason why Shuiyu's little mother did not die on the spot is entirely due to Ayu's strong strength. President of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. But a veteran Void King two-layer powerhouse. At that time, Xiaoniang's body was seriously damaged, and she was unable to recover from the situation. But my father used something against the sky to force Xiaoniang back from the gate of hell, and kept her alive. Half a year ago, he used it again. Some kind of fetish repaired the little lady's body. When Shuiyu said this, she kept looking at Yang Kai. Although she didn't say what Io used, Yang Kai also knew that there were only a few treasures that could bring people back to life. Immortal stock solution is one of them. At that time in the Lost Land, a total of 3 drops of immortality liquid were born on the immortal tree, and the 2 virtual kings who were present at the scene negotiated and divided them up. 1 drop was obtained by Niguang, 1 drop was obtained by Zilong, and the last drop was obtained by Ghost Ancestor. Way to get. Yang Kai finally got rid of the entire tree of immortality, and that drop was also given to Guizhu. And the drop that Zilong had was kept by Yang Kai. The fetish used by President Io half a year ago is definitely the undead liquid. The undead stock solution is enough for flesh and bones, and the living dead. It is the most precious healing medicine in the world, and it is something that even the 3rd level of the Void King covets. With a drop of immortality liquid, he was waiting to bring another life. Io could give it to Shuiyu's little mother without thinking, which shows his deep affection for her. Although Xiaoniang's life was saved, there was still no sign of waking up. After such a long time, my father also asked many alchemy masters to investigate. He also observed carefully and finally came to a conclusion that it was Xiaoniang's death. The soul has already been permanently damaged, unless a Void King level panacea can be refined to repair the soul, otherwise it is impossible to wake up again. And, even if that panacea is refined, the possibility of Xiaoniang waking up is not very sexual. My father has been thinking about my little mother's affairs these days, and I see, it's quite uncomfortable. Yang Kai listened quietly, and slowly understood the whole story, and asked in a deep voice, did those alchemy masters say what kind of elixir should be refined to be effective? Absolute beginning turning soul pill. Shuiyu said in a deep voice. After Yang Kai thought about it for a while, he knew what materials this panacea needed and what effect it could play, because the pill formula of the soul-turning pill in the early days was recorded in the true explanation of the Tao of Alchemy, and he couldn't help but wonder, this is an ancient panacea, your Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is really full of talents, and you even know this kind of panacea. If he hadn't inadvertently obtained the true understanding of alchemy in the Emperor Garden, he would not have known so many alchemy formulas of the ancient panacea. However, someone at the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce knows that it is worthy of being one of the three major forces in the star field, and its background is not trivial. You also know. Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai in surprise, and suddenly her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said, by the way, you are an alchemist. Back then when she was eroded by the Xuanian sunflower water and passed out, it was Yang Kai who refined a panacea with pill clouds and rescued her. Although she has devoted herself to Yang Kai for so many years, she has been entangled in how to find him. How to show his heart, completely forgetting Yang Kai's other identity. It wasn't until this moment that he suddenly woke up. But soon, the light in Shuiyu's beautiful eyes dimmed again, and she said with a sense of loss, the Taichu Zhuanyun pill is said to be a Zhuang level middle grade panacea, and it must be made by a Zhuang level alchemist before it can be successfully refined. Opportunity. Although you are an alchemist, I'm afraid. Shuiyu didn't continue talking. It wasn't because she didn't believe in Yang Kai's ability, but the name of Shu Wang level alchemist was too bluffing. Looking at the entire star field, it was like a rare existence compared to Shu Wang's third-tier alchemist. Realm warriors are even rarer. Yang Kai has reached the Void King's second layer at a young age, and has such a powerful martial arts cultivation base. How can he have too high attainments in alchemy Dao? Yang Kai didn't explain too much, just asked, how does your little mother treat you? Little Niang is naturally very good to me. After my mother passed away, I have been growing up beside her. She taught me how to practice and how to be a human being. She also knew my secrets. When I was young, she would occasionally carry my father secretly took me to dress up. Shuiyu's beautiful eyes showed a look of reminiscence, and a warm smile bloomed on her face, as if she was recalling something sweet, but every time I finish dressing up, I have to quickly restore it. Father doesn't like to see my daughter in body. Yang Kai nodded slightly. From Shuiyu's description, he could also imagine that the little lady must be a good wife and mother. How about I go and see? Yang Kai suggested. Do you want to go? Shuiyu looked at him in surprise. That's fine, you are also an alchemist, maybe you can communicate with other alchemists to see how to relieve my little girl's symptoms. Our Chamber of Commerce also has my father has already sent someone to invite the Zhuang level master that I enshrined more than half a year ago. Half a year ago, I sent someone to invite me, but I haven't come yet. Yang Kai looked surprised. You are too underestimating the arrogance of King Shu level alchemists. Didn't you hear me just now? That master is in our Chamber of Commerce, and he is also an enshrined status. You also have a sect yourself, so you should know what the two words enshrined represent, mean. Understood. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The status of enshrining is almost equal to that of the Supreme Elder, but it is more free than the Supreme Elder. The enshrinement received an extremely generous reward from the sect or a certain force, but he didn't need to do anything on weekdays. Even if the sect encountered a catastrophe, he could even stand by and watch, and no one would blame him. However, the Supreme Elder is different. Although the position is also extremely high, the disciples of the Zongmen dare not refuse to obey the order, but that is to live and die with the Zongmen, sit idly by. In a sense, the status of enshrining is even higher than that of the Supreme Elder, because enshrining can gain benefits without taking risks. It can also be said that the Supreme Elder is from his own family, and the priest is an outsider. With the huge strength of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce in Ayu's face, he sent someone to invite him more than half a year ago, but he still hasn't shown up until now. One can imagine how arrogant that king-level alchemist must be. Even so, the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce did not dare to complain, and Io just urged him a few times carefully, lest he would offend the master. But to this day, that master still hasn't shown up for a long time, but there is news that he will visit Shuiyuexing in the next few days. Io waited anxiously. How could he be in the mood to meet Shentu? This is why Shentu ran back in despair after staying in Shuishan City for a few days. He didn't even see Iu's face. How could he have time to talk about Yongkai? Anyway, let's go and have a look first. Yongkai suggested. Okay, I'll take you there. I believe that if my little lady knows your existence, she will be happy for me. Shuiyu said, wiping the corners of her eyes, a little bit on the verge of weeping. Xiaoniang occupies an extremely important position in her heart, even more important than her own father. Don't cry, I'll go out and let Shentu see. I don't know what the two of us are doing here. Yongkai stepped forward and wiped the corners of her eyes. The gentle movements and deep voice made Shuiyu's cheeks flush. The door of the hall opened suddenly, and Yongkai and Shuiyu walked out one after the other. Shentu, who was eavesdropping in front of the door, and the other three quickly jumped back and stood still, looking suspiciously at Yongkai and Shuiyu in front of them. The next moment, Shentu's heart sank. He suddenly found that his third younger brother's eye circles were slightly red at the moment, as if he had just cried, and there was still a blush on his handsome cheeks that made women jealous. Read the latest chapter of The Peak of Martial Arts to Chengfeng Literature. Chapter 1898 Are you that Yongkai? Chapter 1898 Are you that Yongkai? God, how could this happen? What were the two of them doing in there? The third brother, who is like a devil in the world, how could he have such a bizarre performance? Shentu even saw a charming charm from the corner of Shuiyu's eyes. Shentu wailed incessantly in his heart, and the look in his eyes that looked at Yongkai changed. On the side, Li Nuo and Aunt Chun were also dumbstruck, not knowing what to say. Shuiyu obviously also understood that the three of them must have misunderstood. The shyness at the corners of her eyes was even more obvious, her eyes became erratic, and she felt a little guilty. Brother Shentu, I will go to Water Sky City with Shuiyu. Oh, Shentu responded mechanically, unable to hear clearly what Yongkai was saying. Then I'll take my leave first. Yongkai smiled slightly, cupped his fists and said, Wufang Chamber of Commerce, I have to trouble brother Shentu a lot. After finishing speaking, he winked at Shuiyu, and the two of them immediately took out their star shuttles and flew away. It wasn't until the figures of the two disappeared that Shentu and the others who were standing there suddenly came back to their senses. Shentu slapped his thigh, and said with a sad face, it's over, why is the third brother so unloving, how can he do this, and brother Yang, hey. He looked like he was sighing for the two of them. Aunt Chun and Li Nuo also had this expression. Now I'm done too. Shentu held his head in distress, squatting on the ground without any image. Second young master, what does this have to do with you? Li Nuo looked at him curiously. Brother Yang is the one I brought. If I had known that he had such a hobby and knew the third brother well, I wouldn't have been able to bring him to Shuiyuexing if I were killed. That's all right now. My father always wanted me to be with him. The third younger brother gets married as soon as possible so that he can extend his heirs. Look at the third younger brother, how can there be any heirs? Will I have to bear this burden in the future? Shentu complained, showing a look of pressure. Li Nuo pursed his lips and said with a smile, it is not a matter of course for a son of man to extend his heirs. Second young master, what are you worried about? Shentu raised his head leisurely, looked at Li Nuo seriously, and suddenly said, then why don't you give me a baby? Li Nuo blushed, cast a glance at Shentu, and ran away with small steps. Shentu's yelling came from behind, promise or not, you should give me a word, why run away? Aunt Chun kept shaking her head, with a helpless expression on her face. Water Sky City is the most prosperous city with the most aura in Water Moon Star. Any warrior who wants to enter has to pay a lot of holy crystals as a toll, and if he wants to stay in the city, he has to pay a corresponding amount of holy crystals. Crystal will do. In the city, residences of various sizes have been opened up for those warriors to rent. The entire Water Sky City is simply a money-making machine, earning a lot of saint crystals every day. Shuiyu brought Yongkai to Shuishan City, without showing his identity certificate. The martial artist who guarded the gate respectfully let him go, and at the same time looked at Yongkai curiously, not knowing where Yongkai came from, but actually walked with the famous Shuiyu third young master. Entering the city, where Shuiyu passed by, there were women screaming constantly, stopping to watch her, showing nympho in every face, and even bolder women winking at her in revealing clothes, showing off their coquettishness. However, most of the women looked shy, watching Shuiyu quietly, revealing their feelings of nostalgia. There were even men who looked obsessed and looked at her quietly. The return rate is as high as 90% of the horror. Shuiyu seemed to be used to it for a long time, and after she gave Yang Kai a look, she immediately flew into the air and flew towards the center of Shuishan City. Yang Kai suppressed a smile and followed behind her. After the two of them left, a guy rushed to the middle of the street with some scrolls and shouted, "The portraits of San Gongzi are for sale. They are made by famous masters. They are no different from real people's height, fat and thin. Young master, with it, you will be accompanied by the 3 young masters, 1,000 holy crystals. If you want to buy it, hurry up." While speaking, he opened a picture scroll with one hand. On the picture scroll, there is a person with a face like a crown jade, handsome, holding a folding fan, a breath of white clothes like jade, long hair like ink, who is not Shuiyu. The corners of Shuiyu's mouth in the portrait are slightly raised, as if she is smiling at the person looking at the painting. In an instant, countless women swarmed up and surrounded the painting seller, including some men. "Give me one, I want two, hurry up, pay with one hand and deliver with the other, this is 1,000 holy crystals." "Woo, give me one," my wife said, "if you can't buy it this time, you won't let me into the house." "Woo, third young master, I hate you. Damn it, whoever touches my mother's chest, stands up for her, do you have the guts to admit it? What's the fuss, these portraits belong to me." Sheng Yuan, a thick-faced man with a beard, turned everyone away, and directly gave the portrait seller a space ring, and then snatched the rest of the portraits. Coming over, his eyes scanned the surroundings, his domineering side leaked, and he snorted coldly, "You group of vulgar fans, how can you be regarded as the third young master? Only a world-class hero like Lao Su can be worthy of the third young master. Phew." Vomit. In the sky, Shuiyu staggered and almost fell down. Although she had already flown far away, with her cultivation base, she could hear the voice over there clearly, and she couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. Yang Kai looked at her curiously. "Every time you appear, will you cause such a disturbance?" "Almost." Shuiyu looked helpless, "So under normal circumstances, I won't show up at all." While speaking, she glanced at Yang Kai faintly, "Is it funny?" "I didn't laugh." Yang Kai replied seriously, "HMPH. If you dare to laugh out loud, I want you to look good." "I really didn't laugh, wahahaha." Crack bang bang. Shuiyu's silver teeth were almost shattered. At the very center of Water Sky City, the aura is dense, as thick as the essence, and it is only a thin line away from the aura that can be transformed into silk. And here, there is a majestic palace group, which is the center of the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. This is not only the center of power, but also the center of wealth. In the northwest corner of the palace complex, in a certain palace, a burly man with the imposing manner of a lion was frowning, walking back and forth uneasily, looking up from time to time, as if he was waiting for someone. This person's anxiety was already written on his face, and his brows were all congealed together, as if they would never melt away. There are some other people in the main hall. Judging from the clothes of those people, they seem to be a group of alchemists above the virtual level, and they are extremely noble existences in any place. But none of these alchemists dared to speak, for fear of offending the burly man. Without him, this man is the owner of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, the President I.O. Although the status of virtual level alchemists is noble, they are not as good as the masters of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. What's more, they are helpless about the situation of the woman in the hall, and they feel ashamed, so they will not take the initiative to make trouble. I.O. was originally born with a hunchback, and his huge size gave people a strong pressure. At the moment, he was irritable, and the Saint Yuan fluctuations in the Void King's second layer realm fluctuated from time to time, causing many alchemists in the hall to complain. "I dare not remind." Yudi, I.O. stopped his pace, his eyes burst out, and he looked out. The next moment, his face showed joy, he rushed out to greet him, and even more anxiously said, "But Master Zuoda is here." In front of the main hall, 2 long rainbows descended, revealing figures, one is Shuiyu and the other is Yang Kai. Hearing Ayu's words, Yang Kai glanced back subconsciously, but found that there was no one behind, but Shuiyu understood, and quickly explained, "Father, it's not Master Zuoda who is here." "It's not Master Zuoda." Ayu's face sank, he glanced at Yang Kai coldly, and immediately shouted at Shuiyu angrily, "It's not Master Zuoda, why did you bring him here, what do you think it is here?" place. Being reprimanded by I.O., Shui Yu didn't dare to refute, she could only bow her head and apologize. I'm sorry dad, but my friend is also an alchemist, so. Alchemist. I.O.'s face turned pale, and then he looked at Yang Kai again, and after realizing Yang Kai's cultivation, he was shocked. Void King 2-layer. He didn't realize until now that Yang Kai's cultivation level was actually the same as his. Some looked at it again in disbelief, and after confirming that they were not mistaken, they said suspiciously, Uaa, when did you have such a friend? He was unfamiliar with Yang Kai's appearance. Although Shui Yu's aptitude was good, but so far she was only at the 3rd layer Void Return realm, and it was impossible to meet friends at the 2nd layer Void King realm, so he was very curious. He's the one I told you about. Yang Kai, Shui Yu answered in a low voice, quietly observing the changes in I.O.'s expression while answering. Boy Yang Kai, I have met President I.O. Yang Kai cupped his fists and exchanged a warm greeting. Although he was a little unhappy that Shui Yu was reprimanded for no reason just now, but the one standing in front of him was Shui Yu and Shintu's father after all, so etiquette was indispensable. Yang Kai, I.O. frowned, suddenly seemed to remember something, and whispered, you are that Yang Kai. It seems that President I.O. knows something about me. Yang Kai frowned slightly, and the change in I.O.'s expression made him feel a little wrong. Understand very well. I.O. responded in a deep voice, and suddenly, Sheng Yuan burst out, stretched out a hand, and grabbed Yang Kai directly. Looking at his posture, it seems that he wants to capture Yang Kai alive. Father. Shui Yu's complexion changed drastically, she didn't know why her father attacked Yang Kai as soon as he came up. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold, he stretched out his hand to push Shui Yu aside, and at the same time slapped it with his palm. The Saint Chi surged in his palm, spinning like a nebula, containing a force that is irresistible. Boom! There was a huge sound in the hall, and the power of the 2 virtual kings collided in the void, creating a strong wind and sweeping around. After a while, the dust settled, Yang Kai took 3 steps back, and I.O. took 2 steps back. In this fight, I.O. had a slight advantage. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1899 Don't Blame Friends. In the hall, a strong wind suddenly blew up, except for Shui Yu who was protected by Yang Kai, everyone else was staggering and crying. President I.O., what does this mean? Yang Kai squinted at the burly man in front of him, his voice indifferent. I.O.'s expression was incredulous, his eyes widened, like a tiger, like a sun, making people fearful. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Sure enough, a boy born from a hero since ancient times. Boy, you really of course, when Niguang told me about you, I still didn't believe it, but now it seems that Niguang has underestimated you, you are more than a little more qualified than Uaa. Senior praises me, the kid just got some chances. Yang Kai replied, his expression neither humble nor overbearing. I.O. suddenly reached out, bring something. Shui Yu stood aside, her face was pale, and she didn't understand why her father attacked Yang Kai as soon as she came up, but when she heard these words, she suddenly understood. Yang Kai frowned, pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, and smiled, I don't know what Senior wants from me. You know it in your heart. I.O. seemed a little impatient. Yang Kai Dao, Senior, if you want that drop of something from me, I can tell you, even if I give it to you, it will be useless. Mrs. Gu's soul is damaged now, and that thing can only repair the physical injury. Senior should be clear about this. Shui Yu's little mother is named Jiu Bihu, she told Yang Kai about this on the way here, so it is not wrong for Yang Kai to call Mrs. Jiu. Of course I know, I.O. said in a deep voice. Then Senior just want that one thing. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, forgive me for not being able to agree to this. In the main hall, a group of virtual alchemists listened in a cloud of mist, and they all looked around curiously, not knowing what the drop and the object that Yang said in his mouth were referring to. But whether it is Yang Kai, I.O. or Shui Yu, they all clearly understand what it is. Immortal liquid, immortal tree. The reason why I.O. attacked Yang Kai as soon as he came up was because he wanted to snatch his eternal tree and heal Jiu Bihu. Although the undead stock solution cannot restore Jiu Bihu's damaged soul, but the immortal tree is different. With the immortal tree, one can be immortal, and it is easy to restore the soul. Don't tell me, you have already fused it. I.O.'s eyes shot out a terrifying light, as if he wanted to eat people, and glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled without saying a word. I.O.'s heart suddenly sank to the bottom, thinking about it carefully, it is really possible. After all, according to Niguang, when he entered the Lost Land, Yang Kai, like Shui Yu, was only at the Void Return 3rd layer, but it's only been a few years now. This kid has actually been promoted to the 2nd level of Void King. No matter how many opportunities a warrior has, it is unlikely that his strength will increase so much in such a short period of time. The only explanation is that the chance is huge. And merging the Tree of Immortality is obviously such an opportunity. Io circulated his divine sense in disbelief, glanced at Yang Kai, and was shocked to find that Yang Kai's energy and blood were extremely strong. The hidden surge of energy and blood made even a strong man like him feel terrified. You have really merged, Io exclaimed in surprise. His face was gray and defeated, and the hope that remained in his eyes was suddenly cut off. He was not depressed because the treasure such as the Tree of Immortality had no chance with him, but because he couldn't use the Tree of Immortality to heal Jiu. Yang Kai didn't go to explain, allowing him to misunderstand. After being silent for a while, Io suddenly shouted again, "It doesn't matter if you fuse, there must be that precious energy in your blood. As long as you release your blood, Madam will be saved." He is also in a hurry to go to the doctor now, and he will come out as soon as he thinks about it. Hearing what he said, Shui Yu's complexion changed drastically. She hurried out, stood in front of Yang Kai and whispered, "Father, don't. Go away, you don't have a place to talk here." Io roared. The dignified president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, the overlord of the Star Field, is nothing more than that. It really is better to meet him than to be famous. Yang Kai snorted coldly. What do you say, boy? Pay attention to your words. Io narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai sneered. If it's not for Shui Yu's face, I will stand here and talk to you. Just because you shot at me just now, I can turn your Water Sky City upside down. If you don't look for your unsteady mind to save your own woman, today your Hengluo Chamber of Commerce will become a thing of the past. Shui Yu's face suddenly turned pale and she quickly tugged on Yang Kai's clothes, whispering, "Speak well." Yang Kai smiled. I can talk well, but your father had better calm down. Io also came back to his senses suddenly, and realized that the person standing in front of him was not a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will, but a Void King 2-layer master who could sit on an equal footing with him and whose strength was almost equal. If he really provoked an expert of this level to get angry, then I'm afraid that he really can't be kind today. Among other things, the destruction of this Water Sky City is a matter of certainty. The kid is crazy enough. Although he calmed down a lot, he still couldn't lose face. I just came from Purple Star. Yang Kai smiled slightly. What he said was a bit inexplicable, but Yang Kai believed that Io should understand what he meant. Io was stunned, staring at Yang Kai in astonishment, as if he wanted to understand something. He whispered, "So you did it." Although Shui Yu didn't get the news of the change in Zixing, but as the president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Io has eyes all over the entire star field. How could he not know about such a big thing? After Yang Kai uttered these words, he immediately understood that the instigator of Zixing's misfortune half a year ago was actually standing in front of him. That is the hero who the Mad Master personally pursued and returned without success. Even if he goes into battle in person, there is no guarantee that he will be able to retreat unscathed. After thinking about this, Io took a breath, nodded and said, "I was rude just now, friends, don't blame me." Friend Shui Yu's mouth twitched, thinking why did her father call Yang Kai brothers and sisters, isn't this a mess of seniority? She quickly glanced at Yang Kai resentfully. Yang Kai chuckled dryly. Senior is serious, Senior wants to have a wife, it's only natural to be impulsive, this kid can understand. That's good, my friend is indeed a magnanimous person. I have heard a lot about you, and Niguang respects you very much. Since you have come to my Water Sky City today, you can live in peace for a while and wait. I'm done with what's in front of me, and I'll talk to you later. Yang Kai heard the tone of his words, and immediately understood that Niguang should not have told Io about himself and Shui Yu, otherwise, Io would not have talked to him like this. Father, Yang Kai is an alchemist. Seeing her father addressing Yang Kai one by one, Shui Yu felt uncomfortable and quickly changed the subject. Oh, Io looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. My friend is so advanced, but he is also proficient in alchemy. A little dabble, Yang Kai said modestly. It's more than that, isn't it? Boy, don't be too modest. A voice suddenly came from the side. Io frowned, with a hint of displeasure on his face. There are not many people in the world who dare to interrupt when he is talking, but when he sees who the speaker is, his expression can't help but soften again. It seems that the speaker also has some weight in his heart, and he should not blame him. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and after a while, his expression was stunned. Over there, where many virtual level alchemists gathered, a familiar face was standing there, looking at him with a smile. Master Zhongao. Yang Kai showed joy, and hurried forward, cupping his fists and saluting. The person who spoke was none other than Zhongao, a top-rank alchemist at the virtual level. When he and Xueyu went to Yupixing together, he lived with Zhongao for a while. At that time, Yang Kai's strength was low, and he was not very good in alchemy, but Zhongao was already a high-rank alchemist. Yang Kai had exchanged alchemy techniques with Zhongao. Zhongao benefited a lot. Yang Kai also got a lot of benefits from him. The panacea to save Xueyu was exactly what Zhongao proposed, and Yang Kai practiced it made. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would meet Zhongao here. But after thinking about it carefully, it is only natural, because although Zhongao has never officially joined the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, he has been living in Yupixing, and he is barely half a member of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Now that President Ayu's wife has a problem, Zhongao will naturally be invited over. Boy, don't bury me. Zhongao curled his lips. I haven't seen you for decades. You are already at the second level of the Void King, but I am still wandering around the Void level top rank. This old man is really a tragedy. Quote. Master, you are humble. Back then, you had already attained quite a lot in alchemy, and now you are probably even more diligent. You are not far from the Zhuang class. Zhongao smiled slightly, and there was a sense of complacency in that smile. You know each other? Io asked in surprise. Zhongao grinned. Yes, I discussed the pharmacology of alchemy with him decades ago. This kid even snatched away a lot of alchemy furnaces. Yang Kai laughed and said, those alchemy furnaces are useless to me. If Master wants to take them back, I can return them to you. No need, they are useless to me. Zhongao waved his hand. Keep it for yourself as a souvenir. There was a flash of light in Yang Kai's eyes, and he said thoughtfully, it seems that Grandmaster is about to break through to the Void King level, so you should have provided the formula of absolute beginning soul transformation pill. Zhongao's expression suddenly became serious. Madame Gu's condition is obvious, but there are few ways to cure it. Refining Taichu Zhuanyun pill is just one of the ways, and it is also the easiest way to achieve it. Have the materials been collected? Other materials are easy to talk about. Although they are precious and hard to find, with the financial resources of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, it is still very easy to collect them. Only the inner alchemy of a colorful elk is hard to find. The inner alchemy has been found, and it was sent to this seat 10 days ago. Io interjected. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Woai Xiao Hua Ti. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.